And here it is. We go again. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the channel. Here it is. We go again. So we're doing it again. We're increasingly now doing afternoon sessions. Is only really because there are so many stories coming up within the cycle that just as they're coming in, we have to document some of them because they might not get to the big sessions that we host in the evenings. So these are afternoon sessions. It's just come as you will sort of thing. So come as you will sort of thing. The polls are coming in thick and fast now within the Nigerian political space, and a lot of the polls that are coming in, they are indicating mainly in one direction, and that is to suggest that curiously that Peter Obi is going to be your president. A lot of people don't actually see the pathway for this, but a lot of polls seems to. So now the latest poll, now we remember we did the next year poll in the last session we had, but the latest poll now still pointing somewhat in that direction, but with a bit of a proviso. So let's get straight into it. So here it is right there. Obi will win on large voter turnout. Low turnout favors Tinubu. Steers poll. So that's steers poll. So just from the headline, it already tells you the direction of travel of this article. What this is suggesting to you is that the more people that turn out to vote, the higher Peter Obi's chances are. And not only the higher the Peter Obi's chances are, it's actually telling you that if there's a massive voter turnout, Peter Obi takes that election. Let's see how they justify this. Let's get into the body of it. A large turnout of voters at the February 25th presidential election will pave the way for Peter Obi's victory at the presidential election, says a poll conducted by Nigeria's data intelligence provider, Steers. The poll conducted over 6,200 Nigerians. Let's take that entirely all over again. A large turnout of voters at the February 25th presidential election will pave the way for Peter Obi's victory at the presidential election, says a poll conducted by Nigeria's data intelligence provider, Steers. The poll conducted over 6,200 Nigerians placed Mr. Obi of the Labour Party in the lead ahead of established candidates like Bola Tinubu of the ruling APC, Atiku Abubakar of the PDP, and Rabiu Kwakwanso of the NNPP. Mr. Obi had 27% of over 6,200 citizens declaring their support for his presidential ambition. Mr. Tinubu had 15% and Mr. Abubakar had 12%. However, 37% kept mute regarding their choice of candidates, leaving ambiguity as to which presidential candidate they would vote for. Steers believes Mr. Tinubu has the largest percentage of silent voters after the data intelligence provider assigned the undeclared voters to a candidate they were likely to support. Let's just pause there for a moment and reflect on that particular paragraph. This is not to give any credence or validity to this particular poll, because, of course, at the moment a poll starts to tell you that Peter Obi stands a chance of winning, then you have to start disregarding that poll, because that poll is going off the back of noise making rather than actual substance. The vast swathe of Nigeria, which is in the north, they have no concept of Peter Obi, and the ones that do have concept, only a minuscule amount of them have any sympathy for the Obi narrative. So nothing points in the Obi direction. So any poll that is telling you of a Peter Obi victory, you have to dismiss it out of hand. But that is not to interrogate within the polls to see if there's anything that coheres with logic. So let's go to this paragraph. Steers believes Mr. Tinubu has the largest percentage of silent voters after the data intelligence provider assigned the undeclared voters to a candidate they were very likely to support. So I will read that paragraph again, but first let's explore an understanding of it. So what they are saying is this particular poll, this particular polling agency, they polled 6,200 people, 6,200, and 27% of them said they were for Peter Obi, 15% Tinubu, 12% Atiku Abubakar, but then a whopping 37%, because if you look at 37%, that's even 10% more than the highest percentage that declared, which is 27 for Obi. So 37% of them, they refused to declare their intentions. So what this polling agency has then done, but they've not told us the criteria that they have used to do this. But what this polling agency has then done is to ascribe a candidate to the 37% that they feel they are most likely to vote for. So we don't know the criteria that they've used to do that. But if we are taking that as suspending disbelief, if we're taking that as gospel suspending disbelief, what they are saying essentially, what this paragraph is saying to you is that a lot of people are actually inclined towards voting other than Peter Obi, but from the but for the backlash that they are not willing to suffer, they are not willing to declare that. So they're not willing to declare that just because they don't want to deal with the palaver of the backlash of saying that they're not going to vote for Peter Obi. This seems to be what this polling agency has arrived at. So let me read that paragraph to you again. Steer, which is STEARS, the name of the polling company, Steers believes Mr. Tinubu has the largest percentage of silent voters after the data intelligence provider assigned the undeclared voters to a candidate they were very likely to support. So there it is, right there, the silent majority that doesn't want to do with that doesn't want to deal rather with the palaver of the screeching and squealing from the obedience space. The polling companies are saying they ascribe to Tinubu. Still, Steers states that Mr. Obi had a sizable supporter base and that his election triumph depended on how many people come out to vote on election day. So the greater the voting mass, then the higher Peter Obi's chances are. This is what this poll is telling us. But if that voting mass is high right across the board, how does this favor Peter Obi? Let's say, for instance, if a good 70% of Kano states turn out to vote, registered voters, if they turn out to vote, how does that favor Peter Obi? If a good 60% of your state turn out to vote, how does that favor Peter Obi? If a good 60 to 70, 80% of Jigawa, Gombe, Sokoto, Ekiti, Ondo, all of those places, if they turn out to vote, how does that favor Peter Obi? I will suggest that the preponderance of the mass in Jigawa, Gombe, Borno, Katsina, I will suggest that the preponderance of the mass in those spaces, they are not anything to do with Peter Obi. I will suggest that the preponderance of the mass in Oyo Alaafin is not anything to do with Peter Obi, Ekiti State. So you have to. So this is where people start to question a lot of these things. Still, Steers states that Mr. Obi had a sizable supporter base and that his election triumph depended on how many people come out to vote on election day. So if the totality of the mass in the Southeast votes for Peter Obi, so doesn't move him anywhere near the Aso Rock seat, unless, of course, it cuts heavily into other regions. Even after including silent voters, Peter Obi holds a comfortable lead. In essence, the Steers electoral poll and prediction model affirmed that Peter Obi is by far the most popular and desired candidate for the 2023 presidential election, said Steers in its report. It added, having said that, to get a more realistic prediction of the outcome of the race, we can apply the same high and low turnout scenarios to our model predictions. When we do so, Peter Obi once again emerges triumphant in the high turnout scenario. So it's beyond, it is beyond, it is, you know, it confounds, you scramble and scratch the head, you know, just to comprehend this with what is known. So anyway, I've already said it. Oh, so what these people are telling us, then this polling company, is that if there's a high percentage of voter turnout in Kano, Katsina, Sokoto, Ekiti, I've already said it, that then lends and leans more towards a Peter Obi victory. I don't think so, and I'm sure a lot of you don't either. In the more realistic low turnout scenario, something significant happens. Tinubu usurps Obi, the poll pointed out. Mr. Tinubu would take the lead by 39%, followed by Mr. Obi with 32% and Mr. Abubakar with 22%. Consequently, the Steers electoral poll stated that Peter Obi is Nigeria's most popular presidential candidate and should win the presidential ticket as long as Nigerians follow through in their stated intent to vote. But if voter turnout looks similar to 2019, then Tinubu will win the election. So thank you, Stairs. As ever, I'm not going to make the effort to go and check out who is behind this polling, because already the content of it already speaks for itself. There's no way in God's earth that 70% of voter turnout in Kano State means Peter Obi victory. Don't be stupid. There's no way in God's earth that 80% of voter turnout in Katsina means Peter Obi victory. Don't be daft. There's no way on this planet that a high percentage of turnout in Sokoto, Gombe, Ekiti, Oyo, Lagos, Ogun, Ondo, there's no way. Use your brain now. I know you like to hope against reality, but use your brain. There is no way in God's earth. Listen, there is no way in God's earth that a high voter turnout in all of those spaces that I mentioned means Peter Obi victory. Who knows Peter Obi in Borno? Who has ever heard of Peter Obi in Katsina? The only Peter Obi they know in Oyolafe is the pharmacist down the road, the chemist, more how we describe them in Nigeria. So I'm not quite sure how they arrived at this, but a total nonsense, of course. It irritates, but the real concern, because there's a real danger to this, you have to understand. And anyone that wants to come join in, by the way, let me post the link if you want to come and disagree with me. Let me post the link. You know, the real danger of all of this are commissioned and bought and paid for polling that are just circling around the space. The real danger is it will place in the mind of the gullibles that Peter Obi is actually in contention for anything. And then, of course, when the result starts rolling in, and Peter Obi then comes what the expectation is third or fourth, then these are unsophisticated elements that have been hoodwinked by these commissioned and paid for polls. They will take to the streets and start to cause havoc. So this is actually a national security threat. This polling, a national security threat. So there it is, right there. It's somewhat annoying, you know, and even more to it is actually quite dangerous. What this what this um what this polling company that has been bought and paid for, what they are putting out in the public space is actually is quite dangerous. But let me take you to another talking point, and then I'll bring Femi on if he's still there, sound his thought. Let me bring you this. Let me bring you this. Actually, let's pop Femi on and just put him in the yes. Let me bring you this. Let me bring you this. So this one now. These are, a lot of sponsored stories now circulating around the Nigerian political space. I'll bring you this, and then you tell me what you're making of it. Of course, this will be bought wholesale by the obedience, but are people of more independent thoughts? Let me hear what you think. Our 2023 polls: APC Tinubu exposed in alleged plot to swap 22.5 billion naira old naira notes stashed for vote buying. So that go-to space, of course, somebody has finally gone there. Hold on. With less than 3 weeks to the presidential polls, the People's Democratic Party, so that's the PDP, of course, with less than 3 weeks to the presidential polls, the People's Democratic Party has revealed an alleged plot by the ruling All Progressive Congress APC and Bola Tinubu presidential campaign team to swap 22.5 billion as stashed old naira notes. The development was made known in a statement released on social media by Debo Ologunagba, the National Publicity Secretary of PDP, on Monday, February the 6th. According to the statement, it was revealed that the alleged 22.5 billion naira stashed in old naira notes have been reserved to be swapped to new notes in Kano State in a bid to facilitate their voter inducement tactics. The statement reads, this let's say yes the statement reads, the PDP has been made aware of the 22.5 billion in old 1000 naira notes was allegedly kept in a Kano state government facility before being moved to a particular old generation and a certain new generation bank, where the regional heads were contacted by the APC presidential campaign to swap the old notes for new ones. Further information revealed that the cash is being warehoused by the Tinubu campaign for vote buying in Kano, Kaduna, Bauchi, Jigawa, and Sokoto states. So this is from the PDP, of course. What veracity anybody will attribute to this, of course, people that are aligned to that mindset will immediately latch onto it, of course, but it doesn't cohere with logic, of course. But there it is. APC plotting to exchange 22.5 billion old notes in 48 hours. PDP, as contained in a statement, correspondents also gathered that there is already an arrangement in place to move a substantial part of the old naira notes from Kano to Lagos State within 48 hours to swap them for new ones. In light of that, the PDP urged the Central Bank of Nigeria, security agencies, and anti-graft agencies to swing into action and clamp down on the APC leaders. The statement further reads, our party demands an immediate action to stop APC. Pardon me for a moment. Let me bring Femi in. Femi, give your commentaries on the stairs polling. Just give me a moment to go sort out something. So good to see you, Femi. Saki Father Tiger. So to the conversation.
Okay. About the polling, like whether should I call it forecast, because I don't see anything. Like, everybody have his own opinion. Like, using 3,000 samples, 3,000 people to carry out all this is not enough. Like, if it was like 50,000 people, 30,000, and it's spread all over the country, it would have been better. Like, using 5,000 samples is not enough. And about the 22.5 billion naira for buying of vote is not enough for only Southwest. 22.5 billion naira is not enough to buy vote in Southwest, talk less of buying vote all over the country. These are baseless. This really does not hold any water in my own view, because I look at it is what they are planning, it is what they have in mind to do. and they think that the other parties are doing the same thing. But I just, for now, I want the election to come and go. It's too stressful for me for now because it's stressing me right now. I want the election to come and if it's Obi that will win the election, let him win. If it's Atiku, let him win. If it's Tinubu, let him win. Because right now, this thing is getting stressing for me every day, every time. Because of the election, people are suffering. Look at the way they are treating people.
Do you
There's
think the country can really ever come back together after the elections? Because I cannot see that country coming back together after the elections unless they declare Peter Obi the winner. So if they don't
that is
declare if they don't
if
declare Peter Obi the
you
winner,
are
which
absolutely right.
hold on, if they
Okay.
don't declare Peter Obi the winner, which is not going to happen, then that country is not coming back together. The sense of marginalization and aggrievement that has always been traditional in the East will be that much more enhanced to say that these people have conspired against us yet again. I can't see that country coming together unless they declare Peter Obi the president. Femi.
Yeah, this is what can make the country come together. Like out of the 5 states in the southeast, if Peter Obi can have something like 60% of the vote, or let me just say 50%, and he does not have he does not have a vote like 80% of the vote, 70%, I believe Southeast have to think wise that we people did not vote for him. Why should we expect people to assist us from the other region in the country? Whether that will still be okay because now this southwest leader Baba Adebanjo saying that if Obi did not win the election, that there's nothing called Nigeria again. If it is a normal country, they should arrest that man for saying that out. A leader, that is too much from him, a 90-something
Yes,
years old man.
Femi, that man is saying it as a political statement. Sometimes when they make statement like that, they think that they are speaking to a knowing audience. But a lot of the
Okay.
people that are actually digesting that sort of commentary, they are not as sophisticated as the intention of the commentees. So some of them will take it as literal. I cannot see that there won't be trouble if they don't declare Obi president. There will be.
There will be. I agree with you. I agree. There will be problem because people will not agree with them. Like in Lagos State, they are expecting Obi to win Lagos State. That is not possible. That is why I told people that are in Lagos State on election day, they should stay inside because Tinubu is not about Tinubu alone. They will rough it that day. They will those Igbo boys, they will send them away on that election day. They will beat some people up. This is what will happen. They know they want to vote against him, against Tinubu. They will take it by force.
Do,
And
do
that
you
is what we
do you
that is what
think
we need to riot.
do you think if there's any public backlash or any outrageous behavior after the elections, do you think the blame should be packed with Peter Obi, who seemed to be whipping these people up into a frenzy and is not putting any cautionary note in his narrative to prepare them for possibilities? Because if you are contesting for something, there's only two things that can happen. You can either win or lose. But he's not dropping minor hints that yes, we are going to win, but of course it's a contest. There's a possibility that so he's not sensitizing to his space. He's just whipping them up into a frenzy. So if anything happens after the election, should they pick up Peter Obi and hold him as the primal culpability for public disturbance?
in the beginning, when he first, like when the momentum is just gathering together, he used to say something that he does not want people to abuse people online, to fight people online, that they should not do that. He cautioned them, I think, that time. But this election season, like 2 or 3 months to the election, he has stopped doing that. Before, he cautioned them that he does not like the way they go about things. But right now, is this election season, and I won't blame him. That is politics. He's playing his politics. But we cannot blame him. We cannot hold him coerced. We cannot hold him if there is riot. If there is problem after the election, we cannot hold him, except his utterance after the election. If he utter something wicked, or something that can turn the country down,
Do,
they
do, do you
must
think
hold him
do you
responsible.
think it's very quick? It's very important that very very quickly, immediately as the results come out, Peter Obi comes very quickly onto the media space and accepts the defeat with grace. Do you think he should do that immediately to try to start to pull his people back from that sense of aggrievement?
This is what I'm saying. This man will not admit defeat as early as possible. Like the way I'm looking at him right now. The man is dreaming of Aso Rock. People are telling him that we can do it. But I don't think Tinubu, Peter Obi can win the election. Let us be frank with each other. The election is between Atiku and Tinubu, and by today, Atiku is having edge over Tinubu because of the crisis going on in the country. And when I look at the northern space, they are all supporting Atiku. One man, the power is going back to the north. The power is remaining in the north. With the way I'm saying it now, the power is remaining in the north, because the northerners, they are ready to vote for Atiku once again, and nothing we South can. Only Southeast will not vote for Tinubu. South Tinubu we just have like 25 or 20% of the vote, and the northern space that is supposed to have like 40% or 45. I don't think it can have 45. I don't think so. The election is in favor of Atiku as of today, because the naira issue, the the PMS issue has created a lot of problem in the country, and people are holding the ruling party responsible for what they are going through, the pains. Tinubu himself knows that without no money politics in this election is going nowhere. Without no money politics, Tinubu will be third by the end of the day. But with money politics, he knows that he will be able to compete for the first or second. The
Oh,
money issue has already changed. The money issue has changed the narrative of the election. Before, I tip him to win the election, but right now, and I see Atiku as the next president of Federal Republic of Nigeria, with the way the thing is going on today.
all right.
Yeah.
24 hours is a long time in politics. Tinubu was in an
Yes, sir.
unassailable lead. Now it looks as though Atiku now are
Yeah.
threatening him. But let me bring you just one more storyline. You give a very brief reaction to it, and then we're going to Saki further. So this is it. He came to my house. Ayu reveals PDP governor leaving Wike's group. So that wicked group now, I think he has come to the end of his natural life, with January coming and going, and them not being able to give us the presidential candidates that they are going to support. So I think that place may have run its natural course, and I think they're starting to somewhat hemorrhage and depart from each other. He came to my house. Ayo reveals PDP governor leaving Wike's group soon. National chairman of the People's Democratic Party PDP, Senator Iyochia Ayu, has revealed that one of the five aggrieved governors of the party is dumping Rivers State Governor Yemsin Wike's G5 group before the 2023 general elections. Ayu alleged on Monday that Abia State Governor Okezia Akpazu was in his house 2 days ago and they have resolved the crisis between them. Correspondents understand that the PDP national chairman disclosed this whilst wooing Governor Samuel Otom of Benue State, a member of the G5, to support the party's presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar. According to him, Otom now has nowhere else to go and hence will return to the main factions of the PDP ahead of the forthcoming polls. Recall that the G5, also known as the Integrity Group, includes Governor Yemsin Wike, Samuel Otom, Okezie Akpazu, Seyi Makinde, and Ifeanyi, something or the other of Enugu State. The aggrieved governors have been at loggerhead with the PDP national leader and have vowed to boycott the party's presidential candidate until Ayu resigns from his position. However, while speaking on Monday to a crowd of supporters during the PDP presidential campaign in Makurdi, Benue State capital, Ayu begged Otom to come back to the PDP main fold so they could rebuild the party. He said, I am appealing to my younger brother, Governor Samuel Otom, to come back to the party so we can rebuild the party. Otom has nowhere to go. Ayu stressed that Akpazu visited his home after his preferred governorship aspirant lost his bid at a rerun primary, which was held following the candidate's death, whom Akpazu preferred as his successor. We have resolved the problem with Governor Akpazu and is coming back. 2 days ago, he was in my house because his candidate lost the primary, Ayu said. Ayu admonished party supporters to vote all PDP candidates in the forthcoming election, stressing that the only messiah is the PDP candidate, Atiku. 1 week is enough for us as a party to resolve our problems, Ayu said. So this space now, so the weekend space seems to have run its course. That January came and went, and they were not able to really point in any direction. So now we are not even hearing Wike and his silly singing and dancing anymore anywhere in the political landscape because he's somewhat faded out, having embarrassed himself publicly. So the expectation, of course, is that that place will start to break up. And what Ayu is telling us is that it has started to break up. So we can't really take Ayu's word for anything. A pathological liar, the person that lies more than him, of course, Atiku Abubakar. But is it your expectation that that place will start to break up? And every individual member of that G5 group, they will be stand-alone entities. Some will go back to the PDP. Some will just hold their counsel. But certainly Wike will stay to the end. But that is the end of the G5. So the Abia State governor makes his way back to PDP. Does this add to the enhancement of the possibility of an Atiku Abubakar presidency?
It does not. It does not add anything. Like the governor of Abia State, he cannot win the state for PDP. Peter Obi will win Abia State. All these governors, they are just empty, empty, except from Wike or Seyi Makinde is very strong. She is strong. I don't know anything about Ogwuanyi. Ifeanyi Ogwuanyi, I don't know much about him. And Otom must go back to PDP. He has no choice than to go back to PDP. Supporting Obi is just like wasting of votes, wasting of his energy, because the election is between Tinubu and Atiku. I expect it for them. Like I know they will break down the G5G Shin will break at a stage, and I think this is the right time to start it to where we will be seeing those the crackers be showing.
If they break up, sorry Femi, if they break up,
Okay.
what happens to the individual components of it? So if they break up, what happens to the individual components of it? Would they go back to their party with their tail between their legs, or would they break away from Wike, but then just abstain from anything outside of their own narrow interest in that? what happens to the individual components of the G5 group if the group does break up, which almost certainly it's already started to?
There's nothing, there's no components for politicians. There's no respect for politicians. All these people calling themselves integrity people, they are all about interest. They are fighting for their own interest. And when they meet if Atiku can promise Wike, this is what I will do for you, and he's sure that Atiku will fulfill it after winning the election, Wike will have to back down and we support him. They are all after him their individual interests. What is his name? Autumn want to go for Senate. Ikpeazu want to go for Senate. Ngwai want to go for Senate. Seyi Makinde is going for the governor seat for the second time. Wike is
Yes,
the only
but
one that
hold on. Are their chances not better enhanced under the banner of the party rather than as some renegade outsider with nowhere to go? Are their chances not better enhanced if they are somewhat realign themselves with their party?
yes, with their party, it is better for them to be under their party than to be saying that they are fighting against their party. It's better they should go back to their party, and I expect it. But they have already done a lot of damages to PDP since
But
last year to.
guys, sorry, if you say they should go back, they didn't leave the party. They are all contesting under the PDP party still. They are not just giving their support to Atiku. So it's not like they've left PDP. So I don't
Yeah,
get
but they're not wholly in
They
PDP, are
are not.
they?
They are not in PDP. They are just. It's just
One
like
leg
their
out, one leg
bodies in
in.
PDP. Their soul is
no,
not in
like
PDP.
Sheyi Makinde that is contesting for second time. Is he not contesting under PDP?
Yes, but
Yes.
Seyi Makinde is not backing the presidential seat.
That's what I'm saying. Like
So,
even the Senate.
they are 1 foot in, 1 foot out is really what it is, isn't it?
But that's what I'm saying. But they are still in that party. But
Yes, they
the
are
ones
in
Yeah,
that
there,
in
party.
body, not in spirit, as Femi said.
yeah,
In body, not in
Yes.
yeah.
spirit.
Well, okay. Carry
All
on.
right, round off that space, Femi, and then we're going to Saki.
Okay. Like I look at it like Ikpeazu does not have any other choice than to back down, and I understand what he's going through. Like you want to name your successor, and this man have power over you because he's the only one that can send the name to the INEC for them to be able to nominate to register your candidate as a candidate for the election. That is why Piazzu have to back down and he has to plead. He has to come and plead for the sake of his candidates. That is why I know that is the reason he let down his guide off, and PDP are now making mock of him because I don't expect them to make mock of him that come and visit me in my house. That is not necessary. That is not necessary. They are just playing them. And Autumn does not have any other choice also. Autumn will also come back. We also come
No,
and
but
plead.
do you not feel that Autumn has a longer journey back? Because he's been very vocal in his opposition both to Atiku Abubakar and especially Iyochia Ayu, which is very personal between them because, of course, they are both indigents of Benue State. But do you not think that the journey for Autumn back to the PDP is a longer route?
Yes, you are right. Because in my own way of seeing it now, Autumn going back to PDP now because he has done a lot of damage with his mouth, calling Fulani terrorists. You don't have to say that. You don't need that to say. You don't need to. And saying Fulani is it. We recently calling Sanusi that Sanusi is after my life.
Yeah,
Which
I
life?
saw that. Yeah.
What do you have with Sanusi? Where will Sanusi be looking after? We'll be fighting. These politicians, they are just they are comedians sometimes. I look at Autumn, the man is, I remember one time he accused Buhari people that they want to kill him. Every time they want to kill you, why are you scared? Do you have anything hidden that is that you are scared of? Because I don't. We used to say something in Yoruba that ẹni tí ò bá jẹ gbìn kì í kú gbìn. I don't know how to interpret it
But I
in
think
English
that
like that.
him being scared is just about the insurgents and the Fulani killing his people, and he was really vocal about it. That was why he
Ah,
was scared they were going to kill him then, because they were really attacking his convoy and all that. And there's a lot of killing in Benue, if you remember. So he was really tackling the presidency and that they are not doing anything, even though he complained. And they showed us a video where they had to do mass. That was a mass burial and all that. So I think that was his fear, like they were going to kill him too, because he was really vocal about it.
okay.
All right. Round up Femi and then let's go on to Saki.
Okay. For now, what I'm saying about the G5, the wall is cracking, and he have started from one. It will be two. It will be three. But I believe Wike will be the one man standing. No how. Wike will not go
There's
back
no
to
going back
PDP.
for Wiki anyway.
Wike is
And
not. Wike
if
is not going back.
Atiku wins the presidency, Wiki will go and replace Reno Mokri in Canada. He will go and
that
replace Reno Mokri in Canada.
that is that is what people are saying, that he will have to run out of the country because he knows it. He knows it. He has to work against Atiku with all means. With all means, he has to work against Atiku. And I pray that Tinubu won the election. That is what I want. But as of today, the way I'm seeing it, Atiku is having the edge over Tinubu.
All right, brilliant.
Thank
Well
you.
put.
One more. Yeah.
All right, stay with us. So let's go on from Femi then to Saki Fada, who joins us. So Saki, before we go to the stairs polls, I suspect that we'll be discussing polls all the way through to the very day of voting in with this election. So another poll has yet come out yet again. No surprises telling us Peter Obi would win. But before we get there, let's kick it off, Saki, with this commentary by Iyocha Ayu that the Abia state governor came to his house for reconciliatory talks, and he's now inviting, even almost pleading with the Tom to make that way back as well. So it huffed and puffed, but it did not blow the house down. The G5 now, their time went up on the 35th of January. Now somewhat of a laughing stock. Now their electoral fortunes now on the line. What are you then seeing then happening to that space? Do you think they start to break up and dissipate? And how many of them do you think will make their way back to the fold? Saki, Fada.
Well, let me start by quoting the invisible hand of Adam Smith. It is not out of the benevolence of the butcher that we see our daily meat, but rather the butcher comes out of self-interest, to profit. So what I'm trying to say is that all the politicians are guided by self-interest. If you were in the position of Ibazo, you will still do the same thing. When they were doing their G5, he never factored in the possibility of God taking the life of the supposed gubernatorial candidate. So when the person died, he was in a tight corner. We know that his government, his administration in Abia State was shambles. It was abysmal, and he knows that he needs somebody that will cover his wrath in Abia State by every means. So he needs a loyalist. And because he's no longer loyal to PDP, the chairman has every right to decide or determine who comes in that very primary. So it was like out of expediency to satisfy that self-interest that he needed to come down to his knees and beg, So at that very point, he's in a very tight corner and he will do the same. But however, another question we should ask is his presence in the G5 or absence from the G5. I don't think it really contributes anything to the voting dynamics, in this 2023 in Abia State. Abia people have already taken their position. It is very, very crystal clear that Abia is going to have a new governor from a new party, very, very crystal clear. No matter how the permutations want to happen, Abia is going all in for the alleged Oti guy. So I congratulate him. At least this is his third attempt. He has been trying under different platforms. But this time around, he's one of the great beneficiaries of the B phenomenon. So if you were Okeze Bazo, that is what you should do. And this governor that is vacillating and perambulating around with the G5, it doesn't have any value in the East. I mean, Ifan Ugwanye, right, of Enugu State. Whether he is with the G5 or not with the G5, it doesn't contribute anything to the voting dynamics to the in Enugu State. So I think he should just decide where he wants to be, whether to still be with the G5 or to still be with his PDP party, whatever. Even if he's with his PDP party, whatever, he's not going to contribute anything to the electoral value of PDP now in this cycle in Enugu State. So I think what Ibazu did is just, I think we should call it necessity. It is very necessary for him, that he does that. Otherwise, if he hadn't done that, he wouldn't have got this this person to be the Guba candidate. So that's what I think in my view.
All right, taking you to this tiers poll now. So, without taking us on some convoluted journeys directly to it, Obi will win on large voter turnout. Low turnout favors Tinubu. So, this is a company called Steers, Stears. So, they conducted this poll to tell us that the greater the number of voter turnouts, the more favorable it is to Peter Obi. So is that turning logic on its head, Saki Fada?
Anyway, I wouldn't want to spend much time on analyzing polls on this platform, because definitely the platform doesn't is not friendly to polls. So I think
What do
discussing
you mean? We've run about 5 ourselves, so you can't
no, no,
say
no,
that.
no, no. What I mean by being friendly to poll from maybe outsiders, polls that are conducted from other outside environments, sort of. So I wouldn't think it should be. It's going to be a productive discussion, if we keep spending time on analyzing polls here. But I want to correct what Femi said when he is talking about the sample size. That at least the sample size should be up to 50,000 before he agrees that we can rely on polls. You can study what happens everywhere in the world. There is no part of the world that has conducted poll with as much size of 50,000. You know, I've never seen a country that conducts poll even with about more than 5,000. I've never seen that. 5,000 is even too much. In the polls conducted by different countries. So there is no way we will expect a poll to be. And again, you said the poll. I think what I read from that current poll, I think they said they conducted the poll with about 6,200 and
Yeah,
6,200
6,200. Yeah, 6,200 people.
and again,
Is that a representative sample of well in excess of 230 million people?
no, the very easy way to answer this is to look at an aregre of a pot of soup. You are cooking a soup that is filled, a pot that is filled with soup. How do you know that this very soup is very salty? Do you have to test all the soup before you know that it is very salty, or do you just take one spoon to decide that this soup is very salty? So if we should understand this, we should also understand what sampling means. So I've always reiterated here that the most important thing we should ask in sample is it
I
systematic?
don't agree with your analogy though.
No. The most important way to
Yeah, that analogy was very, but it's like the sample very skewed. But I carry on.
no,
Everything was going into the same
no,
pot anyway, but in the
Yeah.
you
political
don't need
arena,
to.
it's different.
No, you don't need to really accept what I say. What I've always said here is, if samples are, no matter how sample should be, nobody knows how large a sample is. If I ask you now, how large should a sample be before you accept a result? Out of a population of maybe 200 and something million people, you could just say, this is what I think about what a large sample should be here. So there is no like barometer to test what a large sample should be, you know. But I think the most important aspect of sampling is that we should allow that sample to be random. It should be randomized, not sample that is more systematically, generated, And again, another thing we should also tell pollers is to repeat their polling. Maybe if you have done with 1,000, why not try 3,000 and increase it to 3,000 and see what happens? Try it again with 5,000, see what happens. So I think when it is done repeatedly, we could also say there is every tendency to rely on pollings that have been repeated.
All right. So leaving aside the systems for one moment, the outcome of it telling us that just applying simple logic, telling us that the larger the voter turnout, the more
Yeah.
favorable it is to Peter Obi. Is that consistent with your reasoning? Do you
Well,
align yourself? Do you
I,
align yourself with that?
I think I will align with myself with that. Reason being that if there is large turnout, suppose in Lagos now, people come out so massively in Lagos, how many are the Aboros? How many can they come and overwhelm that crowd? They cannot.
No.
You
Forget that the Agbero element for a moment.
No,
But
no,
let's stick with the large voter
yeah,
turnout. So if there are
yeah.
large, and let's put a percentage to it. Let's say there is a 50 to 60 let's say 60 actually to 70% voter turnout nationwide. How does that favor Peter Obi? 60 to 70% voter turnout nationwide. How does that favor Peter Obi?
I wouldn't know how I can analyze it. The only way I can analyze it is this instance I give. Because I am factoring in the possibility that the lower the turnout, the possibility of the miscreants, to perform whatever they want to do. But if
No,
the
leave the
turnout is
miscreants
low,
because the miscreants are
no, you
moving
have to
slow.
no,
Go
you
with
have
the
to
figures.
no, 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 no. You have to
You are
always
going with
factor it.
intrigencies. Leave the there are
No,
peculiar intrigencies in every area. So leave the intrigencies and go with the figures. If there is a 60 to 70% voter turnout, how does that favor Peter Obi nationwide?
I don't know how best to another explain it. Maybe they should tell better. I will still read what they said about it. I don't know. But the only thing I saw in the poll that I liked is where they said that they decided to allot some percentages to undecided voters. I think they said that they allotted up to like 43%. Let's assume that 43% of the undecided voters, is going to Tinubu. I think they did that kind of analysis. So
Why do you think they did that? There is no science beyond that, beyond that, of course.
no,
But
no, 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 no.
why do you think they would do that?
No, it is very, very. They will do that because even if you take this panel, this platform, for instance, most people here will not be able to reveal who they want to vote for, but deep down themselves,
Example, Saki, example of such people.
no, I don't want to give examples, but
Why
deep
not?
Are
down
you feeling
themselves,
guilty,
no, no,
Kulata?
not
Look at
guilty,
this.
not guilty. No, I don't want to say kulata.
Look at
I don't
that.
want to say kulata. No, I don't want to say kulata so that I don't
I
want to
want
give
to
examples.
move
Yeah,
a
but
step trap, Saki.
what I'm trying to say in effect is that let me tell you, most people are like people on this panel will not want to reveal who they want to vote for, But deep down themselves, they know that, naturally, if this thing is coming to South, I think I have to naturally go for maybe for this very person, not because he's too good, but because I want it to come to this place. You understand what I'm trying to say? So they will not want to reveal, their this thing. So I think the guy made a very conservative. I think the analysis is quite, when you are trying to the other side, give them more percentage, because if he had given Obi maybe 40, say the undecided should 40% of that should go to Obi. There is no way anybody might naturally want to believe that. So I would think, in my own way of thinking, I would think that most undecided voters are not actually telling themselves the truth. They don't want to make it public. They are already decided already. And I think there is every tendency that greater percentage of those undecided voters, I will expect, if you ask me, I will expect are those that might want to tilt towards APC. So
all
that's
right. Okay, let me hold you to that space, Saki.
yeah, there is something I wanted to correct
Okay,
before I forget. Femi,
okay, go on. Then
yeah,
I'll
Femi,
add my
please.
question at the end. Yeah.
Femi, please. These
Yeah.
are not these perception, or rather thinking that if Peter Obi doesn't win, the whole Igbos will go into protest and the nation will go into crisis. Please, let's not keep talking about this.
But do you not see how
The
the
only
space is
thing,
whipping? Hold on now.
no.
Do you not see how
The only
the
thing,
space is whipping itself up
no.
into a frenzy?
No. Look at the only thing that even fears me much. Look at what I'm more afraid of. If you ask me, I'm afraid of a situation where, although it is counterfactual, it is subject to maybe a lot of arguments, but I'm making the counterfactual situation where maybe miraculously a Labour Party is announced the winner of Lagos State. That is the one that even worries me much. Because
So, Isaki, it's going to be a miracle for Peter Obi to win, Abi?
No, I'm not saying
You
winning
just said
Nigerian.
miraculously. You just said
I'm
miraculously.
talking about Lagos, and I'm using miraculously. No. I'm using the word miraculously so as not to make people on this platform flame up, because you guys have already said that Lagos PDP
No,
cannot
now
win.
why are you judging us on the platform like this? Everybody knows
No,
who
that is what
wins.
you. So
Everybody supports
I'm
him.
using
You keep
I'm
saying the
using the
platform,
word.
the platform, the platform. You've
No,
been
I'm
talking.
using the
Nobody's
word.
accusing you or saying
No.
anything.
No. See. The platform here, everybody believes that it is not possible that Peter B is going to win Lagos. I'm using
Not
Lagos.
everybody. Not
Many people,
everybody, my
a
brother.
lot of people that I've talked to say there is no way Peter B will win Lagos. So what worries me so much is a situation where something like this happens. Imagine a situation where Peter B is announced, the Labour Party is announced winner of Lagos State, for instance. I think I will expect more protests in that situation, because it will be like the Igbos are doing business in Lagos. Yet they don't want to accept us. They didn't vote for a Tinubu. I think it might stoke up certain kind of crisis, especially from maybe some of the Aboros. So that's what worries me the most. But if it is the other way around, I don't think any reasonable Igbo person will want to destroy his business, will want to scatter his business just because he want to protest. So that's what I'm thinking. So this narrative that if Peter Obi is not announced the winner, the nation will break down. I don't buy into that narrative, please.
But do you not find somewhat the language of the that space? Do you not find the language somewhat excessive
There
and
is no there
perhaps
is
even worrisome?
if you are too present on social media, not on platform here, too present on social media, you will see that there are vile languages coming from every like different groups. There are people from APC groups that are making some vile languages. There are people from a PDP groups that are also making some languages that are uncalled for, and there are also people from the obedient side who are also making this kind of this thing. But to push it entirely to it is coming from obedient side, I don't buy into that. don't think it is a correct analysis. And let's not keep saying that if Obi doesn't win election, that the nation will scatter. Please, it's not a good thing to say. Please,
No, well, maybe not the nation, but perhaps the southeast. Do you not envisage attacking
what we should be praying for?
federal
No,
parastatal?
no. What we should be praying for is let the election be seen to be free and fair. Let the election be seen to be free and fair. Do you understand? So, for instance,
do you think it's very important that immediately after the results are announced, Peter Obi comes very quickly to concede defeat, to douse down the excesses of his followership?
why don't you say it is also important that when the result is announced, Tinubu quickly comes to concede defeat so that he will down the.
It's important that all the losers come out.
So that is the way you should say it.
But more so Peter Obi, because he has whipped his space up into a frenzy.
No. Don't push it to any of the candidates. Push it to any of the candidates that loses. And that is the best thing to do for any candidate that loses the election. Don't whip up sentiments.
Saki, sorry. Yeah. I don't know why you don't want to agree. I know you are not like that. I've been on the platform and I've seen
I should agree that Peter Obi will not win.
No, not Peter Obi winning now. About Peter Obi supporters, people supporting Peter Obi. Yeah. I don't see why you are trying to balance it. If you want to weigh it up, the Peter Obi supporter, both online, in real life, seeing people face to face, they are so arrogant, and the way they talk to people,
I will read out.
You are not support is more than the others. If you even say APC supporter, a PDP supporter, they will be trying to analyze for the Peter Obi supporter, even online. They will still abuse them before those ones now being jacked up before they now abuse them back. It's the Peter Obi supporters that are more like that.
Can I ask you a very simple question? Have you been reading tweets by Femi Fanikayode? Have you been reading his tweets?
Once in a while.
So how do you characterize his tweets? Do you see?
Can't pick one person. I'm saying almost every Peter Obi supporter online.
There is another tweet
that has another opinion of Peter Obi, or that throws a question about Peter Obi, or that shows support for another candidate, which is the constitutional right of anybody to support whoever they think they want to support. But Peter Obi supporters come online to abuse anybody. Once you say anything PDP or APC, you are in for it. Over 10,000 people, 13,000 people will be abusing the person. Different comments and all that. And I don't know why you don't want to agree. Everybody sees this. Everybody sees it.
All right. You are not the spokesperson for the Obedient, by the way. We know you as a gentleman, of course. So, Saki Father, round off your thoughts on that space. And then I want a quick commentary from you on this narrative of Tinubu trying to change 22 billion old Naira notes into new one for vote buying in the north. This is coming out of the PDP. So to that, and then we go on to Tiger. Saki Father.
All right. So that one is it's mere propaganda. They are just pushing propaganda. But at the same time, I think that this thing that is happening in the Nigerian space is really caused. I don't want to blame the CBN for that. I think I will blame the commercial banks. One man, there are a lot of problems in Nigeria. Every sector in Nigeria is hurting. The corruption that is in Nigeria is really rooted in the system. It is very endemic. It has really crippled all aspects of our national life. You go to judicially, one is not even sure of getting justice. Simple policy of change Naira. Every bank is giving money. I saw videos of even EFCC going to one bank branch, asking the bank manager, we can see that you still have 92 million Naira in this branch. You have 92 million Naira still in this branch. And people are outside. You are telling people that there is no money. So why are commercial banks holding these monies? So it is evident that the CBN, the federal government at that very level, has really issued these new currencies to the level that may have taken care of this upsurge in people demanding this new currency. But most of the banks are holding it. Why are they
creating? Do you know why that is?
I don't know why it is.
The CBN has not released enough of the currency sufficient enough for both the political space and the rest of the nation. So what this bank seems to be doing is they are hoarding the new notes for the politicians because the CBN has not pumped enough out to satiate both spaces.
So that is the issue, which means it is the politicians that are causing this. That is the issue. So
well,
that
no,
is
it's
the
the
issue.
CBN
So
not
what I
releasing
expect,
enough. The economy demands a certain level of cash injection, and the CBN is stifling it. So it's still the CBN.
No, I don't understand what you mean by the economy demands certain level of cash injections.
Well, they are not injecting sufficient enough to satiate all the needs of the country.
No. See, I think this is the way it works. They give every bank branch a certain amount daily. If that very amount is exhausted, the nearest what do we call it, CBN branch will bring another value. But the branch has to show how this money were disbursed. I think that is what the CBN was doing. But the issue is that they just decided to create artificial scarcity. So the people we should actually be blaming is the commercial banks. But I will blame the CBN from the angle of implementation, inspection. That is why P2B will always tell you, people do what they are inspected and not what they are expected, something like that. So you need to actually, monitor these people using every tool of the government, every security apparatus to monitor each of the banks. And if I were the CBN, what I would have even done is every bank as at this time should have at least one representative coming from central bank from this time till the time of election. That very representative will be in the branch, making sure that these money are being disbursed by the bank branch, monitoring them.
Is that not an over bureaucratized system?
No. It's let me tell you, when I expect you to do something, you renege in doing that, then I have to actually, because we are talking about the welfare of the population of the people. So if the commercial bank is not doing what they are they are expected to do, the Apex Bank, being the what do we call it, being the financial regulator, being the apex regulator in the money market, should actually monitor the activities and make sure that they actually do what they are directed to do. How can you be? Yesterday I saw this video. I was like, I don't know the particular bank, but I saw that very video where they came in and was telling the bank branch, we can see you still have balance of 92 million of this currency in this branch. Yet people are outside crying and you're telling them that there is no money. So I think Buhari should not be blamed in this very situation for this very policy, because people are quick to say, why is Buhari getting this policy at this time? The people we should blame, the people that are actually the cankerworms, are these very commercial banks. I think the EFCC should take up all those bank managers, take them, let them face the lot of the law. Because if you don't do that, they will keep doing this kind of thing. You are piling money for, indirectly, we say it is politicians that are still causing it. I saw the protest that is going on today in Abeokuta, and I saw somebody that was shot. I was just crying. I could not bear that very sight. Citizens are become the what do we call it, the victims of this circumstance. So that's my point there. That's my point. Whatever PDP is saying, I think it's propaganda they are just pushing there,
All right, thank you. So thank you, Saki. Stay with us. Let's take the conversation on to Tiger in the city. And Tiger, let me, because a lot of people feel that the momentum has somewhat swung in the direction of Atiku Abubakar. And some of the optics of the politics may suggest that. Watch this, Tiger. So that was Tinubu campaigning in Katsina State, Malam Buhari's own home state, and as it chants APC, the crowd will back say Atiku. So the pendulum somewhat swinging in the direction of the PDP now. All of the permutations, the backlash against the Naira swap debacle, the G5 governors whose will has now been broken, Atiku, like a phoenix out of the flames, at the last minute. Is he going to peep Tinubu at the post? Tiger.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, woman, and all the pundits and listeners as well, and those who are writing down comments on the comment section as well. Um, um, Looking at that rally there, I think I first of all say the effect of the naira change has affected the rally because I think possibly those people they knew that the effect of the naira would affect Tinubu's campaign in Katsina, and they send their own people to go there as well, so that when they shout APC, the some of the crowd member will shout PDP.
Okay,
That's
you think it's orchestrated?
Yes, it's a good plan if they do that, because yes, they knew they would do that. But I'm not so neglecting that the naira coloration has not affected the mood, how people feel about the APC ruling party. No matter Tinubu is not the one ruling, but in hindsight, all of them are joined to the hip. They are counted as one people, whether Buhari or not. In as much as they are APC members or APC top entrepreneurs, they are counted as one person. It's not only PDP that this has impacted or have given some leverage. It's also Labour, because according to the poll that you've shown there, it shows that Labour in Katsina, which surprised me actually in Katsina, I think they're about 30 something percent in Katsina. I think, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, about 30 something percent in Katsina. So, and these are the areas where uh, what do they call them? The terrorists, the bandits, they've done some damage. And I think within the last 1 week, 84 people were killed in that environment. And we are not even people are not even talking about it. So if you are from that area or that location, would you want to vote anyone from APC to come back to power? No. Despite that the president come from Katsina, he couldn't even protect them. So they are looking for other alternative. I think there is anger in those area, and rightly so. So they want someone who can help them or negotiate with the bandits that the terror will stop. So I think those are the factors militating against Tinubu's campaign, and that's why Atiku's stake is maybe might be going higher in those states.
And to this polling by this organization called Steers, that tells us that the larger the voter turnout, the more enhanced Peter Obi's chances of victory is. So is that turning logic on its head? Because a lot of these pollings, are they centrally focused on the noise being made in the South and then transmuting that to reflect the will of the whole country? Because there is nothing in logic to suggest that a larger voter turnout means a Peter Obi victory, or is there, Tiger?
Yeah, one man. The landscape, the political landscape has changed a bit. Before, it used to be uh, the devil and the deep blue sea. Like, for example, it used to be a two political party, like majorly. But now there are third force, NNPP, and also the Labour Party coming to the equation. Um, so what is happening now is that people have realized that there is other alternative political parties there that can maybe at least bring the condition uh, that people are suffering, bring into some kind of reduce it to become comfortable, not harsh and not tedious, and to stop all this killing, because the this is a protest vote by people. That's why I say it used to be two political parties. Either you belong to APC or PDP, but people have realized that PDP ruled 16 years and APC have ruled 8 years now. And some of these people in APC, they were formerly members of PDP, and they have found out that there's no difference between these two political parties, no ideological differences, and they may not care about them, about their circumstances. So that's what the poll is showing us, that this is a protest vote, and that's what it's going to be. It's a protest vote to dislodge.
But is that protest in the north? Is it going to talk? Because I keep citing the examples of places like Yobe, Borno, Gombe, Sokoto, etc. If they are protesting against the ruling party, are they going to protest in the direction of the Labour Party? Is the thing, because this is what this poll is suggesting to us.
Um, sorry, excuse me.
Yeah.
The reason why they said the larger, the more vote, the larger the population of voting, the more people will vote to be. It means that they've they've done a survey where people, they know, maybe they did ask people what is aggrieving them, like the aggravation. It could be a factor. So that's why they said that if a larger population of Opitobi might win, they must also attribute that to the demographic that is going to come out in this voting. It could be the youth. I'm not saying all youth will vote for P2B, but what is motivating people to get their PVC? Why would they want to? People who hadn't voted or who didn't, maybe, let's say, we are not even talking of the youth, because when we talk about youth in Nigeria, we're talking about 40 something years to 18 years, right? So, or 20 years old. But these are the people, probably they're in their 30s and they've not even voted, or they didn't have interest. Why are people having interest in this election to vote? And then one factor is to get APC out of the governance. That's it could be that's their measure why they gave those
Yes,
things.
but why would they turn in the direction of Peter Obi is the question. Why would a protest vote against the APC
Well,
in the
like,
north? Let's focus on the north for a
yeah,
moment.
but
Turn in the direction of
yeah,
Peter
but
Obi.
not according to the poll. In some state, the APC is leading, right? And also in some state, PDP leading. But only that Labour, they've gotten a threshold of part of the votes there, which people are not expecting. So it's a protest vote. Like I said, they envision, if you are the same people, the same persons or personnel that ruled 16 years ago, or uh, 10 years ago, and you also join APC, you are the same people that are ruling again. So they don't see much difference in between these two political parties. So that's why the factors are shifting. Maybe that's why they gave that factor.
All right, brilliant. And to the space, the G5 are the all the hoopla and the brouhaha and all the singing and dancing. This is where it's ended up. So they promised us by the 31st. We did not hear anything, and it looks as though they are slowly starting to shift away from each other. The Abia State Governor, according to Yocha Ayu, just in our meeting with him 2 days ago. So are we seeing now the breaking up of that G5? And if they do break up, how do you think they would individually politic?
Yeah, for the fact that for a while, for how many months, they couldn't um, specify where they're going to pitch their tent, but still claiming that they're in PDP. Perhaps they were waiting that Atiku and Ayu will come and negotiate with them. But my suspicion has always been that the longer they kept it going that way, they will fail at one point or the other, because they haven't taken the action. They're supposed to have made up their mind and take action. And that thing is that Ikpeazu visiting IU, It might be wicked that sent him to go and visit Ayu and convey their message to Ayu. So, and Ikwazu has not brought a reporter saying what he communicated with Ayu was contrary to what Ayu is saying. So he has not brought that reporter. So, but no one knows how this is going to pan out now. But they left it too late, and if actually Ikpeazu went and to Ayu's house without first of all informing Wike, the leader of the pack, then he will count it as treacherous, and that won't bode well with them. I heard someone saying, because I think Saki father said, because Ikpeazu need to get his governor to vote. I mean, the person who was governor, who's supposed to run under PDP, I think the person passed away. So that Ikpeazu is going to Senate. Ikpeazu don't need Ayu to in order to win that senatorial seat. But I'm so glad that Alex Oti will finally go be elected, because we've been wanting Alex Oti to get elected. Oh my God, he went under PDP, went under APC, yet they were just they, they were just not electing him because he doesn't have the money, the monetary aspect to buy delegates or secure vote as party representative, because Alex Oti is not corrupt, and he also come from the banking world as well. Vera groups, they had Alex Oti for many years, and Alex Oti did narrate what he would like to do for Abia State, because I'm from Abia State myself. And I'm so happy. Even if Alex Oti was under APC, I would have voted for him. We want Alex Oti, and I hope he gets through. At one time, they wanted to. There was assassination plot against Alex Oti. He only escaped by skin. They nearly killed him. They sent people to assassinate him. So if Abia State get Alex Oti, he was going to do very, very well, because in the
It sounds
southeast,
as though you would do very, very well as well. If Alex Oti, is this you waiting for contracts? What was going on here, Saki? Look at this guy.
no. It's not. No. I don't even know him.
Is he your party man?
No. One of my cousins, distant cousin, have told me about Alex Oti several years ago. But he keep pushing, he keep doing. That's what we're telling Showore. Keep doing what you're doing. You get there one day. And Alex keep coming and coming and coming. But Alex is honest man. He has good plan. Alex is one of those people. Within 4 years, you could see the transformation he would bring to a city. So I'm very happy for him to have get elected. Under Labour, I think he can get elected. Yeah, if the labor machinery in Abia State, if they can support him and ask people to support him, that now it doesn't depend upon party, it depends upon individuals who are representing the party to do well. Not only party, sometimes party person doesn't do well, but an individual that belongs to another party can do very, very well. So I'm very happy if Alex Oti can be elected. I have nothing to do with Alex Oti. I don't even know him.
Look at that. Just share the dollars round. That's all we
No, one man, to be honest, I do not know him. I do not know him from Adam. I don't know him.
Yes, Alexander Gomez is just reminding us. There was a time Alex Oti went to his house, and he showed that. I remember that. When he came to your house, Alexander. So that's Alexander Gomez.
Yes, can Mr. Alexander share at least when he came to his house how he felt about Alex Oti, and did Alex present political ambition, and did he say what he would like to do for Abia State if elected or anything like that?
All right. So that's a question for you, Alex. So
No,
Alexander,
it's not for it. That's for yes, Mr.
Alexander, yeah.
Clemens, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm sure he'll respond soon enough. So thank you, Taga. So for the benefit of time, let's take the conversation on to Ajale Koko. And Ajale Koko, in America, you say another day, another dollar, but it looks as though in Nigeria it's another day, another Peter Obi opinion poll. But a lot of those polls, they tell us that Peter Obi will win, which is quite a wonder in itself. But then when you look under the bonnet of these polls, it's even you are befuddled with even more wonderment. So now talk me through this logic then, that the higher the voter turnout, the more favorable it is to Peter Obi. That does not compute with my understanding, but then of course I have limitations. So what is the logic behind that, Ajan Lekoko?
Thank you. Thank you, woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. I don't know the parameter that person used to come to that conclusion that if we have more people come out to vote, Peter Obi will win. I think it might be reaching that conclusion for the reason that if more people come out this time, definitely it's going to be for protest vote against the established party. But where will those go? Those new vote go to? Nobody can determine that. We have Shore there, we have Adewale there, we have other candidates there that some other people might want to really vote for, to say, look, the end is the end. It's time to end this established politician. Does someone want to tell me that Obi is not one of the establishment politician or one of the old guard that Nigerians doesn't want them in position of power anymore? So millions of Nigeria, they don't see Obi as any new thing. Particularly people from other region of the country, except the southeast. Yeah, the southeasterner might see him. Oh, yeah, it's a new thing. It's their man. It's the first time to see one of them gaining momentum, and as a result of that, he represents a new direction for them. But to some other people in other parts of the country, they might not see it like that. So how those people come to that conclusion that the more votes we have this time, the more turnout for the more turnout for presidential vote means that Obi will win. It's just a nonsensical conclusion, and it's just I think it's
You know what always puzzles me, Ajanle Koko,
yeah.
is that I wonder if those pollings, if they take into account the peculiarities of the vast expanse of the country, if there is protest vote against the government taking place in Borno, I am not confident that they will be voting for Labour Party. Certainly not. Or Yobe, or Gombe, or Jigawa, or Sokoto, and this is where a good sizable numbers of the votes are. You know, you may well say in the south they may consider Peter Obi to vote against the ruling party, but certainly I cannot see that in the north as them wanting to punish Buhari and the APC and Tinubu and then go on. I cannot see it. It doesn't cohere with logic.
It does not. They don't want to factor in the tribal sentiments that this election will attract. They don't want to think about that. Even if we want to go even tribal, the least registered region in Nigeria is Southeast. And if we want to talk about even the youth, the least registered youth in Nigeria are Southeasterners youth. So if they are banking on, if they are
Is that
banking on,
the least registered tribe?
Region, he said.
region,
No, apart from region, then
Yeah,
what about the tribe as Igbo? Is
yeah,
that the
yeah. That's
least
what
registered
I
tribe?
said. The Easterners youth, among all the youth in all geographical zones in Nigeria, they are the least registered. So all these lies saying Nigerian youth are supporting one person, it's not true. It's just lie being championed around the internet and championing lies around. The greatest, the largest registered region in that country is it's northwest, followed by southwest. Same with the youth. The youth of the southwest registered more than every other youth in that country, followed by even the southwest. I don't know where you get all this lie from. Some people will be coming out through just this lie poll, and they think that they can use this lie poll just to confuse people and then, bring some kind of a kind of psychological effect on Nigeria to vote for one candidate. It's not going to work. It doesn't even make sense at all. So all this polling, I don't know. Let's just wait and see how this. Some people will carry out polling among 3,000 people, and they want to justify that to represent the totality of where Nigerian people stand or where they are going to vote. How does that make sense? 3,000 and polling on internet, on the phone. You don't go to rural area. You don't. Let's just forget all this.
All right. Ajale Koko, so to the space, these are 22 point something billion that the PDP has come out to say that old Naira notes are in Kano facilities. Tinubu wanting to change, the Tinubu campaign team wanted to change into new notes to buy elections in the north. This is coming out of the PDP, of course, but are we to disregard this as just the usual mudslinging that goes with politics?
Yeah, it's just propaganda by then. They just trying to use this time that we have this cash problem in Nigeria, particularly as we have seen that Tinubu is talking against the implementation of this new policy, scarcity of Naira, scarcity of petrol. They're trying to use this propaganda, to justify their position, the anti-Tinubu position. So it's just one of those dirty game just to confuse people and then to rubbish the APC candidate. 22 billion naira. So from Kano to where? Is that Kano? Is that a share of Kano? Are they going to, how much have they allocated for each state of the federation? They're talking of Kano alone, that they have 22 billion. Look, a lot of people that are thinking that politicians cannot get money to run their election or to do the vote buying Maybe those people are not living. Maybe they are citizens of different country. They don't know how politicians operate, and they don't know the power that these people have. You know, the power that these people have built around them for this long time, that they have run this for 23 years, that they have run this this dispensation of our democracy, this fourth republic rather. So politicians don't go to bank. The banks come to them. That is number one. The banks come to them. The top of the toppest of bank executive go to each state of the federation lobbying politicians for fund to open account with them, to bank with them. And when it comes to the time for politicians to say, "Oh, I need favor from you," you think they will not take the money to them? They won't go to bank. The bank comes to them. All those young ladies that the bank sent out to go and source for fund. You think politician doesn't invest in the banks? You think the bank directors and the board members, you think they don't have connection with politicians? I mean, what are you guys talking about? So, look, Atiku Abubakar or PDP that are talking all this rubbish, they do not even need money themselves to run the election, to run the logistics and other things. Every politician, even the OB, does he not own a bank? Does OB not own Fidelity Bank? If OB needs some cash now, new cash today, the new note that is cash everywhere, he can get it through his Fidelity Bank. That's to tell you how powerful politician is, how powerful they are, rather. Obu can get that cash in millions at any time because he owns the bank.
Can I interject, Ajala Koko? That is not true because the government gave directive, central bank gave directive through the government or whichever, they are both government, that you cannot take more than certain amount at
Hey,
one
forget about
time.
that. Forget about that. You are talking as if you are from Ghana.
You know they are being
Ghanaian.
monitored. You know they are being monitored.
Forget about that. You are talking as a Ghanaian. You are not talking. You are not realistic this time around. It's
okay.
They are being monitored, so they don't have. You think that there is no loophole in everything.
You know, there was one bank manager that withheld that store 29 million naira new of the new printed money, and he was hoarding the money. So these people, they are being monitored at Jelekoko. It's not like they will get away scot-free like that by siphoning money to politicians. It's not that easy. If it was that easy, they wouldn't come out and complaining. A whole set of governors.
Why the money not in circulation there? Why the money not in circulation? Why are people suffering to get the money?
Because the bank managers are hoarding it.
Oh, hoarding it.
Yeah, why are they hoarding it?
Why are they hoarding it? Hoarding it for what?
Yeah, they want to give it to politicians, but they are being monitored. That's what I'm saying. They are being monitored.
So for 3 months now that this money been out, every kobo, I mean every money that they have pushed out there, where has it gone to? Where has those money gone to?
Well, they are
Who
still
collected
hoarding
the
it.
money?
They are hoarding it.
Hoarding it, so they will just hold it. Hold
on,
and they will
Mr.
not dispense it.
Hold on, Mr. Ajala. They are holding it in order to dispense the money.
So they've not been dispensing it. Hold on. Look at the way you are talking. So they get money from central bank. So they will not file their return how they dispense it before they get another one. So they will just keep holding, and central bank will keep on releasing money for them, and they will not show record how they dispense that money before they get another batch of it. So they just holding it for what?
No. Now you are talking, saying so won't they show record? That means it's an indictment on the bank managers because they need to prove how they dispense like 50 million naira in 1 week or in 2 weeks.
Tiger, I want you to have a look at this thing that I'm putting on the screen now. It's from the BBC. Where is it? So have a look at this. Can you see?
I know of
I've seen it.
where bank give 500 million new note cash.
So forget they are monitoring or they're not monitoring. So that's El Rufai telling you what's going on right there. But there it is.
What
Yeah.
I'm saying, that politicians, by the virtue of their position in government, as the head of government, have connections, have business dealings with the banks, and they will surely give that money to the state. If the state, let's say Lagos State government now, with the bank, with their banker, and they said we need this new note in the sum of so, you think you think they won't give it to the state government? And who are the people that are running that state? Are they not the politicians? Let me tell you guys don't know how things operate in Nigeria. You think politicians will run any policy that will go against their own interests for the benefit of the people? Do you think so?
God bless you, sir.
Do you think so? Do you think Emefiele himself, do you think he's not a politician as well? Do you think he wants to do anything to anything that will run against the interest of the politician? Why did Emefiele travel out of the country when he was expected to be in the lead in the implementation of this policy that of the policy that he ought to implement? Why was he missing for several weeks? You guys don't know. You guys don't know. You don't know your country well. If you know the way your country is being run, you won't be jumping up and think that, oh, they have killed the politician. This money, they won't be able to get it. They have the money already. If terrorists in the forest can display this new note, that they have it in millions. I watched a video where terrorists were displaying this money, that the money that you guys are killing yourself over in the city, we in the bush, we have this garden money. If they can have it, then the politicians that own the banks, you said they cannot have it. Your Peter Obi is one of the owner of a bank, and it cannot be there's no way that he wants any amount that he can't get it. And that is why you see Peter Obi never go after central bank, never even oppose the implementation, never even say anything. He was dilly-dallying here and there. It was praising federal government, praising central bank. It never on the side of the people that are going through the pains. But rather, he was even saying that people have to go through pains whenever there is money, change of currency like that. And I don't know anywhere in this advanced country where I live where they change the currency and the citizens have to go through pains. But that is what your Peter Obi is telling you Nigerians, that you must go through pains because for the implementation of this currency. But you guys never see anything wrong in what is said.
Baba Jaloko, sir. Sorry
Yes.
to chip in. I don't understand people, to be honest. Tinubu complaining about it is because it's affecting his own ambition, because everybody now is taking what they are taking from Buhari to take it out on him. It's affecting him because it's Buhari regime and they believe they are the same. If Tinubu wants that new Naira, he doesn't need to complain before he gets it. He's only complaining because it's affecting the masses. The scarcity is affecting the masses, and the masses are blaming it on APC. And they are taking it out on him that is contesting now. That is why he had to come. And I was even surprised Obituary is backing it up, because they think, oh, I think Obi is just playing on people's emotional intelligence, to be honest. You see that people are thinking, oh, you want to use it to bribe for election. So him too, he came out and said, it's good. For his supporters to think, okay, that is the right direction. Tinubu coming out, if he needs the money, he has several ways to get the money. They already have the money in millions.
Can I ask one question? Why is it that it's APC governors that are complaining? Why is it them? they are coming out shouting about it. It
Yeah, because
means
it's their regime. They are the
no,
ruling
they
party.
have
They are the
intention
ruling
of
party.
rigging. They have
And the
intention
funny
of
thing,
bribing
my
people.
brother, the funny thing is,
Tiger, the complaint is because the backlash against the policy is going to be against the ruling party, so that's why they're complaining.
exactly, it's as simple as that. Carry on, sir.
They know, the obedience, they all know, they all they do their own. Now, stupidness, now they worry obedience.
My sister, you don't come.
Ajala, is that your wife?
No, that's the woman you were talking
enigmatic wife. Where's enigmatic?
All right, back to Ajale Koko. Yes. So yeah, round up that space and then give us a brief commentary on EU chair. Are you coming out to say that the G5 group, they're slowly making their way back to the fold? Abia State Governor returns to PDP according to the chairman, and he's now trying to woo Tom. So now the G5 now, is it going to be one man standing by the time we get to the final week of the elections, Ajanle Koko?
Well, before I go to the G5 thing, so let me just conclude on that Naira note. So our people should wise up, man. They shouldn't see this. I mean, I don't know the way you people feel. I feel pain in my heart for watching several videos that shows Nigerian people suffering to get their money. I feel pains. There one that I watch, bank officials climbing the fence to the other side to the next in order to escape to the next building because they don't have the money to give people, a lot of people outside. And they're afraid that if you go outside, they could be lynched. When do we turn to a country like that? Bank official carry ladder against the wall and climb with ladies in their skirts, climbing to jump to the other house, other building, in an effort to escape for being lynched by the people. And you people are justifying this? Do you know how many people, how people in the rural area, do you know the suffering and pains they are going through? In Abakaliki and even in Anambra that you guys, garden people came from, that are justifying this nonsense.
Mr. Ajala, please mind your language. You know you're a respected pundit.
No. I'm talking about you obedient.
No, don't talk like that.
Ajali Koka. Don't
insult
everybody.
You know you're elder.
Do you know how much your people in the east, in the rural area, do you know how much pain they are going through?
But why do you have to use goddamn people?
Exactly.
What is that? Ajali, you are too old for that.
I'm talking about you goddamn obedient that are justifying this nonsense.
Oh, so Mr. Ajah, please don't. You know you are. I don't know how old you
You
are.
guys,
not all obedient.
He's always using that word. It doesn't mean any harm. He's always
no, but no.
Now.
What do you mean?
No,
I
don't know if you guys love that country. You
Listen,
don't love that country.
That's rude of you.
You're looking for disaster to happen in that country.
Listen,
I think that is what you guys are expecting. Anybody that supports this implementation of this nonsense policy, you don't love that country.
Mr. Ajala, when people were killed,
I have sent money home. Just
84 people. Hold on. 84 people were killed in Casina. You never raise this. You never get upset like this, Mr. Ajala. Please do not allow.
30 people were killed in East.
You never raise issue like this. You are getting worked up, Mr. Ajala. You are a respected man. Please just
hold on, man. You don't know the pains I'm going through. I sent money to my mom for the past 2 weeks. They could get that money from the bank.
I didn't send money to my mom.
Is it obedience that implemented this policy?
I'm not talking about obedience. I'm saying
why are you questioning the whole obedience? Why you call them goddamn people?
Yes, because you guys are justifying this implementation.
But we did not implement it to begin with.
We are not
we did not implement it. Come on now, be respectful. We respect you.
Mr. Ajala, hold on, let me address this. Mr. Ajala Kogo. We are having, hold on, Mr. Ajala Kogo. You are the one sometimes says on this program that you don't have to attack people for their opinion, right? No matter how painful
No.
it is to
This is
you.
not opinion. This is
No.
this
It is. It
I
is
mean,
your submission. It's your submission.
No.
If a bank,
O-
manager, hold on, Ajala.
opinion on issue is different from when you see your people going through pain as a result
Okay, Mr.
of
Ajala.
bad policy of the government, and you people cannot stand up because of
Mr. Ajala Koko, hold on a minute.
because of tribalism,
No,
tribal
it's not
sentiment
tribal.
for
No,
your
there's no
own man
tribal
to
here.
be president of Nigeria.
No, hold on, Mr. Ajala. Let's have a decent discussion here.
I think something wrong with Ajala. Going too much trouble now.
Hold on,
lost respect
Mr.
for you.
Prestige. Let
You
me
don't
address
have to
this.
respect me.
Mr.
You don't
Ajala
have to
Koko, hold
respect
on,
me. I
Mr. Ajala
respect
Koko.
Nigerian people that are going through that suffering and pain.
Yes, we share
You
with
are telling me
Nigerian
that
people.
to respect. Why must I respect you, obedient that are running this nonsensical?
Mr. Ajala Koko,
support
please
for this
don't
nonsensical.
Mr. Ajala, let's take this
people that are
easy.
putting pain to Nigerian people. What are you guys talking about?
Hold on, Mr. Ajala Koko. It's affecting me as well. It's affecting
Then what
people.
can you speak up? Why are you justifying it?
Hold on. We are not justifying it. What we are saying here, right? We know the government shall fault as well. The same thing with banks. That bank manager that was caught with 29, he was holding 29 million. That's just one branch manager. This money were not equally distributed. So if, like you claim, the politicians have taken their own cake, from this money, they decided to offload this money to politicians. Probably that's why this money is scarce. So we are looking at why is this money scarce in the first place. We are not trying to justify anything at all. And Mr. Ajala, please, no matter how angry you might be, please, this first time I'm hearing you using foul language, and you're an elder. It's not in my own nature to abuse people. Please, I would say you're upset. Fine, I understand. You have right to be upset, but don't call people that name. It's not good. You are respected on this forum, no matter your opinion. We still respect you. You understand me? So I want to say, cool down. Don't call people name, but just continue with your expression. Is that understandable?
All right, that's fine.
Okay.
Let me withdraw that statement. I don't mean to say a foul language to generalize people. But what I was trying to say is that you guys should feel the pain of Nigerian people, and not because of politics or support for Obi, then justify Nigerians to go through pain. We have to feel for each other. I am here and I'm not suffering. I can eat and drink whatever I want to drink. But why must I see my people in Nigeria going through pain for their little money? Look, you guys don't know. You don't know that the GDP of that country, is 60% in the hands of people that do this petty trading and daily job and all these things. Do you guys know that 60% of your GDP is in hand of poor Nigerians that uses their money to buy and sell and make money and run their daily life on daily basis, and that is why you cannot see them take their money to the bank. That is why the bank is not attractive to them. But what Efefele is trying to do is to force people to bring their money to bank. How on earth, where have you seen people being forced to bring their money to bank? A bad policy that is putting pains of the country and is running down the GDP of the country, is running down the economy of the country. Do you know how much we have lost as a country economically and financially for these few days that this thing started? We got to stand up and call spade a spade and say this is totally nonsensical. And you guys, you even think that election can be held with this kind of problem? You think we can still have election? You think this thing will linger on for the next 2 weeks? You think election will hold? Forget it. You are all joking. You are not going to see election in that country. It's going to end up in disaster. When you see an orchestrated effort to derail democracy and destroy democracy, and you guys don't speak to it, but rather because you have one candidate and you want to say, oh, what is happening is good. You don't want, oh, it is good, so that you are focusing on politicians alone. You don't focus on the pains that they put on Nigerian people. Politicians are not suffering. They're not going to suffer anything. They own everything in your country.
Mr. Aja, listen, I share your pain,
So
and
let us
yeah,
just
listen, Mr. Aja, I'm same situation with you. Do you know every month how much I have to send to my people in Nigeria? It pains me that I'm a man, family man. I should be at this my age. I should be looking after my children, with my money. But all the time I have to be sending money back to Nigeria. I share your pain. And I share this. All of us share it here, but what we are trying to say here is that you cannot blame everything squarely on the government. The banks too have blame
no.
to
You have to
share in
blame
this.
the government.
They
Hold
do.
on.
They do.
Hold on. The people that took this decision is the government.
Yeah, right.
And when government take up a policy, we expect them to implement that
Sorry,
policy
where are we?
to the
Have you
latter.
spoken on the? Have you spoken on the? Are you something?
Yeah, that is where I want to go now. So
all right.
just blame the government in the entirety. If the government cannot monitor the way this money move from one place to the other, then they share the whole blame. They give the loophole for central bank. For commercial bank to hold the money as you are being claimed. They're holding it. Who are you to blame? I don't want to blame the central bank. I don't want to blame the commercial bank. I blame the government. If you that put forward a policy cannot implement it and cannot follow it up to work well, I blame you. So I'm not blaming the commercial bank. Commercial have their own blame, but the greater of the greatest blame goes to the government and the central bank that fail to implement and monitor the disbursement of this money to Nigerian people. So let me put that one by the side. Let me go to Ayosha Ayu. You see, Ayosha Ayu.
Have you not spoken on that? You've not spoken on Ayu.
Yeah, let me speak on Ayu. You see, Ayu is just Ayu is playing politics. He's in his hometown. He's in his state. It's in what do you call it? Benue State. So he have to say something before his people. As a reason why PDP or the G5 have to come back for them and all of them together to form a common front against APC. So this is from his own side. We have not heard from that guy. When we hear from him, we will know the truth. Ayu, as we know, is a blatant liar. Is a liar like Atiku. They lie openly. So the governor of that state is not there with them. His own people are not there with them. So, but I don't see what is said as if he has broken the G5. He has broken them up, or he has broken them into pieces. He has destroyed their what they stand for. I don't think so. It's just a political statement, just to tell something to his home base, his home people, that this is effort we are doing. And he said that particularly to to punch what do you call his governor in the face, saying, hey, one of your men is with us. What are you still doing? You need to come. He was trying to send a message to Benue people. You don't need to stand with Otom. One of their member, G5, is with us now. Don't see Otom as anything as well. Vote for us from top to the bottom and from bottom to the top. So it was just that is the message he was trying to carry to send across to people of Benin. It was trying to tell them not to be on the side of a Tom, but rather to come and vote for PDP. And in his statement, he also called for people to vote for Tom. That people should vote for Otom because Otom is vying for the position of senator. So it's just a political statement. It's not a statement. I don't regard it as if as anything factual that G5 have been broken up or they don't have any strength politically anymore. That's my take on that, woman.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajanle Koko. So thank you, Ajanle Koko. Let's go on from you, Ajanle Koko, to Kulata, who joins us. So Kulata, that is almost rinse and repeat, really. 1,001 polls, but all of them speaking in one direction. By whatever permutation, they still land us on an Obi victory. But this one curiously tells us that if the larger the voter turnout, the more enhanced Peter Obi as chances are. Some people feel that is turning logic on its head. But what are you making then, Kulata, of this tiers poll? Obi takes it again, another poll.
I like this poll. If you remember over the weekend on Dr. Damage's show, I said if the turnout is over 60%, it's going to be a good night for Obi. And by hook or crook, these guys are saying the same thing. I think the reference goes to like 60-something% turnout. That I think they said 65% turnout. So I guess will I say? We're kind of like in lockstep from that perspective. Because if it's like over 60% turnout, then all bets are off. That means we've never seen that kind of election in Nigeria before. Because as far as I know, maybe the maximum we had of any real turnout, not the fake engineered ones, perhaps maybe 55%. So if it's over 60%, then something unusual is happening that defies my understanding of Nigerian election. So, but I like this poll. I like it, but I like it because I just like the fancy trends and all those things they did. But when you look at the poll, 40% of the poll are silent. 60% are not silent, 40% are silent. What the hell is that? Pardon my language. So, and if you look at, what's 40%? 40% is 40 over 100. What's the math again? Is that 2 over 5? Anyway, 2 over 5, they're silent. 3 over 5 are not silent. The number of silence is enough to throw this poll, throw it into the dustbin. And from what we understand, and they also are explaining, even though they did some fancy model to explain that, most of the people that are silent are Tinubu voters. They came to that conclusion. We know that if you poll people, it's hard for Tinubu supporters to come out and say, I'm supporting Tinubu, even though they said 43% of the silent people are supporting Tinubu. So with that statement, you should know that every poll that is done on the phone oversamples Peter Obi, because for people to pick up people that have phones, first of all, there's some affluence there, there's some city there. So most of them.
Sorry, Kulata. Is it deliberately oversampling Peter Obi's supporters, or is it just by nature of the sample space that they use? Because remember yesterday we were having the conversation yesterday that some of these pollings can be skewed, and if you are saying that some of the pollings can be skewed, and you are saying that the Peter Obi demography is a certain enlightened, savvy sort of group, then if you are going to the online space, then you're essentially going to Peter Obi's homestead. So any sampling conducted online, nothing but Peter Obi will return.
So this one is not even online, it's telephone. They use the phone.
Right.
they sampled 6,220 people. So if you're sampling with the phone, many people that will engage you on the phone that want to tell you I'm supporting this, that means they're proud of who they're supporting, right? So from what we understand, enthusiasm is on Peter Obi's side. So if you call someone, he picks the phone, most likely someone that you're calling that has enough data on, I mean, that is it data or whatever you call those things, that has phone, whatever they call it in Nigeria, SIM card, I don't know, I'm so out of touch. That will pick phone. Most likely you're calling a cell phone, and most likely it will perhaps land on a city voter because how do you the voter rosters? I don't think we still have those things we used to have in the 80s. Phone book, phone diary. You know those phone diary that will have your 4-digit number and your family name and all those
Yes,
things.
you know, I think they get the numbers actually from the INEC voter registrar something. So that because
Okay.
a lot of people, yeah, they submit their telephone number with that set up.
With that, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So the fact that it's a phone poll will skew towards people that are more affluent, that have more affluence, that perhaps are city dwellers, perhaps
The
uh,
Yuppies.
the yuppies.
Yes.
And you can even see the people that are going to tell you I'm going to vote for Obi are not going to be silent about the fact that they want to vote for Obi, right? They're going to tell you with their full chest. You know the way Obedience say that with your full chest. Are you supporting your guy with your full chest? So they're going to tell you with your full chest. So you're seeing voter enthusiasm for Obi, and you're seeing lack of voter enthusiasm for the likes of Tinubu and perhaps Atiku. But those silent voters, they are also voters, but they just can't be proud of telling you that I'm supporting Tinubu with
Kulata,
my
but I
full
told
chest.
you that they assign some percentage of Tinubu to those
I
silent.
I know they did it, but I just called it. I said 43%. They did an analysis and said majority of the silent voters are Tinubu voters, and even with the silent voters, Peter Obi is still going to win. I read the entire poll while cutting from one meeting to the other. So it's a good. I like the method. But the no, sorry, I don't like the method. Sorry, I like the poll in general, but the method, you can see how the method skews towards Obi. It's not intentional. I mean, what can they do? They can't be going from bush to bush to go and poll people, so they can use phone. But the method that they're using automatically skews towards one candidate, and that's the kind of example we found in America, where a lot of cell phone polling favors the Democratic Party, and it did not show the hidden Trump voters, the so-called silent majority. And we're seeing similar trends here because see, 40% silent. So I'm even shocked that people come out with their full chest to say they're going to back Tinubu as high as it is. So in a traditional turnout model, it favors Tinubu, even without the silent voters, because in a
But
traditional turnout
Kulata,
model,
Kulata, I
Kulata,
disagree with you because if this
let
silence,
Kulata even land before you guys do this to
no,
me
no,
too
no,
much.
Kulata,
I'm not
sorry.
even
There's a
landing.
quick. Let me
you don't
just
want
ask
us to
you.
interject you.
No.
Eh,
Let him
let
bring
me
that
even
point.
to land. Let
Bring
me
it to a
land. Then you
landing
now
and then
start
point back at
interjecting.
him.
I'm not
Yeah,
even
yeah,
landed. I'll just
yeah.
forget all the things I want to say.
All right.
So I'm not. I mean, bottom line is a good way to kind of like read what's going on. But it's this poll doesn't now go. The place where this poll is completely useless is it just stays at the region. It doesn't give me state to state, and I know that an Abia state is not a Kaduna state, nor is nor is Akwa Ibom state a Kano state. The number of votes is important in this election, and it doesn't tell me who is going to make the constitutional requirement or not. Because if I look at this, if the people that have phones are skilled towards a particular electorate, then it will show some significant bump for that electorate. So if it's just a young yuppie cell phone carrying electorate, of course it's going to favor Peter Obi. It's not. I mean, this is not a lie. It's just the data. But does that data is it useful to predict election result? No, it's not useful. But it's useful to predict the person that has that's the most popular or the person that people are the most proud of identifying with. So I'll stop it there. Who's going to interject?
Yeah,
Kulota.
yeah, come in, Saki. Yeah.
Yeah. That the silent voters, according to them, which of the regions has the highest percentage of silent voters?
I have it in front of me. Northwest.
Northwest.
Mm.
It's surprising.
45%. 45% of Northwest is silent voters.
It's
Followed
surprising
by
why
the
the North. Why the
followed
North
by
tends to.
Southwest. I can explain that to you. I can attempt to explain it to you because it's not like I mean, the Northwest is divided. Um, Many people in the Northwest are voting to instruction. A lot of the local government, almost all, in fact, almost all the APC states control the local government chairman, the APC people. They are the ones that are going to drive out the votes. So they're the ones going to engineer Tinubu votes. So they don't have to respond to you. You get what I'm saying? They don't have to respond to you. Independent-minded voters are the ones responding to you. And when you look at their voting pattern, only perhaps 55% of them are independent-minded voters. And out of them, 18% want Atiku, 13% want Tinubu, and 11% want Peter Obi, even though I doubt that Peter Obi number in the Northwest.
Kulata.
So,
Yeah, can I say something? I wholly disagree with you because
that's fine.
I'm talking about the silent, those who are silent, right? If they are silent in the Northwest, right, and there is three major political fronts in the Northwest, right, which is APC, PDP, right, and NMPP, right. So if they are silent, and here we've said that people in the North, they've always wanted to vote for Tinubu and Atiku. So if they're silent, it means that those people who want to vote for B, but they don't want to say it. That's why they're silent, because that's where
that's another interpretation. Northwest, 45% want to vote for Obi. That's another interpretation. Fair enough.
I'm not saying wholly all of them will vote for B, but it could be that there are some of them who are silent because of the nature of threat. So they kept silent, and we don't know if these are Christian people who don't want to say openly who they will vote.
But we're talking about the Northwest
there.
There are no Christians in the Northwest.
What do you mean there's no Christians in Northwest?
I mean, it's only Kaduna that has any significant chunk of Christians. 30% of Kaduna. 30% of Kaduna is Christian. 70% is Muslim. In other places, I know that. Zero.
Yeah. So it could be under reason why you have that silence there. But go on, continue.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't buy what you said, but you have the right to say what you said. There's no Northwestern person shy to tell you they don't want to vote for someone that comes from the Southeast, given the historical context of the country and also the heavy religious context of the country, and also the silent undertone against Peter Obi in the Northwest. I don't know if you know that they feel he chased out Muslims from the North during his what's it called? Whether that is true or not, I'm not debating that. I'm just telling that those are the silent war against Peter Obi up in the core north. So I personally don't think those silent voters are the Peter Obi voters, not by any stretch. They either fall into Atiku or Tinubu voters. More towards Tinubu because of the structure that I talked about. People don't want to come out to say it because, but I just don't think they're Peter Obi voters. And again, look, we have a demography. This is a self-selecting poll. It's a poll by phone. So it already has a bias towards it. It's already biased towards people that are educated. So that's why you're seeing oversampling, in my opinion, of Peter Obi in the Northwest. 11% Peter Obi in the Northwest. I'm thinking that average out Peter Obi in the Northwest max will be 4 or 5%. My opinion, though. And the 4 or 5% is because Kaduna is involved. If you take out Kaduna, Peter Obi support in the Northwest will peak around 1 to 2%.
All right. It's just somewhat. You want to vest some confidence in some of these pollings because, of course, you are you are wanting to defer to experts in a field presenting as defined. But you cannot just, because nobody is a neophyte to the space, and you have a level of understanding that these are the knowns that is already known. So if some of these pollings, if they deviate so sharply from what is already known as trends, then you cannot really invest any confidence in them. It just turns like the one we were looking at yesterday, for instance. You say this is a team of experts who have been doing
That
this
was
for
a
years,
joke. This is
and then they
better
tell
than
you
that.
that Lagos State will vote Tinubu on those. It's also immediately all that you know rejects that, and then you say that when the larger the voter turnout, the more favorable it is to Peter Obi, and then you know the landscape of the Nigerian space, and you know the voting pattern of the North, and even with this new enlightenment, we know how conservative they are there, and so that's not consistent with what is known. So there's just a you can't
Bona, can
knock
I
on,
come in?
you have to throw it doesn't just make sense. But yeah, come in.
Bona, I think it was on this show. It was, I mean, this. It was on this show that it was first established. Actually, that the larger the turnout, the more favorable it is likely to be for Peter Obi. It was when if you remember when Collateral first got his first spreadsheet, I said to him, 35%, 45, 40% is essentially like the last election, 35%. So where did he get all the numbers he gave to Obi if it's going to be just like the last election? Then when the obedient guy brought his spreadsheet also and he raised it to 45%, he said he was going to go 50 or something. And I said he should have doubled down, increased it to more than 50 if he's actually thinking that Peter Obi will have a chance. You have to double down. So this for Peter Obi to win, Peter Obi needs the perfect storm. Peter Obi and Obedient, they are not stupid. They know. That is why when you tell them about structure, they don't care. They don't want to listen to what you say about structure. They know that all things being equal, they cannot win. But they see many hot spots in the country, and then they know if things work, if you have a perfect storm, that is the part for Peter Obi. This poll now is just telling us what has always been the calculation of Peter Obi's camp. If there is a perfect storm, this is why the Peter Obi is very confused about this Naira design, right? It could it be the perfect storm? But the confusion is in which direction. I think that is where they were late to calculate which direction it's flowing. The perfect storm is the only chance that will land Peter Obi in Aso Rock, right? They know they don't want structure, they can't build this structure, they don't all these things they can't do.
So Fatai, a turnout of over 60% is not, in my opinion, not a Peter Obi victory. It's a second round play in favor of Peter Obi making the second round. That's the perfect storm. The perfect storm is not Peter Obi winning the election in the first round if turnout is over 60%. The perfect storm means Peter Obi will come number 2 or number 1 for
A
the
perfect
second round.
storm.
Because
Peter
there's
Obi-
no way Peter Obi can make the constitutional requirement of 25%, 24 states. It's just
there is
impossible.
there
Because
is
you ruled
nothing
out
there is
7 plus
nothing that
6,
there is
13.
nothing
You
that
ruled out 13 plus some Southwest states. It's just impossible for
there is
that second round. I mean, for that winning outrightly on the first goal is impossible with the perfect storm. It just guarantees a second round play.
no perfect storm means everything aligns for Peter Obi. That is their perfect storm. There is nothing impossible in life. If we do a projection, the projection is based on a source variable. So what is the source variable? Their source variable is a large turnout, preferably young turnout, preferably a large turnout of disaffected Nigerians. The more disaffected Nigerians turn out,
That's why
but
I think as long as you can.
the weakness of their thinking is that this disaffected turnout, how many of them they are assuming that every disaffected turnout is for Peter Obi. This is the weakness of of what they say. But it's not that it's wrong that if there are more people Peter Obi's chances
Is
does not improve.
unlikely is the word. It's not wrong. It's unlikely.
It was always unlikely. It's not in the news that it's unlikely. It's always unlikely for Peter Obi to win.
But you have to
But
say
they
it
are
and you have to
waiting.
say it again so people
No, no,
understand.
no, they know. They don't need to be told. They are not stupid. They know. But they are waiting for the perfect storm that will take Peter Obi to, and because Nigeria now have many hotspots, it's not impossible to have a perfect storm that will, like if Tinubu is unable to manage this crisis very well, for instance, and Peter Obi was able to manage the response to this crisis. So this is like a couple of perfect storm. Tinubu unable to manage this crisis, Peter Obi managed it so well. There will be a wave towards Peter Obi. Another perfect point is this: for some reason, Tinubu else deteriorate and it collapses and falls out. All the power bases in the south will shift towards Peter Obi, and it will be Peter Obi versus Atiku. There is no the move to for everything to go to the south will be in favor of Peter Obi. That is the one perfect storm they were already waiting for before. That is why every time they are singing Babawe no where hand the shaker, because it was, and at that time Tinubu's health was really very bad, right? But now it's improving. So because it was very bad, if for some reason Tinubu got out of the race, right? No, all the power players in the south will have to go for the most likely person to win in the south, which will be Peter Obi, and then it will kind of like put into the feeling that okay, let it go to the southeast and all these things. So that's a perfect storm that could land Peter Obi in Aso Rock. Is it going to happen? Well, with Tinubu's health improvement, it seems unlikely to happen, right? So now the real variable they have now brought it out now, which is like the more the people come out. I mean, if there is 80% turnout, and this 80% turnout are people disaffected with the government. Yeah, like if you see Peter Obi campaigning, Peter Obi does not attack Buhari's administration. He attacks everybody who is being in power, PDP and APC, right? So if the disaffection should be towards the way Nigeria is being run, right, and in large number, this will land Peter Obi in the Aso Rock. This is what they are hoping for. The poll is just like this is like they are telling you, look, this is what we've been hiding, and this is it. This is what they've been hiding. They are hoping for perfect storm of more. The problem with this poll, right, is actually in the numbers. So there are is 6,200. So 6,200, and they say they went to every zone. 6,200. If you divide it, and then they had 40%. Undecided they call it. Nobody really know. The other time they were talking refused, so we can't really say for sure it's either undecided or refused. So if they have 40%, which means actually they had 2,480 respondents, right, in 6 zones. How many states and in each zone? So we are having like maybe 400 people from each state. You might think that is a lot, but when you think about it, how many local government and when you break it down,
We
you are
don't even need
probably
to get to all that stuff. The
no, no,
method,
no.
phone, the phone itself is
No,
already
the phone doesn't
biased. It's
matter.
already
The
self. It's no. The phone
the
has
phone
the bias.
is just a medium. The phone is just a medium.
No,
If
it's
you
not just a medium. We've seen it in America before. It's not just a medium. If you poll by cell phone, there's a bias to it. Some pollsters remove the bias to make
no
the
no
result more accurate.
no no,
If you
especially
know for people that are
especially
based there, there's something called unskewing the poll for bias. That could have been done to make the result more balanced.
no, especially in
Phone
the
is
US.
not cell phone is in particular is not just a medium. There's certain demographic that will have a cell phone that
The
will
cell
also
phone
pick a call from a random person, which will ask them questions for whatever it doesn't for. I mean,
the cell phone, especially in the US, is not about demographic
no, 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 no.
or
Hold on,
bias.
hold on,
Has nothing to do
hold
with
on,
that.
hold on, hold on. When you call someone and it picks a phone and takes time to go through questionnaire, like you must have some. I mean, first of all, you must be enlightened enough to sit down because what language are they using to ask them a question? Is it English? If it's English, that's already a bias. If it's not in their local language, so you need to understand what I'm talking about. This 6,220 respondents, how biased it can be. Because if they call your cell phone, you pick the cell phone, you start engaging in communication, and they're asking you all these random questions in English, and you go through that questions, then it's biased. As opposed to if you call someone in Iragbeji and you start asking that question in English and he answers you or Yoruba, how many people drop the call? Is there data for number of people that drop the call?
Pollstars know their audience. Pollstars know their audience.
No. That's a big assumption because you don't know the language. They didn't tell you the language that they are using to poll these people. Hang on a second. The answer is here. Okay, I'm wrong. They polled them in local languages. Hausa,
of course, they
Yoruba,
would translate
Igbo,
to their language now.
Pidgin English and English.
This is not
it's there. They use the local language.
Point.
They use the local language.
Of course, now when you talk to somebody, you translate to their language. That's not even the serious.
Yeah, but I think the method puts a bias in the poll. But one man, give me other question. I need to leave. I need to go attend.
All right. Allow a moment. Kulata, the chairman makes an appearance. So Alexander Gomez. So good to see you. We're talking about yet another poll that tells us that we'll be wearing red caps from March this year. Red caps and Igbo flutes.
Yeah, thank you. Kulata, thank you. I'm only going to be a minute or two. I'll be out very soon. One man, I'm beginning to have a slight bias for Obi. I think that as a person, he's won me over wholeheartedly. And I wish him the very best of luck. I am afraid that when I feel like this, it usually would come to fruition. I think after post February 25th, I think Nigeria will not be the same country again, simply because of Obi not winning the elections, and the country would not take it lightly because they will feel he's been cheated out based on these bogus polls that we have here and there. My big brother, I call him my big brother in as much I'm almost 65, but my big brother conducted his own personal polls within his district in the Lagos Central Senatorial Zone. That includes Surulere, so that includes Yaba College of Tech. I think it includes University of Lagos and some other universities within that locality. And the most popular, according to him, the most popular politician in Nigeria based on his polls right now amongst university students is Peter Obi by a long shot. But there's a caveat. The caveat being that a lot of them don't have voters' cards. So it renders his popularity null and void because they can't essentially be a factor.
Thank you. That's the point.
They can't be a factor in the elections of February the 23rd. Secondly, and more importantly, Ovi asked me the most important question anybody ever asked me on this platform. And the question was, I was shouting and yelling that, what's his name? Egbon Tinubu would be the president of Nigeria 2023. And he said to me, can you see anything changing regards to your position? And I said, anything, it was on your platform. I said, anything can happen. No, Nigeria. You know what? Right now, the front runner is Tinubu, is Atiku. Simply because those guys in the north don't want to relinquish power. And they're doing everything possible to scuttle the elections if Atiku does not win. But this is what I see playing out. And I had a one-on-one conversation with Ajay yesterday in his office. If for any reason at all, the elections go according to what the president has promised us, fair, free, and transparent, and Tinubu wins, they're going to scuttle the whole thing and hand it over to an interim administration, simply because they don't want the power to go back to the north. So all kinds of shenanigans is playing out in the political space. And my brother told me, I told you this, when my siblings want to talk to me and talk to me in a language that I understand, they stop this Oyibo we speak it, and they speak to me in my mother tongue. And my brother swears by that Tinubu will win, Atiku will win this election.
What's that mother tongue? Awori? Is it Awori or is it a flower?
No, Lagos Yoruba, which is different from your Yoruba, your state. So it's going to be an unfortunate turn of event come February the 25th. But I'm still hoping and praying that we have a free and fair and transparent election, and may the person who has the best interest of the country at heart wins at the end of the day. But the pendulum is swung to Atiku, because there are a lot of shenanigans going on in the north, and this at Tambuwal would play out at the end of the day, where this northern big boys will turn around and vote for their northern brother. That's the permutation as it stands today from people who are players in the polity of Nigeria. So that's my Peter Obi. Yes, he's done an amazing job. I mean, like I said, in my lifetime, I haven't seen a more humble, a more accessible, a more relatable politician like Peter Obi. He's not your.
Peter Obi really is like that pesky little fly that you swat away from your ears, but it refuses to leave.
Well, maybe that's a good character trait.
Yeah.
What about that? He's just relatable. He's likable. He's relatable. He's someone you meet and you like because of his humility. He has answers to every question, negative or positive, you throw at him. I do realize and I do acknowledge the fact that he regurgitates the same answer over and over and over again. And every time you ask him a question, I can tell you off mind what his answer is gonna be. But we need new people to take over the realms of Nigeria. Someone said on your platform, Tinubu 10 years ago, amazing administrator, a master politician by any stretch of the imagination. But I think he's beginning to pass his sell-by date because of his goofs. But my baby brother said, you underrate him or you write him off at your peril. That was what Tunde said yesterday on China's news. So he knows him better than I do. So let's see what's going to play out. But it's going to be an intriguing election in 2 weeks. Intriguing. That's what I wanted to. That's what I wanted to. Yes.
Sorry, I need to jump.
Can I ask Mr. Gomez a question?
Wait, let me just say what I'm going to say before Oga Alexander leaves. I don't think the northern governors are abandoning Tinubu. So for those that think that will happen, they did not abandon him once. They're not going to abandon him the last minute. The prevailing things that are going on that the so-called cabal is engineering or the difficulty is going to go two ways. Atiku has gotten what it's going to get, but it depends on what the government does before now and then. People already have financial war chests to prosecute this election. Do not be deceived. I understand what is going on in the north, and I don't think it's going to play out the way everybody thinks. Things have not really changed.
Kolata, let me interject. What's the word interject?
Before you come in, sorry, Tiger. I think Rational Mind wanted to. Come in, Rational Mind. I think they all want to push.
I gotta leave. Someone is waiting for me. Sorry.
Right.
Actually, what I wanted to say was for Mr. Gomez.
Yeah, come back if you can, Kulata, okay. Because you've still not spoken on the G5 governors.
30 minutes. I'll be done in 30 minutes. I'll come back.
All right. So that's Kulata who's taking
Rational Mind. How are you? Go ahead.
Yeah, Rational Mind.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I thought Mr. Gomez was leaving. Okay, it was.
No. I'm here. I'm
your brother you talked about. Your brother that you talked about, is he in PDP or is he in APC?
That's a very good question, actually. My brother is the forerunner in Lagos, in as much as is in an opposition party in Lagos, but he's the forerunner based on polls and statistics. He has meetings with Atiku every day. He sits down with these people and he listens to them from two perspectives. One perspective is for his own personal aggrandizement. The other perspective is looking at it from a Yoruba man's perspective. So he's going into the meeting knowing that, okay, this is my leader in Atiku. Let me hear what these people have to say. And based on the information coming out, he's talking to me, and I'm sure he wouldn't mind me sharing it, that these people at the end of the day would turn against Tinubu at the end of the day. He says that based on information and based on his meetings, the kind of numbers that is coming out and kind of commitment that Atiku has is mind blowing. That these Hausa boys are playing games, and Pa Adebanjo is right when it comes to the nitty gritty. They will turn against you, and but that's from someone who has inside information. I'm only.
Mr. Gomez, I think if I heard you correctly earlier, you said, well, your brother said Tinubu is going to win his election.
No, that was a misspeak. I said Atiku. I was trying to say.
Oh, Atiku, you meant to say. Okay, all right. That was why I got it confused, and then I was.
It was I don't know. I think I'm getting old. I need some medication because I'm getting my words mixed up. I noticed that recently, so I meant.
No, it's the elections. It scrambles everybody's.
It scrambles
exactly. You know. We are all talking, but we don't really know anything. If we're being honest, we're just permutating.
Well, we can only go by people who have access to inside. I mean, we as political animals, we can only speculate based on projections and whatnot. But then there's another perspective to that. As educated people, we also have to take into cognizance the fact that some people who are part of the oligarchy, part of the political class, and are having meetings with the power that be, know exactly what's transpiring. And I have access to someone who's part of it and who's telling me what's playing out. Do you know what I mean, woman?
Let me say something, Miss Woman. You know, I listened to you the other time when you said this thing about this progressive North versus the conservative North, and it kind of makes sense, but I still take what you said with a pinch of salt. But if at that, even though if it's at that's what is that is what is playing out in the North. For me, El-Rufai and
if Tinubu wins, by the way, it proves that theory that I've put forward.
If that's what happens, we shall see then. But then what I'm trying to say is that let us just assume hypothetically that that's what it is. For me, I don't think El-Rufai and those governors that you talked about, which we might still yet to believe that they are also progressive. Could start.
Let me, sorry, let me say, Rashad, please, let me say this too quickly. Apparently, I got a call at 3:00 this morning from someone high up in the polity in Nigeria say serious monies are exchanging hands presently, one man. Monies are exchanging hands. Seriously. Go ahead.
But you should go there and collect for us now, Alexander. What's going on? Go and collect.
No, I don't have to. I don't have to go. I don't have to go. My brother would just call me and say, "Give me have your account number. I'll put something inside of it." What you say?
Don't worry. As soon as he does that, please send for my account number as well. You know, so that.
Go ahead, Rashad. Let me have.
So what I'm looking at is that if you listen to what that lady, that woman you like to call the Fulani woman.
No, it's only because I can't recall her name. I don't like what they do.
Myself, I can't even recall. That was why.
There you are. So what do you call her other than the Fulani?
Just call her Alaja. Call her Ajia.
Okay, the Ajia, whatever. All right. Okay. Now, if you listen to what she said in that interview, you kind of like understand. It's very hard for you to say exactly what is going to play out in this election. Well, my point is, let me just quickly go back to what I was saying about so. I think El-Rufai is a small fry for that conservative North. the conservative North, they seems to have much more following than the so-called progressive that you talked about. And so I doubt if El-Rufai can stand in their way to want to like swing the vote in favor of Tinubu, whom they don't think as somebody they want to vote for. So if that be the case, now if you listen to, I know I've said it here, that anything El-Rufai says, I will take with a pinch of salt. That guy speaks from both sides of his mouth. And if you listen to what that Ajia said, he said that this is the same when Obasanjo was writing his book. He was talking about this El-Rufai. Even there's one of the El-Rufai book that he wrote that I read excerpt from it, where he was castigating Atiku. He was castigating Atiku. That Atiku so much believe in voodoo. He believes in this, what was it called? These people from
Maribans or something like that.
this
Malabans or whatever.
all this Islamic So
Alfaz.
Yeah, all this Afar, whatever. So anyway, that is that. And this same El-Rufai cannot even
you believe in jujutsu now, Rachinama, don't you?
No. Mr.
You said it on this platform a long time ago.
Mr. Gobes, let's not go there right now. Let's not go there. Right.
Rational mind. What is it? You know what is rational mind? You know now.
Let's not go there. Well. So the thing is, what I'm trying to say is that you see, El-Rufai speaks from both sides of his mouth. That's what Baba Yabo said. That you cannot even hold him down one thing. You know, I mean, if you look at his past interviews that he granted, when he was being asked that why is it that your administration is doing the same thing that you people criticize Jonathan for, he said that's what we do. We have to do that. We have to make our opponent looks bad. You know. And so which kind of corroborates what Obasanjo said in this book, that guy is a pathological liar. You can't pin him down one thing. So with all these what Yoruba people will call alaga bagebe, this guy, like one man will say babima babe kind of way. It's
double talk.
So you cannot pin them down to one thing. So for me, this election is when people were talking about the polling and everything. And some people were getting annoyed that Tinubu is not being projected as a winner and all of that. Dude, guys, this is just, for me, this is just polling. And we shall see how the election turns out. People are just making projection. I don't know why we're all getting mad about this whole thing and the way we make it look like as if Obi has won the election. I mean, let's see how it plays out.
You see where the concern is with these pollings. A lot of it, if not universally telling us Peter Obi will be president. It adds further fuel to an already excited and an excitable place, which is the obedient movement. So if all of the pollings are telling them that they're going to win, and already deep in their talking holes, they've already concluded that they will win, when the results come out then to tell them that they did not win, but they came a distant third, then that's a recipe for upheaval. This is where people are really concerned.
Well, you see, this is. I mean, did you see this narrative played out in 2015 when some polling were saying that Jonathan will win the election, and some polling were saying no, Bubu will win the election, and people were saying that this is some kind of gaslighting. That if a PDP eventually win that election, some people were threatening from the north that Nigeria will never be the same. It will make Nigeria ungovernable. So you see, it's something that we often hear people say every time. And when the other day I was listening to somebody here, and he was saying like, I mean, look, this is just polling. I mean, I understand that that concern that you expressed, one man, that that's what he's looking at, and I think Mr. Gomez himself said it that I think you expressed a fear sometime back. You said the way these obedient are going, that if Obi did not win this election, it could turn that election into something else that they might not even accept the results. But let us see. These are just fears, and some of us are just mongering, should I say? Excuse me using that word. But let's just see how it all plays out. I just pray nothing happens, nothing bad, really bad happens, that this election really takes place. That's all I can say.
All right, stay with our rational mind. We'll come back to you for a more expansive thought on that space. But let's take the conversation to a man of prestige who has been here all the way through, but not interjected one, so we might not have him because it's not unlike man of prestige to be quiet for more than a minute. So, man of prestige, Are you still with us?
Yeah, thank you, one man, for for my turn. But go to the next person, please, if you don't mind. Thank you very much. Okay.
All right. Are you busy or you just want to listen?
No,
Do you want
I'm
me to
gonna
come back to
I'm gonna speak. I'm gonna speak next. Yeah, I'm just busy, but I'm gonna speak. I want to speak, please.
All right. Let me go to Gideon then, who joins us from Benin. So Gideon, so there it is. It's like Groundhog Day, isn't it? Everything is like looping round to land at the same spot. Just barely 24 hours, we were on a different pole, telling us of a pathway to victory for Peter Obi. Another poll surfaces telling the same story to Peter Obi. If the voter turnout is large, then it is red caps all the way through for the next 8 years or 4 years at least. So what?
Good evening.
Good evening, Gideon. So what are you making of? Yeah, go on.
If they say that Peter Obi will be president, make them put water for white plate. Make them put water for midnight. Make them put down. Make them sleep. They will see say who go be president. They will see him. No need to talk.
Make them put water for white plate.
Yes, make them put water.
What did they go see
Make
now?
them sleep. If make them spray, make them sleep. They will see who go be president.
Now, did you be that you?
Don't worry, anything. No be your
No, na big global
you'll see him.
You don't do it.
You'll see your president.
No, you don't do it. I'm waiting. You
I
see.
don't tell you. No other Atiku will not be president. Obi not be president. Tinubu be president. Make the rest.
Irọ́ parọ́ fúnrọ́ ló ń sọ yẹn. Tẹ́ bá bu omi funfun. Tẹ́ bá wo omi yẹn, ojú ara ilẹ̀ máa rí bẹ́ẹ̀. Parọ́ fúnra ẹ̀. Parọ́ fúnra ẹ̀.
I don't tell you yesterday I cry everywhere. Cry everywhere. Problem, man. I they cause so all those poor what they do. They want cause problem for Nigeria. EndSARS never finish. Now another EndSARS they want start. Another the 26th. And another EndSARS now they want start. So
you see I say they cancel the another EndSARS because if then they tell us now.
Where they go start on? Where they go start on from?
It go start for their side now. They not decide where you want for start. And okay. Lagos na problem.
Okay.
You see, because the thing where they concern people be say as then they do this poll now, they tell them say now Peter Obi go win. And every poll they tell the same thing. If Peter Obi no can win now, they not go find that easy to say okay now because they don't already get the mind say everything now Peter Obi. So the people where they do this poll self with the same not be say make DSS go collect them.
No, I don't be say like that. Now people, say there are no people where they ask questions. They know themselves. All of them are one. They be Obi supporter. All of them. Now what is that they do with that one? They want cause problem for Nigeria. Now problem they want cause for Nigeria. And
but then make I ask this question. If now all this polling when they do now Tinubu now they come out on Atiku. Will you people be saying the same thing?
If now Atiku now Tinubu, you still know I don't tell you what you're supposed to do.
But then why are you people always concerned about this polling? I mean, why is it an issue? Because if it's Tinubu, then they appear for all the whole polling.
Not the issue.
So what's the problem?
They fear is that now problem where they front now they fear for.
But then would that not be a problem if they say that only Tinubu now they come? I mean only Atiku. People not say they don't already write the election results.
If Tinubu can win or if you don't win. That will not go be problem like you don't know what
here you go. Hear yourself now. You hear yourself?
Madam, give me 1 second now.
Gideon, the thing be say if as rational mind they talk if the poll they tell us say na Tinubu go win, na Atiku go win. The way the place it don't already they say na either Tinubu or Atiku go win. So you know go two face struggle say either one of them go win because now so the politics day. But if you tell us the person way just come out 6 months, now you go win. That one they difficult.
Not be like that. What make me they talk that one is that people like if now they say Tinubu just now, he support and their body no pepper. You understand the thing I tell you? They don't get pepper body like obedience. You don't understand? They be EndSARS people.
But we not be Agbero now. We not be Agbero, madam.
Now pepper body people.
Better part EndSARS people. Everything wey dey inside obedient, no be small thing o. But people
Madam,
wey
make
dey
her
inside
sing song
obedient.
for you. Make her sing song for you. Gideon, you go pepper you, oh, pepper you. Oh.
I don tell you, I say do wetin I say make you do. If you do one, na you tomorrow you go tell me wetin you see. You just do am.
Ojú ológbò, I go see na ojú ológbò.
Madam, you get the brain of elderly people. This proverb wey you put down now na big proverb o. Na big proverb.
Make dem do one. If dem do one, if dem see the person, no need when you take dey stress yourself again. You just have to sleep, relax. You see, no be small thing
You
wan
know
happen
say
for Nigeria o.
you know say for Yoruba land, if small pikin like you say that kind big proverb, we go find you kola nut. We go find you kola nut, yeah.
Na God gift o, no be me do am. Na
Na
God
so
give me
na.
o. Na God
Na
give me
so
the
na.
blessing o.
Na so na.
Okay, may I carry you waka go next topic? Iyochia Ayu, the chairman of the PDP, they tell us say the group, Wike group, say they don't they break small, and the Abia governor, they take corner go meet am for house, say he won't come back to PDP. So as we they go towards the election now, when we reach that final week, no be say na only Wike go still the tanda for that fight.
For that one, Wike with that man, what is they call am? Seyi Makinde. The
Now my
two go dey
governor be
one
that
side.
too.
The
Yeah,
rest,
yeah,
the
yes.
rest go their side o. The rest go follow them because all those one with that man, what is they call am? I dey forget this man.
Autumn.
Autumn. Samuel Autumn will still he go there with them Wike. The rest they will do their own. They go join
Yeah, but
their people.
Gideon, you see the one way difficult pass now that Autumn. Because Autumn, he no really day with because the push where Wike they push now for Tinubu. But Autumn, he no really day with that. In mind day with Peter Obi, but
Now,
in mind no day the party. So how Autumn go come play when they reach election?
Autumn, that one, you know how you want to do it since now. Nobody they say if they don't say make you know carry hot food put for mouth, so come make get mouth we want to cover the hot food.
Oh my God, yo. That's so.
That one is cola nut you go find now.
One man, you just mentioned something important now that our mind has not even gone to. For example, now when you mention about Autumn Wike and Ikpeazu, we don't know where Ikpe is headed, but he's heading back to PDP. Could it be that Wike trying to support Tinubu? That's why the rest people are going like they are going back to PDP. We don't know. So you just mentioned something that we should reflect on.
Tiger, I think the decision to support Tinubu had already been made in London when they had conversations with him. But I'm not sure they were universal in that agreement. But the way the politics is going now, with the tide somewhat moving away from Tinubu, because really a politician always wants to be on top. So they are willing to cut away from that space, and it looks as though Abia State Governor, if we are taking our use word for it, he may well have made that first move. But there are certain members of that G5 that you cannot see them making their way back to PDP. Wike, for one, he will stand firmly with the Tinubu narrative. Seyi
But
Makinde,
4 days ago,
carry on.
with them Atiku, they met now.
No, but today they meet now.
But 4 days ago, they met. I know maybe they don't settle themselves for one side, but I know say Wike no go follow them. Otto no go follow them. But the rest, this thing, all those Igbo governor for that side, maybe all those one fit follow their people. Otto even get
The
my
say
for
the Igbo ones, the Abia and Enugu governors, it not really matter waiting them think or waiting because that space Obi don't already get down. So
tomorrow I
however
go
they
know.
work,
I go
know.
know. Tomorrow
Yeah.
I go look. So I go know whether this person go follow them. No go follow them. Anyway, tomorrow I go keep tell you.
One man, can I just 1 second? One man, you are just hitting the point. Ikpeazu and what is the name of the Enugu government? They have no value to this deal with Tinubu. It doesn't matter. Tinubu is not going to sweep the southeast based on their whatever. So it doesn't matter. The only people that matter to Tinubu are Wike, as this my sister talked now, Gideon and Wike and the Badon guy, what's his name? Makinde.
Makinde,
These
yes.
are the only people that matter. Othom is very slippery. IU also is very slippery. So IU wants, because IU has to win Benue for PDP. That's a slap on his face if he doesn't win PDP. So this is just wayo to it's courting Othom to come back. But Othom is very difficult to understand. I mean, if you see the way where all the way Peter Obi was going to him every day was, oh, you are such a beautiful man, but I'm not with PDP. Okay. I mean, it's very, you can never tell. Everybody thinks that that's not an endorsement of Peter Obi. You know, it's actually very slippery. So it's very slippery. IU is trying to bring him on board, right? It doesn't matter whether Ikpazu goes back to PDP, right? But it doesn't matter if Ikpazu and Enugu guy, whatever they do is irrelevant. I don't think even Tinubu will place so much wager on their support, you know. So it doesn't matter what they do, you know. I think that
Like
Yeah, but he will need their
governor,
25%.
APC governor. That's not a governor. Whether they talk,
25% of who?
Betray them. No one will betray Tinubu for
Tinubu is not hoping to win. Sorry, Gideon. Tinubu is not hoping to win those states, but he would like to get his 25%, and that can help him. So saying they are not important to him is not rare.
No, they will not. They don't guarantee him 25%. It's 25% is coming from Ebonyi, Imo. These are the only guaranteed two states for him to get.
Yeah, but with the change circumstances now, with article leverage going higher, right? So he might need them. So saying it's not important. Every vote counts for Tinubu, even if he cannot win a state.
He has
25%.
He has Ojus or Kalu.
Southeast now, what did they happen for that? You don't see what did they happen for that today. Well, not even they consider that one. Say that one
for where? For where? For where?
For East now.
Yeah, what happened for there, Gideon? What happened?
When they go, they burn INEC office. That what did they call that man? Where you bring something come as that they say Tinubu they farm they pay farm people for this thing. That I don't know what did they call the man name. They burn in house again.
Yeah, but not be today. Then don't they do that now? Not be every week. Then they burn something.
That one still happen today now. If they say about 80 people die
in the southeast.
Now what did they have not seen? So I don't know whether that's true too. They say about 80 people die for Imo, one village for inside there. They not even they consider that one. At this election,
Gideon, where did you get that information from?
Go your this thing now, go look now. Go they look that they share
She got it from Radio Party 5.
I like you talk.
Not even they consider that one. I'll let not problem day. Not be let not to.
Gideon, you too much.
Too much, I tell you.
You too much. One man is finding a duet. She should replace you. One man. We have somebody who can replace you.
Gideon, are you an APC person? Are you an APC woman?
I'm not the APC person at all. I be obedient. Now push me go meet my grandpapa. I go meet them.
How did they push you now? You just nobody go push you. Now your decision to go or to remain. No, don't say that.
Especially that dog guy.
You they talk like a party person already. Hold on. You don't want to sell us this kind of bobo. They sell us bobo. You know, we not be small people for this kind of things. If people like you come
what
here.
you're talking about is sympathy vote. I think you are talking about Elvis from Edo Watch, Abi. That one will be saying the evil and satanic.
Yeah, dog boy, now my brother. As I reach that place, that man, what did they happen for that this year? Now they make me know this station.
We beg you,
how did they make you?
Come back home to labor.
How did they make you now? You know they clear about this thing. You just talk and say, anybody when they hear you now, but they say maybe really then do something evil to you. That make you just say, they vote for. Don't get me wrong. I know I'm not asking you to go vote for BO. But this is your narrative. This is your story.
Sorry, Gideon. Let me bring Rational Mind up to speed. what Gideon is saying is that the campaign of Kalmani that is coming out of the obedience space, the hate and the bile and the level of abuse, made her just recoil. She's recoiling from that, and then out of sympathy for the person that they're just hammering with all this vile abuse, she's now decided to jump on board with him to defend him. So the toxic politicking of the obedient space has driven Gideon to the battlefied space.
Okay.
In addition, one man, she also said that she sees Tinubu in the image of a fatherly figure, being like, imagine if it's your father, they are hammering this much. That's what she was saying yesterday. It's just a shift in personality support. That's what she said.
But can I say something? Gideon. But sure, you don't listen. You don't listen to Tinubu himself. The way they abuse and curse other people. You don't ever hear him.
Actually, they do it.
The way they curse and abuse other people. You don't ever hear him.
Why say they curse people?
You see, that is the problem. You
guys should leave Gideon.
They abuse people now.
You should say hold on. You should say they listen to you know why listen to Tinubu.
Gideon, no be defend Tinubu, they defend himself.
I don't listen to Obi many times. He go say, he never see pikin, mama, children. What you person they talk to? Not Tinubu they talk to.
Gideon, let me tell you, Gideon.
What did they talk?
Obi will be small pikin, not the respect he heard that. If they talk,
Gideon, you are very funny, okay?
This is very funny. This is ridiculous. That is ridiculous, Gideon.
If Papa calls the pikin,
Gideon for us. Gideon is supporting the right candidate.
We don't need Gideon, I beg.
There's no problem. Gideon, make you support anybody we like, I beg.
Gideon, I
beg. Gideon, me be obedient and I beg me, they beg you. Gideon, come back home to obedient to please.
Don't beg them.
Gideon, continue supporting our candidate. He is the best candidate for the job.
First, they don't make a mind say Tinubu they abuse Tinubu, but they hear Tinubu they abuse other people.
No.
You don't say Gideon don't put water for white plate. You don't see him.
Nobody reach Tinubu age mate. Not be you. Tinubu no dey contest with you. If they abuse people, when they contest with.
But the obedience where you define problem, where you define fault with. Then they contest. I mean, they'll be the contest.
All these children, where they not be.
You see, your argument no align. That's my problem with you.
Argument align.
Your argument no align.
No, the argument not lie at all.
Hold on.
That is what asked you before. You said that thief.
Hold on.
Let the lady talk now. We've been asking for a woman on the panel.
Now too much more than something come up fire for inside. Yeah.
But Gideon, we not they attack people physically, but gratify people. They attack people physically, beat people up, and give them injury.
Nobody. When you say you never fear it, you never sleep.
Gideon, I don't know you, you don't know me, but you see, one thing when me I don't like is say person they argue, and that is one trademark of the Batified. They sound ridiculous when they try to defend the They sound highly ridiculous to them.
Yeah, to you.
To any rational thinking person.
One man, let me tell you, make una leave Gideon. Now the only woman where we get here. So let her speak. Let her speak. You have free mind, I beg.
I just say Gideon a man. Wait on the talk.
We like him like that. No run, I beg. We'd like to have you here.
Gideon, I beg, give me 1 second. My brother, rational mind. Gideon's question is very valid. You ask her whether she don't listen to Tinubu, they abuse people. And she can't say which abuse. So because Tinubu says Atiku won't sell everybody assets. How is that one? That is not the kind of abuse he's talking about. That's not the same.
Okay, what of walai talai na lie?
No, that one abuse.
And what
Come
of
on,
then
guys.
go labor in vain till they die?
They
It's
go
not
labor in
abuse.
vain.
It's
Yeah.
politics.
Wait now.
That one
Uh,
where you
Is
get
that
the
is that
no
abuse?
because you tell us say
Peter
How
go
all this
deny. Peter go deny like he denied Jesus. Which
how
Is
kind
those
that
of
ones
thing
are
that
abuse?
they
Is
abuse.
that
talk?
How
abuse? Is
those
that
ones
What is
abuse?
it?
Those
What is
those
it?
that
are
one no be
politic
abuse. That
words.
one
No,
na
what is
a
it?
class
Those
of
are not
we say they call na
abuse.
how are
politics.
they
Come on,
abuse?
guys.
How
Define
do they
That
say
one
abuse.
na
they see the
politics.
party
No
One
be
this?
at
like
a
your
time,
own
though.
That
own.
Let's
one
hold
not
on.
The
good.
way you do
One
am.
at a time. One at a time. Back to you, Gideon.
Why?
Is
Can I?
that abuse? Yeah.
Is that
That
abuse?
will not be abuse, oh.
Okay,
That one
If
are
they
let
do
me
if
tell
they
you,
do
you
if
Gideon.
they do
I
politics,
talk.
na campaign grant is there, oh. That one na
Gideon.
campaign grant.
Thank you.
Gideon, I beg.
Okay.
Gideon, I beg. Make I ask you something. So tell me the abuse. Forget about obedience, okay? I'm an obedience, okay? Let me just tell you up front. Just tell me the abuse. Who Obi don't abuse people? That's all I want to hear. Obi
Obi
himself.
no dey abuse.
Obi, I say
No.
Obi
Hold
they
on,
talk.
Fatai.
If they do politics, say they talk to Tinubu. That one say they do politics, say they talk to the other one. That one not be problem. Like you, as me be now, as me be, I'll call the insult on the candidate. That one not good.
No, I mean
You
Obi,
understand?
where is such Tinubu or Atiku? I just want to know that one.
I say, Obi they talk say, mama in Peking, thief, mama wife. This thing they talk am. Obi don't talk am.
Ha.
Where?
So,
For
Yes.
Where?
For campaign grant,
Where?
if they talk am, they use
Where?
something
Ha.
they refer to Tinubu. You not shop, you not carry
Are
leg.
you
You
Oh
not
are
do
you
no
like
sure
no
that.
you're
no
not talking
no no.
about
This
Mama
is
Papa
ridiculous.
Pikin? Are you sure you're not talking about the
Not be
logo?
mama
Mama
and
Papa
papa
Pikin.
pikin. I be
You,
beg you.
What
you,
are
If
you
you
you,
not,
talking about?
what are you talking about,
In
Gideon?
the
I mean,
even today, hold
if you
on.
don't lie,
Hello, make I help my sister there. Even today, he see talk against Tinubu. He
Yeah.
talk say, oh, I get friend where we finish together for school together same time. I no be candidate where you not get schoolmate where you not get
who
who
they
they
speak
refer
again?
to.
Inco Tinubu.
okay, hold
Boy
on.
So
Ajali
Tinubu.
Coca.
I beg, make
You
una
they
go
support
sit
them,
down.
right?
No,
Ajali
no
Not
talk.
be
Coca.
Tinubu
No,
abusing
not
no
now,
talk.
abuse
Baba
anybody.
Aja.
Ajali Coca. You they support the girl. So Tinubu never abuse
Wait,
anybody. No, no, be.
wait,
You where they
see, let
support
me
them.
dey tell you.
No, no,
No,
no,
this
no.
one
Let
must
Not
be
me
even
let
Ajali
me
say
Coca.
say.
Obi.
One
See,
at a
see,
time.
see.
One at a time. Yeah. Carry on.
Let me say
Now
something. Obi makes
the
comments, yeah.
question where you ask them, say, hey, where the time where you don't have been waiting, you don't talk against
talk
Obi.
against
I
now. No be
mean,
abuse with that one now.
hold on now,
Mm-hmm.
hold on. Abuse now abuse.
No 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 no.
Wait,
Don't say that.
Okay.
abuse now
Don't say
abuse.
that.
But the
You
Don't say
get
that.
problem,
style. You get
Ajali Coca.
you
The
get where you go
problem is
use
say
style abuse
instead
somebody.
of be only Obi the abuse people. He said Tinubu not abuse. That's the
See,
problem.
I don't talk. Wait, see, I don't tell you. All those
Oh,
one. I said that campaign.
affairs.
They be candidate. They not be. All those one not doing anything. You
First,
know, be like
let's
I feel be now. Like this boy way they here. So with this brother, what they call am best. You know, see the way they talk to Tinubu. The way they
What?
talk to Tinubu,
Wait a
like say
minute.
Tinubu
Why
like
they
your
call him
papa.
boy?
Now
Gideon, why they call this
Gideon.
boy?
Let me ask you a
no be boy,
question, yeah.
na girl.
There, she like
We
you,
are not
she
sure.
like you,
We are not
Des.
sure. We are still. It's still on that. We are not sure.
Gideon, let me ask you
I
a
bet show me your
question.
face. Now I know whether you be girl. In case I'll call you later.
Des, she
Are
like
you
you, she
talking
like
about
you.
me?
Des, as you be now, every time you dey hammer
There, speak
Tinubu.
Benin to Ram now.
You
Speak
still
Benin to
get
Ram
one
now.
brother again. That brother, that Yoruba brother. I don't know his name. That one still dey hammer. If like say Tinubu he married that one wife. That way fake online.
Now Radical man be that.
No, you don't know me. You don't know. I don't abuse Tinubu. Anybody that knows me on
Oh
this
my
platform,
Thief wey
I'm
they
not.
say thief never take person cloth. You no go call am thief. You
No.
understand?
And see, Gideon,
You
listen.
never go
There's
do
a
test for Tinubu
difference.
say he get sickness. Una don't give am the name of the sickness wey he get.
Gideon,
My
Eh?
listen.
Never see that
Something
one.
you see that is obvious.
Atiku
You
now not
just
supposed to
name
dey
it.
fight o. Atiku not be Tinubu. Tinubu na your brother. The same place.
We
If
know
Obi
they
win, na
fight
Tinubu win.
Tinubu.
If Tinubu win, na win. We all na one for this side. Atiku wey is supposed to fight, una go destroy. Una dey let
We dey
Atiku dey
fight
get
everybody. We dey
sickness.
fight Atiku.
Una no
We
dey
dey
fight
fight
anybody.
Tinubu. We dey fight the
Wallahi, una
two.
no dey fight anybody.
Gideon.
How many this
We
thing wey I
dey
don follow?
no
I
no
never see say una
listen
dey follow
listen
Atiku.
listen Gideon. The problem is Atiku no dey show himself as Tinubu dey show
Hmm.
himself. If
Hmm.
Atiku come out now dey show himself as Tinubu dey show himself, we go
Hmm.
scatter am. That's what people
Even
don't understand.
your oga, una
Listen,
papa.
listen,
You know they cut am.
Gideon. Gideon, why it seems like in this political space that people are not attacking Atiku? Atiku be like saying
Wait.
low key.
Make I answer that
Atiku
question.
be like saying
Let
low
them land.
key.
Let them land. Let them
Do you get?
Because no difference between Obi and Atiku. Una know
No,
say na the same
it's
una
not
be.
it.
Not
Na
be true,
Not it.
same
It's
same
not
una
it.
be.
Ajali Coco is
That's
not
why
it.
una know the rain attack.
May I
No.
talk this one? May I
Because
let
una
una
be
talk
the
what
same.
I want tell you?
If
Yes,
Obi
so
be
abeg.
vice
Gideon,
president,
No
Obi be
vessel.
vice president
Gideon,
to Atiku for 2019.
Oh,
Una see they see
Gideon.
Atiku
Tiger, now you
as una own man.
Yeah, na Baba Ajale
That
Koko
is
dey
why.
speak.
That is why now they follow. Now they attack Atiku. Now see Atiku as in our own man. Say if this thing no work out for Obio, now Atiku now go follow. That
Not be true, Baba Ajale
that's
Koko.
why.
Not be true. Not be true. Let me add notes to Baba Ajale Koko.
And no be say now they attack Atiku too. Now they rain attack against Atiku. Now they call him, hey, na corrupt man, na this thing. But that time where una mentor, they follow him. Una no call una mentor. Una they call and say this thing.
Gideon, let me tell you how we attack Atiku. You know rat, yeah. You know when rat buy people, they blow breeze there, but still they buy them. That's the way we attack Atiku.
I beg you know what it may I just tell you the secret way it is. So you know, say, I be former. Una aside southeast for there. Mona so we go 30. All those IPOB made the enter house. If not be like that, they will spoil our election. I don't they tell you now.
Thank you for the advice. But don't worry, Gideon. You see,
Because
don't trust Baba Ajale.
If you pass that one scatter, finish.
And as a matter of fact, what she's saying, if you are looking at, it's on record today, the state that suffered the worst attack on INEC offices by unknown gunmen is Imo State. Imo, followed by Akwa Ibom and Anambra State. So my sister, they tell you now the truth. Now no one hear the truth.
Baba Ajale
No, be the one of 80 people now. It's of 80 people now.
I hope there's nothing there.
Now,
I've been
fifth
a
column
lie.
means
I've been that
do
one
that.
a lie.
Ajali Coco, I don't they see connection
INEC
with you and Gideon. Waiting there. There's a connection. Ajali Coco.
Hey,
now
now woman, now why would now Obi like this? Now not even now obedience, now not even respect woman. See this woman.
You know, hey guys, you know what, guys, you know what happened? Now Jali Coca bring that woman come here, you know.
No, not Ajali. Now I believe it's enigmatic.
They don't come.
Because
they lie. They don't start another lie against me as their mentor will be the lie.
Since
Gideon they go, begging
enigmatic never show in face.
Obi they go, Obi follow they go, they lie.
Gideon, let me tell you, anytime pretty, I know say you pretty pass mommy water. Anytime a pretty woman come here, I can know from afar. You know, as you they see inside water with plate, me too, they see with the broom too. So
okay.
I know say you are
say
pretty.
Broom, and you don't join broom
all right. All right, settle down, the tiger, settle down. Look at this guy. Settle down. But
Tiger no gree since yesterday. Now since yesterday, don't they chase my sister now? Now since yesterday, sister.
All right, Gideon, give us a quick commentary on the there's the speculation coming out of the PDP that Tinubu has about 22 billion in old naira notes that he's trying to change in Kano to rig elections in the north. So is there any veracity to that as far as you're concerned, Gideon?
What it mean? No, say Tinubu not get naira na dollar na euro that we get. We not get.
My God. My sister, you are the best.
We not get
You know, get shishi.
Politician not be Oswald. They not be Oswald. They not
the best to my sister.
Now euro and dollar now they save. Even me will not be this thing. Euro and dollar now they save.
Well, make I ask you a question. On the day of election, at least we don't know of many elections for Nigeria.
Which day you don't hear say they use euro, naira. I mean, they use euro on dollar
to
buy people vote.
As they say naira they see for that place. That one I like.
Hold on now. That's simple question we ask you. I ask you a simple question. Because the way you talk like somebody with inside APC, we know APC well. Even though you thought you be batified before, I mean, you be obedient before.
I not
be you don't sound like it. Listen. You don't sound like somebody will be insider of APC.
Oh, okay, hold on. Don't answer that question, Gideon. Let Ademola Adeleke, Governor Adeleke, let him answer for you. So that's Governor Adeleke answering that question for you. Dollar for dollar, naira for naira, fire for fire, or everything.
Not decrease person. They not decrease. They not save naira.
My sister, you too sabi.
But he acknowledged that he has naira too now. That's what he said. So, like I was asking our sister here, now where you don't ever hear say during election for Nigeria, they buy election with dollar for people and
Adeleke just told you now.
But then we never hear say they use the dollar pay or they use pounds pay people for join election.
Even though they don't use the dollar pay, they don't use this thing pay.
How you know?
Maybe
no, because I know.
How? So if
I know because I know.
They not say naira they disvalue every day. Dollar not the disvalue.
If they
don't get me wrong, I'm not saying Tinubu does not have dollar or pounds. I know he changes his money in dollars and pounds. But what I'm saying is that
I try to tell you.
Say
You know go feel carry naira full this thing. You know how many bags with that one for wait one carry for nobody they work out for.
Go ask Tinubu go carry bullion van. I don't understand.
No worry for that one. That one not be anything.
Okay, no worry for waiting.
Okay, no worry.
No worry. They talk say like say una not dey spend money. For my place, you know how many rice wey una dey share? Una dey buy both.
You see what I'm saying? This lady, you never come out clean.
Gideon, no mind them. That they thought say Tinubu they thought say Tinubu they carry bullion farm. What of Obi we own Fidelity Bank in Cork?
Listen,
we own Fidelity Bank.
This is one thing you've been saying. I want to challenge you on that.
What?
If somebody owns a bank, does that mean say you get access to the vault?
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Where is your evidence?
No, he doesn't have the access to people's money. Now, what are you saying?
Where is your evidence?
Are you guys serious?
We are not children now.
Are you guys serious?
Oh my goodness!
No. Don't say that, please.
Are you the one talking like this?
You know, say Obi na say.
Hold on, everybody. To be clear on the question you are asking, a rational mind. The chairman, largest shareholder of a bank, he doesn't have access to the bank vault.
You don't have access to the bank vault.
It does not. Okay,
in a sane society, you don't do that.
In a sane society,
you don't do that.
No. Even he doesn't. No, listen. You guys are getting it wrong.
I just said in a sane society, but then you allow me to speak more. You want me to speak more on that?
He doesn't have access to the bank votes, as in it's even there in bank whatever. So what are you guys?
Hold on.
I can even bring it out for you here now.
Okay, hold on.
I gotta go. You keep using this Fidelity. I don't understand since morning. I've been hearing using this thing.
Yes.
Where's your evidence that he goes in there and just carry people money? And say, okay, well, I need this million note, so I want to finance my campaign. Where do you have the evidence for that?
We know his antecedents now.
Here you go. What antecedent do you know? Do you know about that you have?
We've talked about it many times.
No. That he went to the bank.
250 million naira where you carry go in house for a papanko.
When
Not
was
in
that?
house,
Come from.
Baba Jala.
Eh?
When
Not
was
in
that?
house. Not in house.
When
Carry
was
the
that?
money
Look
go.
at rational. Look at why. Look at the way rational man is talking. As if you never heard us discuss about this 250 million cash that he took from Anambra State to his house in Lagos 2 days before
And
he
you
traveled
hear, but
abroad
is there
and
any
he was
evidence to
caught with
that?
that money.
You know what? As of today, Ajali Coca has been batified because some Nigerians came out.
I know that. Let's go that. Ajale Gogo is just pretending all this while.
Hold on,
He's
hold
a
on, hold on.
batified person.
Rational man,
You know, but
rational man.
the truth is
One man will
the
bring it out if you want evidence.
I have the motive. God,
One man will
I've had
bring
it
it
said
out
many
and show
times
it
on
to
this
you.
one-man platform. About yes, I've had it. Don't get me wrong. I've had
Not
it said.
hard. We saw evidence.
No. Evidence
saw
for where?
proof.
Where's the evidence you saw?
There was
Okay.
no evidence.
He went to bring.
Ajali.
He went to bring
It was just
one
a,
man,
an
it was
please
article.
just a
publish.
written
One man, please show it to them.
You went to bring an article that was written some years ago
article
about.
now.
You
It's
said
an
that's evidence.
article.
It's
There was
just
no
an
evidence.
article. And police
Tinubu wrote the article.
took this money
It
and
has
took
been
that
was-
money to the
disapproved.
bank. And it's just an article.
I noticed say
But
since
did you hear
Gideon
El-Rufai?
come,
Did you hear
Ajale
El-Rufai say
Coco
that?
don't change now.
Did you hear El-Rufai say recently that from that BBC report that what's his name gave to us that he know a governor that went to collect 500 million, is it 500 billion, I mean 500 million naira from the bank.
Who is
Despite
that governor?
there's a policy that you cannot get more than a certain amount of money. Even the federal
Okay,
government says that
look at
all
the
federal
screen.
agencies
Look at
is
the screen. Look at the screen.
that
See your
that
candidate on the screen.
That is not correct.
Yeah.
That is not
Yeah.
correct.
250 million.
okay.
As far back as maybe 2010. When was that? 2010. So 200, that is cash, oh, cash.
Okay. Now,
2009.
do
2009.
you guys
as far
want us
back
to
as
discuss it?
2009.
One man, you want us to discuss it?
Well, let me. That was in the Vanguard. Let me show you. It was also reported in the Premium Times.
I'm not saying it was not reported. Don't get me wrong.
So you are claiming it
Hold
is
on,
wrong.
no.
It's
Hold
lying,
on,
right?
no.
Is that what
These are reported? Fine. I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying it. I think you and I will discuss it before.
Every newspaper reported it.
Reported it, and you
Okay,
want
fine.
to claim that it's not true.
In 2009.
Fine. And when they asked him, what did he say? When you read the paper, what did he say? What was OP's reporter to that?
Okay. What he said was that they were trying to use that money to buy vehicle for Anambra State, and the dealership wanted it in cash. They wanted them to pay in cash, and that was a lie. The civil service rule does not allow that. The financial
the money laundering rule, all the rules don't allow it. No, it's a criminal act.
Yeah, the financial, civil service financial rule does not allow that.
Even the financial regulatory authority rules don't allow. No rule allows it.
Financial regulation, civil service financial regulation does
When
not
was the
allow
anti-money laundering? Hold on. Where was the anti-money?
No, rational mind. Speak to that first.
Hold on. Yeah, you were speaking to. That's what we're speaking to now. When was the? Would you allow me to speak? When was the anti-money laundering law enacted?
Anti-money laundering law has been enacted since 2003 or 2003, since Obasanjo was there.
No, it was during Jonathan. I remember.
EFCC. No, it doesn't matter. I mean, what I'm saying, forget about anti-laundering.
It matters because you are making reference.
Hold on, rational mind.
You and one man, you are making reference to anti-money laundering, whatever policy. There was no that policy. Hold
on, rational mind.
You can't just be talking and you want me to talk.
Hold on, everybody. Let me bring you the story. APC task police boss on 250 million allegedly found in Anambra governor's convoy. The All Progressive Congress APC Southeast Zone has asked the Inspector General of Police, IGP, Mohammed Abubakar, who would have been the person at the time, to publish the police report on the 250 million naira allegedly found in the convoy of the governor of Anambra State, Peter Obi, without delay. In a statement on Tuesday by a zonal publicity secretary, Osita Okechukwu, the party said that in June 2009, the police had intercepted the convoy in front of Mr. Obi's next international office in Apapa, Lagos, and found 10 suitcases containing 250 million naira, accompanied by one of the governor's aides. It added that though the police were not yet to conclude investigation into the money laundering case, the Anambra State House of Assembly passed a resolution exonerating Mr. Obi, elected on the platform of the All Progressive Grand Alliance ABGA, from the money haulage. The party said it had become imperative to publish the report because any vote by Willie Obiano, the ABGA candidate, in the November 16 Anambra governorship poll could translate to a vote for continuation of monthly haulage of 250 million from the state. We want the IDP to let us know where the investigation stops. The Anambra people deserve to know about the money found in Obi's convoy, especially now that they are going to the polls to decide who becomes the next governor of the state after Mr. Obi, the APC said. The fact that Governor Obi is projecting Obiano, a man who has sufficient interest in Fidelity Bank like himself, makes our fears more worrisome. The people of Anambra State should not be allowed to vote for the continuous looting of their resources. The opposition party also regretted that for 7 good years, Mr. Obi never bought a traditional ruler a vehicle, but now the election is 3 weeks away. He has been going about presenting jeeps to traditional rulers and town union presidents in a desperate bid to install his business partner. The party deplored the propaganda against the candidate, against its candidate in the election, Chris Ngige, insisting that Mr. Obi was merely racking up mundane and tribal issues in his desperate attempt to denigrate Mr. And I can bring you another readout.
If this story came out in election period, I don't even know why we are bringing it here. I disregard anything coming out during campaigns. I'm serious.
Sorry, can you hold on, please? Did you hear anything I just read? Because it didn't
I heard it all.
Then if you heard it, then you would know that it did not come out during the election period. They were asking that the details of that investigation be published.
One man.
Did you write what you just said? Did you write what you just said? There was an election going on. Obiano
hold on. Did you hear what I just said to Des? They were asking that the details of that investigation be published. So that was
we know. We heard that.
Yes.
We know, but
the incident did not happen during the election. That's what I'm saying.
We know it did not happen. Right, but the background to it, that's what we're saying. When was that article published? So during an electionary period. That is when they suddenly realized that. Don't get me wrong.
Realize that's the thing. That's what I'm saying.
All right. Let's go to when it was published earlier than the election. Let's go to the Vanguard. This was July. This was in 2009, July. Apart from the 2008 budget of the Anambra, let's take it from the top. Yes. Apart from the 2008 budget of Anambra State, which polarized the State House of Assembly and led to its sharp division before the budget was finally passed, after the intervention of state elders, another issue that recently threatened the peaceful coexistence of the 10-member legislature is the controversial 250 million naira allegedly found in one of the with one of the aides of Mr. Peter Obi. Since the incident in Lagos over a fortnight ago, Mr. Obi has been at the receiving end, with members of the opposition, especially the PDP, calling for a full probe into the matter. Some of those who are eyeing governorship seats in the state call for his resignation or an alternative that the PDP-dominated House of Assembly should impeach him. And I can bring you another one still that speaks directly to that space without the politics.
You can go on and bring anything.
When the commissioner of police, I think it was mostly something, a Yoruba-sounding name, when they arrested, it was actually a tip-off, and then they went to Peter Obi's premises in Apapa, and then they found these 10 jeeps packed to the brim. With naira notes, 250 million naira, and then they called the commissioner of police for Lagos, who then they asked them to open the content of that thing, but then they tried to use immunity of Peter Obi. So then the police commissioner in Lagos State then told them to surround those vehicles and not let anybody have access to them until Peter Obi turned up. When Peter Obi did turn up, the story started to change. What happened to that money eventually? It was seized by the police and paid back into the Anambra State account.
Okay, one
Okay,
man.
good.
They hold on. They set up a committee, and the committee find out that the local government raised payment vouchers, right, and subsequently issue checks in respect of the above contract. The checks are yet to be paid. So, the person who withdrew this cash is not P2B. It's one guy called AGK.
Why were they found in Peter Obi's premises?
They didn't find the premises, one man. They didn't find the premises. They didn't find the premises. It wasn't P2B. It wasn't P2B premises. He said the money was intercepted in Lagos, not in his premises. According to what you said, they find this money in the vehicle. It's not P2B. And the Anambra
all right. Hold on.
Let's move on from this one man. I think we debated this before.
No point even moving on. Let me even one man.
You're saying you don't want to hear the facts.
This money is even.
Let one man talk now. Hold on.
Let me give you this paragraph. In a statement on Tuesday by the Zonal Publicity Secretary Osita Okechukwu, the party said that in June 2009, the police intercepted the convoy in front of Mr. Obi's next international office in Apapa, Lagos, and found 10 suitcases containing 250 million naira, accompanied by one of the governor's aides.
But you said residence now, but you said office.
Yeah.
I said premises.
Premises. Okay, premises could mean anything, but then we have to be clear about it.
It's building in Apapa. I can bring you another one that gives us
it's specific now.
I can give you.
We get it.
Hold on. I can bring you another report that gives us the exact address of.
Let's not nitpick on other states.
It was the contractor who gave this money to his driver. It's not P2B. So it's not, I don't know why you're
Are you sure? Are you sure?
Yes.
Are you sure?
It was the
I
contractor.
don't even know why we are.
Don't worry. Peter Obi is a crook. We all know that.
The truth is that we are talking about one man. We are talking about just May 250. That thing is May 250 million. It's a small money. It's just
in 2009. In 2009,
it's very small. One man.
What is the known work of Tinubu that Tinubu has that is having 2 billion vans? You know how much 1 billion vans
has? It's small money. I don't know why we even bringing this.
Do you know how many roads?
Out of the whole corruption and money that billions of.
Sorry guys, we have to have one voice at a time.
Do you know how many kilometers of road that money can build back then, or how many?
How many?
Hold on now. Do you know how long? I mean, a kilometer of road that money could build back then.
How many
now?
How many?
Yeah, how many?
That 250 can build in Abakaliki
in 2009.
In 2009. Do you know how many schools it can build in Abakaliki villages? I mean, I don't get it. You say that money.
But then you people are arguing about money that was returned back to the treasury of Anambra State.
So I don't know why they are complaining. So why are we complaining?
So we should let it. So Obi should not.
The 2 billion that enter somebody's compound. We're not talking about it very day. Where did that money go?
If that money, number one, this man.
Don't go there.
Hold on.
Let's just let
What we are saying is that all of them are thieves, whether Tinubu or Tinubu. But don't be. I mean, you rational man. I know what you stand for. I know you stand for small thief. You always stand for. We are saying one is a small evil. One is a big evil. So you want to go with a small evil, Peter. And you think we can get it right like that?
Well, the thing is, at least
that is your position. Is that not what you have been? You have expressed.
Guys, the smaller evil is better than the bigger evil.
Bigger evil. You like evil. It
Ajali
doesn't matter. I mean, small. You just want to go
Ajali
before
Coca.
evil. Eh?
Do you know there's
Coca,
different standard of crime? You are in America. There's what we call felony and misdemeanor. So you can't categorize them to be the same. You know better.
What is the meaning of
Exactly.
what's the meaning of misdemeanor?
Felony
Compared
and
to,
misdemeanor.
felony.
Yeah.
So
In
so
America,
felony.
in America, they can't grant you a
Misdemeanor
citizenship
when
with
you
a felony,
cross.
but they
Hold
can
on.
grant you a
When
citizenship
you
with a misdemeanor. I'm just giving you an
when
example.
police pull you over for overspeeding, that is misdemeanor. Or
Exactly. That's
yeah.
what's
So
going. That's what was going on between
hold
Tinubu,
on.
misdemeanor and
Your
felony.
analogy is wrong. You are talking about your state wealth, the wealth of the society. Somebody is stealing it, they are looting it, and you are saying, "Oh, because this one's thief small, this one is okay."
But
The one where
injustice,
thief
hold on,
big.
Angelico, injustice. When a judge has to weigh a case, they have to look at the weight, how serious, the gravity of a case.
No, they look at
You get it?
category.
Somebody who stole, hold on, somebody who stole 2 billion, and somebody who stole 2 million. There's a difference in that.
What does the offense? The offense says they stole the state resources. That is what matters.
But the point is,
But
at this
the
point, it's not
punishment
clear.
won't be the same now.
Hold on, it's not
and
clear.
both of them will be
Hold
punished.
on, gentlemen. Let's have one voice at a time. Carry on.
And punishment, there is punishment for whether you steal small or you stole big. There's punishment for it. So
of course,
you trying to say, oh, the one where thief small, I'm still okay with that one against the one that stole.
I'm not okay
big.
with any of them.
But listen, you are backing Obi now.
Hold on now. You ask a question. If you want, you ask a question. Let me give you my response.
Okay.
Now, I have issue with both of them, but the issue is this: what I just brought up about the 250 million naira. They asked the person that he did not say, okay, I don't know about it. So nobody told me about it. He said it is for, I don't know, we're hearing different stories. This guy, Taga Insisi, was saying different things, but one man said that he said it was meant to pay contractors, maybe suppliers, who supply them vehicle or whatever. That's what he said. And then they took the money and they returned it back to the Anambra's treasury.
And I'm saying that he won't get
hold
in
on.
cash.
I want to answer your question.
Hold on. Before you answer his question, in that space that you are just now, if the money is meant for legitimate means, for legal means, why would the police seize it and return it? Why would they not let it go to its destination to fulfill? If it was meant for legitimate means, why would the police seize it and pay it back to a number?
One man. I think the police maybe did what was right in that situation, because they felt maybe they know the law that would be a violation of the anti-money laundering or whatever law that was existing at that time. But I still know that the anti-money laundering law was passed during Jonathan.
All right. So, doesn't matter when that was passed.
Fine.
No. But answer my question though. Why, if the money was meant for legitimate business and everything is by the law, why would the police seize the money from Peter Obi and pay it back to Anambra State coffers?
Well, I'm just giving you my reason, because maybe they knew that there's a violation somewhere, and it's okay. Well, we're going to take this money back into the Anambra State. I don't know anything more than that. Well, I can't give you any other reason as to what I can think of the past right here.
It's left for you to tell us now, because you are the
and let me tell you,
maybe because it was there, I don't know.
Us.
So you tell us maybe.
And let me tell you, rational mind. Before this Money Laundering Act was passed, civil service on the normal basis have financial regulation.
But the same civil service you're talking about, they pay in cash. They pay most contractors in cash.
It is wrong.
It is wrong.
It is wrong. It is against the law to pay in cash such huge amount. It is against the law. It's against civil service rule. It's against civil service financial regulation in all the states of the federation.
Buhari recently had to put pass what do they call it? What they call it in civil service? Some kind of like put a kind of like a policy in place right now that no agency or any ministry should pay a social X amount of money in cash anymore.
They were doing it in violation of the
they were doing it before.
regulation.
One more question to you, Rational Mind. How do you provide proper auditing for 250 million in cash?
Because if it goes out of the account, the state coffers, they could see it where it goes. I mean, they could see that they withdraw that money. But the question now would be, what did you spend the money on?
Yeah, so how do you provide proper auditing? Yeah.
Well, there might not be a proper auditing in that.
Look at that. Let's just move on.
Do you know this story?
You won't pin me down with that statement you just made.
This story never even made it to the mainstream.
This is what everybody does.
That's the only problem.
Look at that. If you are looking at the comment section, Desmond, I've posted the links. It was in Premium Times. It was in the Vanguard. It was in Sahara Reporters, and I can bring you 10 more if you want more.
We don't doubt it.
It was widely reported. So
we don't doubt it.
Yeah.
I know that. I'm not doubting the story of being genuine now. But what I'm saying is that there are some things, the circumstances that surrounds it. Now, I'm not trying to make an excuse for it, but the point is that if you are saying he did something wrong, let him take him to court. Challenge him.
No, he had immunity at the time. He had immunity.
He had immunity. Okay, fine. He had immunity, but the money was not taken. Eventually, they seized it and they returned it back to the treasury. So
let me tell you, Obi was preparing to travel 2 days. I mean, 2 days after that money was seized from him. He was planning to travel out of the country and then move money to Lagos, 250 million. What does he want to do with that money?
Well, maybe he wants to change into dollars and carry the money. Maybe now. But I don't know. We don't know that for sure.
Guys, listen to
hold on.
Guys,
sorry, let's hear from Gideon. Sorry, Gideon, let's hear from you.
National Mind, you asked me one question. I say, Tinubu, you see, get 2 billion van.
Yeah.
That bullion van, how much they inside?
You know how much 1 billion van to carry?
How much they inside? Now question.
1 billion van carry more than $1 billion naira. Do you know?
But people talk say their money lost.
My sister, hold on. No, they uses your Tinubu narrative and Tinubu statement when they use.
Now
when I not hear anything from Tinubu, I go carry. I just do the dissemination like that. I will give you answer to your question.
I ask question.
You ask me question now. I give you right to my get right to my reply now. I say each bullion van we carry more than $1 billion naira. Okay. That size of bullion van we carry. If we carry like 1,000 naira, I mean 1,000 naira notes, we carry more than 1 billion.
Okay, so Tinubu still the governor for.
Thank you, my sister.
For Lagos.
You too much.
You don't finish answering your question. I be see they ask me question.
The question I think they ask so. Is that in the office or not the office again?
You see.
Answer that question.
No, answer the question now.
Let me answer that question.
No, that was to Rational Mind. Let's it just Rational Mind disable. Answer the question.
Okay, in the office. We can just give you answer to your question. In the office. Okay.
Not the office.
Okay.
What you come the offense where that man commits?
Thank you very much. Hold on now. If Dangote carry that kind of money, I can understand because Dangote get business. Tell me which business Tinubu gets. Where they generate that money from? Yeah.
You get business.
Say you want to talk about what do they call them? The Tribune and TVC. Is that what you were telling me about?
No, my
TVC. You get farmers.
My sister.
You get what?
Let sister answer.
You get farmer for where? Where get farm? Where get the farm?
You get farm for late.
For the charge.
You get farm for a
go inside the thing. Search say Tinubu farm. You go come outside.
Tinubu farm.
You
see what I'm saying? That this lady is not. She was never.
You cannot know that question.
She's
hold on. Let me just rattle through a list since you asked the question. So Oriental Hotel is one of them.
He denied ever having Oriental Hotel.
First Nation Airline is another one. Lekki Concession Company, another one. Papa Amusement Park, he has ownership somewhat of there. Mayegun Land Project, the Nation newspaper, he has a stake in that. Renaissance Hotel, he has a stake in that. Tejo Show Market, he has a heavy stake in that. Ikeja Shopping Mall, he has a stake in that. Radio Continental, he has a stake in that. Alpha Beta, you already know. Royal Garden Estate, he has a stake in that. And the list goes on.
From Lagos money.
Thank you very much. Now, hold on. Now, I know we cannot get the fact as to what year did he start acquiring these things you just listed out to us.
Rational
Pre
mind.
19, hold on. Pre 1999, he never
Rational
had this.
mind.
Please. You see, this is one thing I don't like when I'm saying something.
No, carry on, rational mind, carry on. Yeah.
Pre 1999, we knew where Tinubu was, because when you listen to all the surrogates, they tell you some of this imaginary money that he has here in America of investing in blue chip companies and all of that. We don't know of all these things. Alpha Beta came in after his 1999 when he became governor. We started hearing of Alpha Beta. Now he left. How much was his salary as a governor that he has acquired all these things you just listed to us? If not because there is something going on that we don't know, or other money he has stolen, or he's still getting money paid to him through some kind of means. Look at all these things you just listed. Amusement Park in Apapa, Lagos was Amusement Park was never owned by Tinubu. It was owned by some other. I think then it was owned by some Lebanese or whatever back then. Now you're talking about Lekki Construction Company. Here you go. Ted Joshua Market. I was arguing here on your platform here the other day. Somebody was attacking me here that I should provide evidence that Tinubu has stake in Ted Joshua Market. And I was telling how they were selling shops. Each shop in Ted Joshua Market from almost like 10 million. I was trying to get one then through my sister. And they were saying that we could not get it. That we have to go become a member of APC or whatever. I don't know what they were.
It's all coming out now. So
hold on. Okay. So you see, when I say certain things in the past, some people will argue with me. Now we are finding out that you're reading it to us that even Ted Joshua Market that got burnt, that was rebuilt, Tinubu has huge stake in it. And people were telling me that no. So how did this guy acquire all these things?
Do you want to answer?
Look back. How much was his salary as a governor?
Do you want answer?
Do you want the answer?
Go on. I know your answer. Even before you don't tell me, I know what your answer is.
No. Let's hear the answer after that.
No, you don't know. So when Tinubu became governor, right? This is Tinubu's breakthrough, right? This is Tinubu's breakthrough. So MTN and Econet, when they were going to come into Nigeria, so Obasanjo's regime, they built them, I think, almost half a billion for each company, right? To buy MTA to get the license for the license. I think about $300 million at that time. It was a lot of money. So Tinubu approached this Delta State governor back then, Ibori, and I think a couple of other governors. So this coalition and Tinubu's brother, whatever, I don't remember his name. Anyway, Tinubu's whatever family or whatever that construction, they own First City Monument Bank, or they have a big stake in First City Monument Bank. So with First City Monument Bank and all of this construction, they brought in Econet. So when they brought in Econet, Tinubu used Lagos State to invest in Econet. So they brought it in. But unfortunately, because Obasanjo was fighting Tinubu for everything, so Obasanjo sent EFCC after Tinubu so they went EFCC after because Tinubu used Lagos State money to buy stake in Econet. But he didn't send after Peter Obi for using Anambra money to invest in this beer company.
That's a different timing. Don't say that.
Hold on. Let him land now. Let him land. Carry on, Fatai.
No, he can't be lying to us here. We're going to challenge him on that one.
Who is lying to you? Who is lying to you?
Okay, hold on, Fatai. Hold on, everybody. What lie did he tell? Just give us the lie.
That Obasanjo did not challenge. What's his name?
Peter Obi.
Obi.
Did he?
Obi. No, listen. Obi was governor almost at the latter end of Obasanjo's tenure.
Yeah, but now the government did not challenge him.
You're talking about 1999 to 2003 and 2004 up to 2005. That's what we're talking about here.
Okay, leave the Obasanjo. Did the federal space? Hold on.
Go after
Peter Obi for using Anambra money.
Not even the general one. The thing they went to after Tinubu for. Did they go after Peter Obi for that? Peter Obi
because Obasanjo was not there.
Can I speak?
Not Obasanjo, the federal space. You keep fixating on Obasanjo, the federal space.
Wait, the Peter Obi invested Anambra money in this beer company, whatever its name is. SB Miller.
Yes.
SB Miller. Okay. Next, Peter Obi's own company has a stake in the submiller. He put, yeah, right. So he invested Anambra money in a company in which he has a stake, among many other companies. So federal government did not go after him.
Let's leave that. Go to Tinubu. Go to Tinubu. We'll talk about that later.
Let me finish now. Tinubu invested Lagos State money in Econet, in a company Tinubu did not have a stake in, right? The federal government went after Tinubu. In Tinubu's case, there is no conflict of interest. In Peter Obi's case, there is clear conflict of interest. They go after Tinubu. Can I finish? Wait now. So I'm saying even that is by the way, but I'm just going to tell you where Tinubu made a big break. So they sent EFCs after Tinubu, right? So they investigated him, blah, 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 blah. Of course, there's no conflict of interest. Now you can say on the moral ground, don't invest public funds in a company or whatever it is, whatever. Okay. Anyway, so they go after him. They didn't find any crime. So they forced Tinubu to appropriate this stake of Econet. So Tinubu had to sell the stake of Econet away from Lagos State. So through his convoluted thing. So they bought it out, right? Lagos State made profit, but when Tinubu will now sell Econet to Airtel, Tinubu made billions from that transaction. So so that is a man that turns dust to
boy, Farabale. No. I will challenge you. Can I talk to this guy? Because this guy has always come here and said,
hold on, Fatai. Let him interject you a little bit. Or let's hear from.
I will share the video there with me. I will share a call for you. May you listen to that video.
Fatai, you've not explained how he made his money. You are just saying Lagos.
So that's what I want to ask him. You talk about Lagos State money. Hold on, Farabale, Fatai. You talk about Lagos State money.
Build there up. He's building it. You don't want him to land.
Okay, land, please. Go on.
So I am telling you that when by the time these Econet shares that has now been taken away from Lagos State and now in the coffers of Tinubu as a person, when they now sold these shares to Airtel, the Econet was taken over, whether it was a merger or whatever. Anyway, this shares was sold. Tinubu made billions from that transaction. That is where his big break came from. Then after that, whether he has shares in Oriental or then he used this to, this is Tinubu. This is where Tinubu became a billionaire.
Okay, can I come in now? Now, you said he invested Lagos State's money.
Yes.
You're right?
Yes.
So how does that have to become his own money? How does that make him a millionaire that you're talking about?
Listen to me now. You didn't listen to me. EFCC forced him to sell Lagos, to give Lagos State money back. It's like I buy something with Lagos State with 10 naira, right? So EFCC came after me. So I gave the 10 naira back to Lagos State, and that thing became my own.
There you go.
No.
There you go.
Wait now.
You see, your story is just so too good to be true, to be believed. Your story is too good to be believed. I know that Tinubu invested. Hold on, Farabale. I know the Lagos State. Tinubu invested Lagos State money in some kind of investment. I know Econet or whatever back then must have been whatever. Kind of, but now, what you just said, you listen to yourself. You said EFCC was after. You said, I'm talking about. I can't hear you.
No, continue. I want to.
You said EFCC was after him because he invested a state money into a private business, or let's call it a private business, Econet back then. And then they forced him. I don't know if that story is even true. How can they even force him? And even they force him. Okay, hold on now. Even though they force him to withdraw that, to take that money back to pull out that money out of Econet, and somehow, somewhere, he did some magic there, and the money.
Hold on. Didn't you know that Econet became Airtel?
I know. I'm aware of that.
Ownership change. I sell my share.
Forget that thing. Anything ownership. Convolute the whole thing. We're taking things as piece by piecemeal. You said EFCC forced him, and suddenly he got some money. I don't know wherever he got the money from. He was able to pay Lagos State back, buy Lagos State share in Econet or in Airtel back then, and then the share or whatever became his, and he was able to give Lagos State money. So the question now is this: where did he get that money that he used in paying Lagos State back? Man, this is a huge amount of money.
Suddenly, who owned First City Monument Bank?
It's about this Jebu guy. He owns it. His house is on Miverton in Ikoyi. I know where his house is. He owns The same way he built all his Parabale. The same way he built all his first city monument bank. Is it Oba Tudeko? Yeah, that is his name. He owns it. He owns First City Monument. Maybe Tinubu has shares there or not, or maybe he's just a proxy for Tinubu. I don't know. But what I'm saying is this: that Tinubu pre-1999, Tinubu pre-1999 is not a billionaire. Was not a billionaire in naira.
Yeah,
I mean, maybe in naira, maybe not in dollars.
That is where I tell you. That is where he made his billion. That's what I'm telling you.
But so the question now is this: how would they have made that billion? I mean, put it in context. His salary as a governor, and he was able to buy Lagos State's share in Econet.
When somebody tells you it's an investor,
let me not say Farabale. I don't like. Maybe I'm speaking condescendingly because I don't know you much. So how was it able to change the ownership of that shares in Econet or Airtel to becoming his, and was able to pay Lagos State money back? How is that possible?
Now? How is that possible now? I buy my if you have a share,
you're not answering some questions. You're not answering some questions here.
What if it source fund from the bank? What if
it
guys.
No,
hold on. I know Tinubu.
No,
I know Tinubu.
Hold on, rational mind. You are asking how was
what
if it source that fund? What if it source a loan from the bank to buy
not even what on
Can you produce what is Can you produce the evidence that he sourced money from the bank?
I don't even know what
I'm not saying categorically that I know how he sourced that, but rational mind was asking a question: where did he get the money? And how was
stolen money?
What of his source?
He stole money.
What stolen money?
What of his source?
From Lagos State.
That fund.
No, you're right. EFCC is after you. And
you keep using the EFCC. We understand that part.
Let me speak. EFCC is on you.
We understand that part. Don't use that EFCC.
Hold on, Fatai. There was a jump in what you said. You said EFCC they were after Tinubu for using state money to buy water in Econet. And then he was buy for the state, and then he was then forced to sell it to the public. But then in selling it to the public, he happened to sell it to himself.
No. That is what EFCC demanded.
Is that not an abuse of position?
No.
And also, where did he get the money to buy it? All of that.
Thank you. So this is the condition that EFCC gave. This is the EFCC was going to criminalize him if he didn't acquire the money. The only violation in that problem is ethics, right? Don't use public funds for investment. But there is no conflict of interest.
No, that's not ethics alone. That's criminal too.
What is criminal now? Who is saying that? How is it
use public money for what investment? Is it investment on behalf of the state? Okay, now so when they told him to relinquish the investment, how did he now convert? You can finance anywhere. That's not. You can go borrow money. Your friend can borrow money. Okay. That's not a big deal to me because nobody invests with your own money anyway. But how did it become a judgment to now transfer it to him? Why wasn't it like a public offering somehow? Because that's kind of like abusing power. Basically converted the state, even though they had told him to relinquish it, but he converted it to his own private shares.
No, maybe what happened was that when he returned that investment to Lagos State, the vacuum opened, and this guy
and that's
what happened.
Let me answer them.
That opportunity opened for him to buy
that is not criminal.
And he was able to source.
Let me explain to them. You guys are saying like if it's a contract that is meant for bidding. It's not a contract meant for bidding, right? If it's a contract, Lagos State wants to build a road, you open it for public bidding. Everybody bids and buy. If you then take that contract as an executive, that is when you have conflict of interest or whatever you want to call it. This is not bidding.
Fatai, the narrative.
There's a conflict of interest there. Don't you see any conflict of interest
now? Fatai, the narrative.
Your story sounds too spurious. I think
it's an abuse of office.
That's the conflict of interest.
Abuse of privilege.
How?
Abuse of privilege.
You are the governor. You are a sitting governor. Hold on. You are a sitting governor. You're transferring the money meant of the state.
Let me see if I can explain this. The original deal was executed on behalf of the state. They told you to
Yes.
relinquish it, and when
Yeah.
they told you to relinquish it, then perhaps the company gave you privilege that, okay, if you're giving this up,
No, no,
you
no, no.
take
The
the first.
company.
Wait, let me see if this is hands up. They kind of like tell him, okay, Tinubu, you take the first dibs. Like, if this is no longer belonging to Lagos State, there's opportunity to buy into this. And then he bought into it, right? That's the best case scenario. But isn't that an abuse of privilege? Because you invested with state money, something happened, the FCC, one thing. But they now called you because as a governor, I don't know if it was a sitting
Who
governor
called
when that
him
happened.
now? EFCC instructed him to
to
buy the stock.
Yeah, but after that, EFCC cannot tell you, Tinubu, go
No,
and
they
buy
can't
the
even tell
stuff
you.
yourself.
I
No,
It
don't even know
no,
doesn't
what
they
you're
add
won't
talking
up.
tell
about.
him.
My
They won't
God,
tell
That
that's
him.
doesn't
my
add
God.
up.
A lot of things doesn't add up in
Oh,
what he just said. A lot of things doesn't add up.
no, no, I will find. I will. No, no, I will find it. I will
EFCC
find
cannot tell
it.
you to make an
I don't
investment,
even understand what the
especially
guy
when
is
they
even
tell
talking
you
about.
to
Ajali
The
Coco.
relinquish it.
video, then I
Ajali
will send the
Coco.
video. Come on and watch
Yeah.
am. The video dey which Tinubu
And
say
and
na get
and,
this thing
and
wey
also Fatai, and that thing is being a sitting governor, right? You cannot do business directly. You have to,
Exactly.
if you
That's
have
a
a
conflict
business,
of
you have
The
to go
interest.
same
on a
thing Obi
trust.
did now when he invested in
It's the
Fidelity
same. It's the
Ajali
same
Coco,
thing.
Ajali Coco,
It's an abuse.
don't
It's an
excuse
abuse
anything
of
here.
That's
office.
abuse of office,
It's
conflict of interest,
unethical.
all of these things. This is the
Okay,
things that
Ajala
Tinubu
Koko,
did
we
in
are talking of,
Anambra State.
hold on. See, he
No, why
always,
is it when we talk of Obi, you want to tell us to hold on?
When
Ajali
when he
Coco.
gets when he gets to B, we talk about B, but now we are talking about Tinubu because Fatah is trying to stake a
But then you
narrative for
no
Tinubu,
understand
how he
the
got
video
rich.
dey
When
wey
we
go
get to
clear
B, we'll get to
Tinubu.
them.
I
What
no,
video?
they are trying to make.
The
They are
video of
trying
this
to
matter
make.
wey Fatah dey talk,
What
so the
video
story of
now?
this
Tell us what's the video? Send that
They
to one
are,
man.
they are trying to make.
I'll
Look.
send
You
am.
don't look if you don't understand the
E dey
public.
Twitter, everybody
If
dey
you
watch am
don't
for different
understand
way.
public contracting and you are trying to lump contracting like with ownership of of shares, right? That is where you miss the point. It's not. There's no conflict of interest, right? It's not a bid.
Some of us
Wait,
here, hold on.
wait
Some of
now.
us here, we might not be as we might not be, well, how do they call it, a fiduciary or whatever they call it. I mean, collateral. Correct me on that. I mean, what I mean is this, like, into public, whatever. But we do have a little bit of understanding on how it works. So don't use this big dogo Turinchi of this thing you're trying to tell us. What you just explained to us, any rational thinking person will understand that there's a violation here.
Violation
It's an
of what?
abuse of office.
Of what?
And a conflict of interest. Yeah, even not even criminal here. It is
Fatai, you
criminal.
said public contracting. I bid for. Okay, I can't even talk about what I do. Forget about it. But I understand public contracting, and I don't see a case where an asset is relinquished from the state, and then there's an order given to a private citizen to buy that asset. It just doesn't add up.
Fatai, what I want to say is this, yeah. The narrative you had, it's a reason given for Tinubu amazing web, but it's false. That's not true. I know you had a narrative. You try to explain your narrative.
It's not that I had a narrative. It's not that I had a narrative. It's not that I had a narrative. I read the matter. I read the case, right?
An article,
and I will
right?
find it. Wait. I will find it and send it to one man, right? I'll find it and send it to one. Okay. But let me explain to you.
Perhaps the initial sale to him was for Tinubu, but now finding out he used state money on behalf of Tinubu, and they tell him return the state money, bring your own money. If that's the case, I can agree. But if he bought it on behalf of Lagos State, EFCC now says return Lagos State money, now buy it for
that is
yourself.
what Fatai has been saying. That is what Fatai has been saying. He said they initially bought it for Lagos State. It was an investment by Lagos State. And then they went after him using federal power, federal against him, that he cannot do that, and was then instructed, take this money back into the account, this investment.
Return Lagos State money back to Lagos State.
And then that gave him that brought in a vacuum.
A vacuum, yeah.
Yes. And then he invested his whole money.
From which money? From where?
When he was in the public office, what are we talking about?
Hold on.
Hold on. You are saying from where?
He's in
We
public
can
office.
hold on.
Angelique.
You can
I
borrow
know.
money.
Hold on.
That's
This
all.
guy
One
could
voice.
borrow
One
funds.
voice. Yeah.
He could source for loan
You
because
cannot do
that
that.
investment. Hold on, man. What do you mean by you cannot do that?
He
When you're a
can't
Number
do
governor,
one.
you
that.
cannot do
He's a
that. When
public
you're a governor,
office.
you
Angelique.
cannot
Wait
do
now, one at a time. Let's hear Ajanico.
Hold on now. Is it not Nigeria? How did Obi did his own?
Oh, yeah, we go again.
Uh-huh. How was it
But
possible
Ajani
for
Koko,
him
Baba
I get
Oga
to
the
said
invest
question
he
for
wants to
Lawali.
sit down.
Fidelity Bank?
Ajani Koko,
So
Ajani Koko.
he,
Is that not an abuse of office?
oh yes, I will say
How? No,
hold
no, no,
on,
no,
hold
no,
on.
Babalego, no,
Don't
no,
let
no,
us.
no,
No,
Babalego,
that's
what?
an abuse of office.
Babala,
It's
you
an
are
abuse
getting
of office.
no, it's my.
It's
Let
an
me
abuse
answer
of
this.
office.
Okay, but let me give
It's
my
an
opinion.
abuse of office.
Let me
Yes.
give my opinion. What is an abuse of office? With what particularly? Specify what is abuse of office.
Okay.
When you use your office
But
for you want a definition of abuse of office?
Yes.
No. What is abuse in this matter? I want
Okay.
to know.
he used
Now,
his privileged position to conduct a transaction. It's
To
very
favor
simple.
himself.
How?
Yeah.
How is
Yes.
no.
He used it to
Lagos.
favor himself.
Let me land
Will
now.
they call Fatai to come and do this transaction?
Why?
Yeah.
When? Well, Kolata, please. I don't want to say this thing.
He's a
Wait.
state governor now. You cannot do that.
Hold on. Let
Can you let
Fatai
me
explain.
explain?
Yeah. Go on, Fatai. People do interject, but carry on. Yes. Carry on, Fatai.
No, I know why they are interjecting, but it's okay. Econet is not Econet. Lagos State is one shareholder in Econet. Now, if you take out that shareholder, Econet has nothing to do with Lagos State again. Tinubu can go and buy the shares of Econet. What does he have to do with his position to influence? What position? Econet is not Lagos State.
If Lagos State did not do that investment, Tinubu will not be the preferred bidder. That's an abuse of a position.
But let me share this information.
How does that make sense? How does
What
that
I know.
question make sense?
Fatai, let me share this important information. I think Fatai, you didn't get the information right. You see, before Econet came to Nigeria, what is this? Tinubu was one of those that brought Econet to Nigeria, and he brought it in before he became governor. And I thought that was when he
no, you can never break it. No.
Hold on
That's
now.
not correct. That's not factually correct.
Hold on.
Econet came in 1999, after 1999.
Before he became governor.
We never had GSM. We never had GSM. No.
Yeah, you are right, rational mind. No, rational mind.
Una know say Tinubu get the senator for Nigeria.
Yes.
There's no need to dance around it. First of all, number one point is that EFCC was right there. You're not going to tell me Tinubu was conducting criminality in front of EFCC. Number one. Number two, Lagos State, Delta State, James Sibori, they invested they used Delta money also to invest in Econet. They didn't go after James Sibori. You know, these were Obasanjo's children, right? That's the point I'm trying to make. They went after only Tinubu. Now, you are saying there is a conflict of interest. There is a private company, at that time, I think I can't remember, but I think I'm sure Econet was not even publicly traded company. A private company, an entity called Lagos State buys into the private company. This shares is withdrawn, right? It's a private company. Anybody, you can go and buy it there. Tinubu goes to buy it there, and you are telling me
he transferred. But the point is,
he
transferred the share belonging to Lagos to himself.
To himself, that's what it is.
Out of it,
no.
He's a public servant.
No,
he's a public servant. He's a governor. That's a conflict of interest.
Do you know what is called SPV? Do you know what is called
abuse of office?
Do you know what is called SPV?
Rational mind. Wait. Rational mind, you cannot say he transferred it to himself. He relinquished the Lagos State shares, but that left.
No, not he relinquished. Lagos State.
Or they sold it back to Lagos State or whatever. The money went back to Lagos State, but that now made opportunity for someone to invest, and that person was him. Now, my take on it is, if Lagos had not initially invested,
if the world was never created,
calm down, let me talk. If Lagos State had not already done that investment, and whatever happened with EFCC happened, what was isn't that like Tinubu, you have the first dibs on this investment that belongs to Lagos State. Go and bring your money. Let me land. Go and bring your money. and come and invest to replace this thing that Lagos State owned. That is where I have a problem with it, because he was privileged. He was privileged because it was Lagos State that owned that investment. It wasn't. It was almost unfair because you had to now bring the Lagos State, a sitting governor,
Wait.
a sitting
You know, you
governor.
guys. I'm sorry,
Kolata
Kolata.
now.
Let me say something. You guys are not making
Oh
any
shit,
sense,
man!
because
You guys just continue.
Des, allow
you
Kolata
can't.
finish, please.
Kolata, listen. You can't even have a business if you're in public office. Obi made that
Do you
clear,
know SPV?
because he had
Do you know
to.
what
He
is
had
called
to
SPV?
calm down. When you're saying he bought ECOWAS shares, that's making him.
It is unethical. It is
Do you know
unethical
what is
because
called
a
It's
SPV?
flip side,
not. That's what I'm
a flip
saying.
side of it. Wait,
What
a
is
flip
on
side
SPV?
of it is
Let Kulata finish now, then others can
Jesus
talk
Christ,
now.
you guys, you just
Let
talk.
Kulata finish his own
A
this
flip
thing.
side of it is a state government builds a building in some area, and then they get a court order that, oh, those buildings, you can't, you have to return it back to the developer. And then the developer now says, oh, I don't have money to do the investment. Governor, what's the name of my governor again? My Georgia governor, come and buy it up. That's exactly what it is. That is abuse of privilege.
No,
That is
not
abuse
exactly
of
what it is.
power. Whether it's a
That is
private
not-
placement or not, it
that
is
is not what-
unethical.
No,
Because
that is not.
if
that is
Lagos
not the
State did not
analogy.
make that initial investment, you will not be the preferred bidder. And why will you be a preferred bidder as a sitting governor? It's wrong. Let's call it a spade a spade.
I think
No,
Kulata is right.
please let me
He's
respond.
right.
I have to respond, Babajalogo, please.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the point. Here's what you mean. So Lagos State built a building, right? When Lagos State built a building, that building belongs to Lagos State. When there is a company called Econet and there is an entity called Econet, there's an entity called Lagos State. It's two entities, like two living things, right? It's not like one living thing owning a building, non-living thing, which is its property. Econet is not the property. Once Lagos State relinquishes shares, Econet is not the property of Lagos State. Anybody can go and buy it, right? Is the who can run faster to go and buy it is the point. Right? If Tinubu is the one who knows that this shares is empty and goes to buy it, what if that private
Well, you
company?
cannot do that. Why?
But the law they buy him from running any other businesses while in office now.
Oh my goodness. No. But that is second one. I will come to that. I want to
the law does not allow him to run any.
So sorry, Ajale Koko. He can even do it by proxy, you know.
By
He can
proxy
even
now.
do it by proxy.
That's why I will come back to that. But let me defeat the first one. So it two entities is not controlled by Lagos State. How are you making a case that Tinubu is using his influence for a company that Lagos State does not control? The control of Lagos State is
I don't know how you are. I don't know how you see things, Fatai. I don't know. I can understand. But hold on. I understand you live not in Nigeria. You live outside Nigeria. This kind of things you just described.
I never lived in Nigeria before.
Oh, here we go again. Magboro. You never lived in Nigeria before. I mean,
I'm just saying that was sarcasm. That was sarcasm.
I know it's a sarcasm. That was what I was like. What could have brought this? I'm not being cheeky here. I'm not being. Okay, I'm just trying to make a point that where you are, where I am, all of us that are outside, things like this, if it happens, you better believe that the court or whatever, the authority will come down on that person.
No. The authority went on him.
Hold on.
I know you want to bring
on Fatai, hold on. Rational mind. What is being described? Is it, in your view, is it an illegality or sharp practice? Because there's a distinction between the two. Is it an illegality or just sharp practice?
They want to criminalize street boy.
Sharp practice.
Sharp practice.
No, street boy.
It is sharp. It's clearly sharp practice. It's unethical.
It is a sharp. Is it a sharp practice?
How is it unethical?
With some measure of illegality.
Hold on, Fatai. Yeah,
it's a sharp practice with a bit of illegality in it. Now, this is the illegality I see there. Because some of the things that Fatai just said, it doesn't add up. That EFCC went after him and they left other governors. That I don't know. EFCC cannot tell, hold on. EFCC cannot force you to do that, tell you what to do. Of course, Econet at that time, they were not listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange. So it's a private
Thank
All
you.
the
So
your
it's
share.
a private entity.
Yeah, it was a
Anybody,
private. I understand that
they
part.
don't have to advertise their shares
They don't have to. Yeah,
as
they don't have to.
open.
Yeah, they don't have to because they were not listed. Hold on, they are not listed.
How is it the influence of Lagos State Governor?
Hold
How?
on now. I tell you, sometimes you just get me
Sorry,
off.
Danny, my
Just
brother.
maybe. I
Oh
agree
yeah,
with you.
carry on.
I agree with you on that. That they were not listed. Yeah, let me go. But the point is this: that
Carry
it's
on.
a sharp practice. Tinubu, this is the same Tinubu that was accusing Atiku of. Why does my mind just go blank this morning?
No be say
Anyway,
they happen. Wetin una wey dey talk
this
about?
this same Tinubu that was accusing Atiku
for
of
running transportation business when
while
he
he was
in
and then,
custom.
Yeah,
I mean
but that is an
benefiting.
article's name now.
Hold
If
on
it's
now,
proxy, it's different.
hold on now, profiting.
I agree with you, it's sharp, but I agree with you, I'm not disagreeing that Tinubu is being clever, right?
There's no
but you
difference
cannot
between
claim it.
Tinubu and Peter Obi in this. They're both
Of course,
unethical
there is big
practices.
difference. Anyway, of course,
Yeah,
there is
but
big difference.
you
Peter
said
Obi,
there's no. Sorry,
I
you
don't
said that
understand.
you said there's no difference, but who is more culpable? Let's
No,
even look.
who is smarter?
Hold on.
One man, can
It's
I interject?
smartness. It's intelligence now. Tinubu did it
One
in
man,
a more intelligent way. Obi
I
was a
said
little
it.
bit.
Can I interject?
Obi
All
was
right.
a bit more crude.
My brother Uptown, please give me
Hey,
1
my
minute.
brother.
Hold on.
My brother Uptown, just give me 1 second. 1 second. The
All right.
difference is this. I said it from beginning. Tinubu does not have any shares, personal shares in Econet. Peter Obi had shares. Next, his company had shares in the beer company? In the beer company. So that is
Fidelity Bank.
Is that a proxy? Is not that by proxy?
No. Peter Obi.
That's by proxy.
All right. All right,
Peter
gentlemen. Let's
Obi
bring.
Peter
Can I
Obi is the
interject?
owner of
Hold on.
Fatah is making sense there.
Yeah,
No, there's no
everybody,
sense.
they
There's
don't
can
no
want to
sense.
everybody,
speak now.
please, everybody, can you hold on, please? Let's bring Uptown in. Uptown. So what Fatai is just where it was where I was taking you to. Who is more culpable? Let's leave the 250 million in raw cash that Peter Obi stole, and let's just look at how he invested state money in Saab Miller, which he owns a large shareholding of. And Tinubu's investment in Echo something or the other that Fatai just described, Econet, that he invested on behalf of the state, and the authorities then forced him to sell into private hands. So who is more culpable? Who stands more guilty? Surprise us, Uptown.
One man.
Okay.
You will notice that I've been strangely quiet all the while.
Unusually so, yes.
Unusually quiet. And the reason is very simple. I am feeling sorry for a lot of people. And I needed to speak when I could speak with calmness, because it's a huge disappointment that it's a public platform, and then people that are not informed come to the public platform not minding who is listening, and they make uninformed analysis. Because when, like, I'm going to respectfully Ajali Koko, you do not know anything about that 250 million, nothing. And it is clear from your analysis. But you were calling the man a thief, and you were even trying to paint for us how many kilometers of road 250 million we construct that will be stole. But then I'm not gonna penalize you for that. It's fine. What I'm gonna do is to offer you what the actual thing is. So maybe another day when the case is raised, maybe you have a better informed decision, because that's the whole point of analysis and punditry, right? So, one man, the 250 million, it is very sad again that you raised a couple of articles on the platform and you read the beginning of article and you failed to read the end. So one man, I'm assuming two things. It's either you have read the entire article and you chose to pick a side that suits your narrative, or you didn't read the entire article.
We've read it in full 3 times, yeah, but I can read
All
it
right,
again
okay.
if you want
So
me to.
let me assume that I read it. Then, if what I'm explaining now differs, correct me. First of all, the Anambra State government House of Assembly cleared Obi on this after they raised a panel of inquiry that is independent of the one Obi raised, because Obi wrote a petition to IGP Mike Okiri, who was the IGP sitting in Anambra at the time, to conduct their own investigation aside from what the National Assembly, which was 95% PDP, if not 100% PDP members, was occupying. Now, even with that, the reports of the committee came out, and it was so clear and unambiguous what happened. The 21 local governments of Anambra State and the Attorney General of Anambra State and the Commissioner of Local Government at the time, which is Professor, I've forgotten her name. That's the Commissioner of Local Government. So these three gatherings, 21 local government heads, Attorney General of Anambra, and the Commissioner of Local Government, they gathered when they were trying to tackle the insecurity problems of Anambra, and they reached an agreement that they were going to buy 21 units of Kia Optima for the 21 local government. That is 1 unit per local government office. And then 21 units of Ford pickup for the local government police. Because Obi was running what he's actually suggesting now. He's running a 3-tier policing system in Anambra State. He did it as governor. Now they suggested that 21 units of Ford pickups for the 21 police local government, making it 42 per local government. Now, after that meeting, which in this panel of inquiry, both the minute of this meeting was submitted, the proceedings of this meeting was submitted, the date and everything. The final recommendations were submitted. In fact, the contractor of which these local government heads, the Attorney General and the Commissioner of Local Government, the contractor they gave this contract to, it was there in the minute of the meeting. Who is the contractor and the company that is the contractor?
Sorry,
The company was
Playtown.
owned by
Sorry.
AGK.
Playtown,
Wait, let me
quick
finish.
one.
Let me finish. No.
Wait, wait,
Let me
hold
finish.
on, hold on.
Hold
Allow
on.
me now.
No, hold on, Uptown. You know, people interject. Let's
See,
pull out a comment. Yeah.
after all this verbosity, you still have to explain why a transaction is needed in 250 million rand cash. Just FYI.
All right. That's why I was waiting
The
for.
last time
Yeah,
I checked,
carry on.
I have not said I was going to run away from any detail of this.
All right, carry on.
Now, this contract was issued to AGK, who owns Glitz IntroServe. That is the company that was ordering the contracts. And then each 21 local government heads issued payment vouchers with the bank, the state bank that was in 6th Avenue in Oka. That is the particular branch. And all this is contained in the report. Remember, this report was done by PDP members, who not APGA members. Now, AGK went to the same branch of the bank at 6th Avenue and catched an overdraft facility of 250 million to execute the contract. Now, let it be clear. The money he cashed is his money, because this is like a contract. I will execute it, and then the state pays me afterwards. So let's continue. AGK cashed this money in cash because he wanted to buy these cars from Lagos, which probably to him, these guys prefer cash transactions. Now, what did AGK do? AGK decided to join Obi's convoy, which was being taken for a routine maintenance in Lagos with the money. Now, it was on the way to this routine maintenance, obviously for them to drop him in Lagos, because if I'm going to carry 250 million naira cash, I don't want to enter bus or enter whatever it is. For safety reasons, I probably want to go in a government. And if I have the privilege of joining a government escort, he took the privilege of joining that such security. On the way, they were intercepted, and this money was collected. Now, I heard somebody on this platform say that this money was returned to Anambra State government. That is a lie. This money was returned to AGK, and AGK still executed that contract.
Where
still
were
bought
they
those 42
intercepted?
units.
Where were they intercepted? When
They
they
were
were doing
intercepted in
this?
Lagos. They were heading to Lagos. They were intercepted in Lagos. Now, I also heard somebody on this platform say they were intercepted
But
in
wait,
Obi's house or Obi's
So
office.
Baytown,
That is also a
you glossed
lie.
you quickly glossed over an
so
important information. You said it's
Wait
preferred to do this
now, calm
transaction in
down.
cash. Why is
Calm
it
down,
preferred to
calm
do
down.
this transaction in cash? Can you explain
The
that bit?
contractor
Because
decided to
you
do it
said
in
all these
cash.
things and you quickly glossed over that. And
and
Wait,
also, you said
wait.
sorry. You have the floor, but what you said is a
Okay,
lie. It's actually true. It says
okay.
in a statement on Tuesday by the Zonal Publicity Secretary Osita Okechukwu, the party said that in June 2009, the police had intercepted the convoy in front of Mr. Obi's next international office in Apapa, Lagos. So they found the money at Obi's premises in Lagos.
They found it in his convoy. They found it in his premises.
And I just read it out now. In a statement on Tuesday by the Zonal Publicity Secretary Osita Okechukwu, the party said that in June 2009, the police had intercepted the convoy in front of Mr. Obi's next international office in Apapa, Lagos.
Okay. This, what you read now, is not contained anywhere in the report of the
another question
judicial
I want to
panel of
ask.
reports. It's
Another
not
question
contained
I want
anywhere.
to ask.
But then, wait. Let's even say it's contained there. Let's even say it's contained there. Now, AG, this money, okay, one man clarified this too, because I think you're the one that said that this money was returned to Anambra State government. When and how? Because this money belonged to AGK. Anambra State government is even yet to pay for the contracts. This was AGK's personal money. He wanted to execute the contract and get paid later.
Okay,
This
I
money
think
was
if I
returned to
follow,
AGK.
let me
AGK still bought those
interject
cars.
1 minute. Let me interject. You said they wanted to buy patrol vehicle and another vehicle.
41 units of
Hold on.
21 units of patrol vehicle, 21
Okay.
units of care for the 21 local government offices.
Okay. So that check came from each local government area
From
or
each local government. It is
okay.
documented in that report.
Okay, fine. And this guy is going to Lagos. What stopped
Okay.
him from collecting all those checks? Take him to Lagos. I mean, deposit.
Payment
Hold
voucher
on,
was raised by each local
hold on.
government
Forget about payment voucher.
in the branch.
Hold on.
Actually, do you know what a payment voucher is?
Hold on. I know what payment voucher.
Right,
Hold on.
Okay. Go on.
Payment voucher is what they raise to prepare check.
Okay.
All right. When that payment voucher is approved, all right, then payment will be issued out.
Okay.
Either in check rather, with that sum of money.
Which was not, not done.
Okay,
yes.
So you are saying that they gave him check, he took it to bank.
He was not issued a check. Let me repeat myself again.
Okay, what did they do?
A payment voucher was raised with the bank branch at 6th Avenue.
Okay.
Checks, it was clear. See, this is clear in the report.
Okay.
Checks are yet to be issued to Mr. GK. But for some reasons, Mr. GK went to the branch and withdrew an overdraft facility of 250 million to go and execute the contract.
Okay, so you are telling me that the check, I mean, the bank cannot issue money order or bank order. Is it what do they say? They can't give a bank order.
So he's saying that
hold on.
Mr. Ejike's personal money. So you are saying
no, allow him.
Hold on.
Is it Anambra's money or Mr. Ejike's money?
Ejike's money. It was handed over back to him. I can send the report to you.
You see, there
money,
is a lot of.
Now, somebody said this money was returned to Anambra State government.
Number one, hold on. There are a lot of corrupt practices going on there. Is that a full payment? Hold on. Is that a full payment or a part payment for Mr. Ejike?
What's the full payment? Is it the payment vouchers or the money Ejike
the money given to him? Is it a full payment? Because as you are saying, they want to get vehicle from him. This month have not delivered the vehicle, and they are giving him full payment. It's not done in government district. Hold on.
Let me repeat myself again. I don't know if you're getting me, or maybe if you give me 1 minute, maybe you might get me or pay
And then
attention
money
to me.
order, they can give him, they can give him bank draft, or is it bank draft? And he can take that bank draft, go and deposit it. Hold on, let me finish. He
Can somebody
take
help
that
me to
bank
explain,
draft
please?
from
Babajani
Enugu.
Koko, what Uptown is saying,
explain and give
brother, let me just one second, just give me 1 second. What Uptown is saying will be valid on paper, but that it means that Uptown is going contrary to the report, right? Are you saying the report is wrong? Because one man is not making up the story. The story were widely reported in many newspapers. But if you're saying that what Uptown is making is possible in transactions, which means Mr. Ejike approached the bank, use the contract as like a collateral. I have secured this contract. Bank, give me personally.
Which is why he went to the exact branch.
An overdraft. Give me personal overdraft, and the bank says, okay, there is a security for the overdraft, and they give it to him. It's possible, but then you will be saying that all the newspaper report, they are all false. Is that what you're saying? That they are false? Because one man.
Listen.
I believe Uptown is reading the cover up, not the. You're reading the cover up of the whole thing, which is fine.
I'm reading a cover up. Who is covering up? Anambra State House of Assembly of PDP is covering up, or IGP Michael Kiri? Which of them is covering up?
Uptown, can you give us the source of your story?
All right, one man. Let me send you a link.
So all these
you know, Ajali Koko, I wanted
yeah.
to say this. Ajali Koko, let me say it. I wanted to rebuttal this before.
I didn't want to go through the stress, but I was just so
I
annoyed.
wanted to rebuttal it because I have it on my screen, yeah.
Even Festus Keyamo,
I was just waiting.
Even Festus Keyamo have not raised this issue.
I was just waiting
even
to
Festus
rebuttal
Keyamo that is looking for what to throw at Obi have not raised this issue.
And don't worry, we are raising it. We are raising it. We are raising it.
Ask yourself, even Showore haven't even brought it
Showore
up
has not
once.
raised
Even
it.
Showore, you have to ask yourself if
that was so clear.
News valid.
I didn't want to talk because maybe I would start sounding annoyed or something.
No, but you have to
very unfair on the man. Very unfair.
Wait. You have to send us the source. We can't take it just because
I will send you every single source you need. Every single source. And stop doing lazy analysis.
So
even there's what I wanted to rebuttal is one man.
It's an actual event that happened. It's an actual event that happened, so you can't say nobody is making anything up. Peter Obi did cash out 200 million naira in cash in 2009, by the way. So the value of that billions now. He did take it to his apartment in Lagos. We know that. The police did stop him and confiscate the money. We know that. So nobody is making up anything.
What I see from all this, because even the old papers you read, a lot of them, they are not consistent in the reporting. But the only fact I think I can establish from what all those people said was there's a 250 million naira that was withdrawn and that the police intercepted it. But it seems like everybody didn't seem to agree on where it was intercepted, if it was returned back to the treasury or not, and
where it was intercepted is everybody agrees.
Can someone just explain a basic? Can someone explain a basic thing?
Let me ask something. In 2009.
Uptown rational mind. Can someone explain a simple thing? Why cash?
Lotta, let me just ask something before you ask what you're asking.
Can someone just explain that to me? Why cash?
Okay, can I say something real quick? Uptown, hold on. You've been talking. Can we talk? Can we just talk, please? You continue maybe.
Something. Nobody wanted to do it. Nobody wanted to do it in the platform.
Everybody was lying. Sorry, can you hold on? Is my voice being heard? Can you just hold on?
I can hear you.
Yeah, just two things. Too many voices cascading over each other. I know it's because it's such a hot topic, but too many voices cascading over each other. But let me also give you this, and then you carry on. The discovery of the two, actually it's 255, not 250. The discovery of the 255 naira in cash belonging to Anambra State Governor in the governor's vehicle at his private residence at number 7 Aerodrome Street, Apapa. So we even know the exact property that belongs to Peter Obi, where the police caught up with him with the loot.
Let me add to that. Now, even a first report even said that there was also guns and ammunition. Have you seen that report?
No. I've seen that, but what?
Okay, you know it was debunked by the police investigation.
No. It wasn't debunked by anything. Let me address
that.
Nice. No,
okay.
let me address that. The interception of that stolen money was at the tip-off of an aide within that cartel that was looking to steal that 250 million from Anambra State. But for them to get the police to move, they had to tell them that there were guns and ammunition, so that they used that to get the police to move.
So stealing 250 is not enough to get police to move.
Well, don't worry. But,
one man, go and read the full story on Vanguard. Then one man, let me ask you this.
Extensively.
In 2009, the Editors Guild of Nigeria, led by Benga Adefaye, they came to Anambra to get the full story. And after getting the full story, go and read Benga Adefaye's, that's the head of Editors Guild of Nigeria.
No,
go and read his reports.
You make the claim, you bring it to us the source. We have given you so. I mean, one man.
I'm mentioning names and I'm mentioning associations.
No, that one is
we all have access to the internet.
Everybody is avoiding the simple question: why cash?
Nobody can answer that.
You're asking why a contractor
but then why cash, right? Why cash?
Wait, you're asking why a contractor chose to use cash to execute his work of his own money.
Hold on, rational mind. The question that is being asked uptown. In a country that's there are armed robbers everywhere, and in a state that is the epicenter of banditry at that time, with everybody carrying guns in Anambra State, why would a legitimate business take 250 million naira in cash and travel the expanse of Anambra State to go and hide it in Peter Obi's apartment?
And we had limits back then. We had limits. It's not like we did not have limits.
All right. So let me ask you this question too. So are you saying that this contract was not formally given out by Attorney General, Commission of Local Government, and all the 21 local governments?
Answer the question.
Or are you telling me? Are you telling me that this contractor?
Can you hold on?
Let me finish. Are you telling me that this contractor has decided to defraud the 21 local governments of Anambra State, including the Attorney General of Anambra State, and not give them their car that they demanded for?
That is not what we are saying. What we are saying,
they asked you why
the big cash like that in the sum of 250 million
from Anambra to Lagos.
From Anambra to Lagos. You see, that process of big cash like that, withdrawal, violate the financial regulation of the state. You can't pay.
So who violated it?
Do any contract with such huge amount in cash. You have to go in check for proper documentation.
Okay.
It has to go in check. And let me tell you, let me hold on. This guy can take from his bank in Anambra money order is as good as cash, take it to his bank in Lagos, deposit it in his bank, and then withdraw cash. If you want to withdraw cash to go and do whatever, he can do it instead of carrying cash and say he's traveling with governor convoy. Look, read between the lines.
No. You are the one that is refusing to keep emotions by the side.
How true is it that Obi was scheduled to travel 2 days after that, according to one man?
It was in that report now.
Obi was scheduled to travel to where?
To travel out of Nigeria.
Abroad, out of the country.
Okay, so
after that,
okay, so what is the I don't understand what you're asking.
That they say money laundering. He wants to change it into dollars and pack it and throw it and take it abroad.
He wants to change it into dollars and then they don't change money in Oka. They don't change money in Oka, they change it in Lagos.
Yeah, that's why he took it to Lagos. He took it to Lagos to change it in dollars before he traveled
outside the country. So come on, let's be fair. One man, go and read the full Vanguard article. You even see where the Editors Guild of Nigeria was told the entire story of the whole PDP saga in Anambra State and how they are trying so much that even their member, I'm coming, even their PDP member came to the house and said there was this little slip and you people couldn't use it to impeach Obi. You couldn't find a way to turn it around, whichever way to do the impeachment. The guy said it. He told it to his members. They said,
money
but how
have
can we
changed hand now.
they
What are you
argue two
saying?
flames?
They have
Money
money have changed hand. By that time, they carry out that investigation. Money have changed hand, and
Anambra PDP has changed
settled
house with
everything
Obi.
behind the closed door. Money have already changed hand. The investigation
People need
was
to
carried
go
out. Hold on.
and know
The
what happened in
investigation you are
Anambra
talking
State.
about.
It's so
the
sad when
investigation-
people say what they don't know.
The investigation you are talking about was carried out after the incident, and I want to tell you, money has changed hand. In order to perfect everything.
Okay, Obi has arrived the opposition house.
One man's royalist.
Like
just one man
let's be fair.
Sorry, let's
That's
say
all I
from
can say. Let's just be fair. Let's be fair.
Let's
Really.
have from Gideon. Let's have from Gideon. Gideon, you wanted to come in?
Up down. It be like say you just trust to be past yourself, eh? Pikin wey dey for back, you know they trust her. Pikin wey dey belle like they trust, okay? Not swear for Obi. Obi, nobody perfect. Obi no be perfect man. May not go kill yourself because of
So
Obi.
because of that, I should accept a lie. So to satisfy you that nobody is perfect, I should accept a lie and let it run. And then all of us will be here and assassinating somebody that didn't do anything.
You know they there. You cannot say.
What transaction are you talking about? One man.
You've not established any lie. Let's agree on what we know factually. What we know factually is that 250 million naira was taken from local government coffers in Anambra State. We know that. We also know that that 250 million naira was cashed in Anambra State. We know that. We know that that 250 million was traveled in cash in a Peter Obi convoy from Anambra State to Lagos State. We know that. And then we know that that 250 million naira was intercepted at Peter Obi's privately owned premises in Lagos State, Apapa, number 7 Aerodrome Street, to be precise. So we know that. So we know this to be fact. So we're not contending that. But why they are ferrying cash in a space like Nigeria, and how is it auditable even? If that was Tinubu, we would say.
Oh man, the cash is not Anambra State money. This cash belongs to AGK, the contractor.
Where is
this is his money. The money was returned to him.
Where is the source for this claim up now? This claim that the money belongs to
one man. Please, let's rest this case. Go to Vanguard. Go to.
Go and verify.
And AGK carry that money and have to travel with Obi convoy to Lagos.
Go to Vanguard News, please.
And
go
they
to
don't
Vanguard
know
News
anything,
and read the article,
he doesn't
please.
know anything about the money.
Go to Vanguard News.
And
don't
then
call Monkey Dog for us.
The money then landed up in Obi's property.
Don't call Monkey. No call Monkey Dog for us. We know the difference between monkey and dog.
One man. Please, let's move on because it's clear. I thought I should not debunk this because I know this will happen, but I ended up wasting another 10 minutes of my life. So let's continue.
All right. Let's move on.
One man, can I intervene? Just a minute.
All right, come in.
Okay, so all these traverses we are all narrating here, what is the implication to the election? None. I guess you just want to flog things, which is good. You know, just
they want to stick something on him now, my guy.
No, hold on. I can bring out the details of his impeachment in.
I'm not even concerned. I'm not even concerned about who's team or who doesn't team. This is just my opinion.
Oh man, if you bring that one, I'm ready for you.
We have flogged.
Hold on,
it's my turn now. One man, give me a minute. I've not interjected.
All right, yeah, carry on.
I'm not here to narrate.
Emotion they run.
Hold on,
man of
hold on, please. Yeah, carry on.
I'm not here to argue whether Fatah said the truth. Anybody said the Ajalico Kali, whether he said the truth. It's not my main issue. I've been listening because I'm busy now. I can't talk a lot. So I mean, what is the implication to the election? Nobody. I mean, this doesn't. It doesn't garner any place in Nigeria election. Nobody in Nigeria is going to is familiar with this. Even I thought they're familiar. It's too late right now. Election is less than 2 weeks, so it's not going to make any implication. We should have been flogging about what's going to happen, the Naira design or whatever. But you know, it's part of the narrative. That's just my interjection. I'm not going to interfere or give my own opinion.
Yeah, hold on. What's been established is we have always maintained that Obi is equally as crooked as everybody else in the field. And we say that not out of anything against the guy, but out of what we know of his antecedents in the governance of Anambra State. If I bring you the details of his impeachment, your eyes will pop.
I already I already know about that. You already flogged it 200 times. So it's not
Even FFK, the conspiracy theory.
It's not important to me whether Tinubu or that kind of thing you're talking about.
Obi was running
FFK has not done itself.
Even what happened to Atiku? What is this transfer? That guy came and Atiku gate. Where has he led to? We should be talking about the election and what's going to happen. But anyway, you just want something to talk about.
All right. Obi was running a gangster's paradise in Anambra State.
Thank you, one man.
Paradise. But still with you. So you said you felt sorry for people. Watch this Uptown and react to it.
It could be recalled that the vice presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Yusuf Datti, had over time in Bauchi addressed its supporters, expressing fear over winning in the 19 northern states. 23 days to the presidential election in Nigeria, these members of the party are here to announce their defections to People Democratic Party, PDP.
We, the leaders, stakeholders, and about 4 million registered voters in the 6 states, Taraba, Adamawa, Bauchi, Gombe, Borno, and Yobe, of the Northeast Geopolitical Zone resolved firmly that the following decisions become sacrosanct. 1. Resign our membership from the Labour Party. 2. Defect to the People Democratic Party. Number 3. We also resolved to declare our full support to Alhaji Atiku Abubakar of People's Democratic Party, PDP, solely for the success of his presidential election.
The group claims that there is poor information sharing in the schemes of the party hierarchy, as Southerners in the party are sidelined Northerners who constituted about 65% of the voters in the region in the activities of the party. Damina Yusuf, AIT News, Bauchi.
So what happened
is
to
new?
So that's
Yeah,
Uptown.
one more.
So Uptown
Okay.
react to that. Yeah.
All right. First of all, one man, before I react to that, I don't know if my voice raised the earlier I was talking, but
No, you didn't cross the line. You know,
I
you're
didn't
too
cross
much
the
of
line,
a,
right?
you know, you're too
Okay.
well mannered to ever cross the
Okay.
line. If it was man of prestige, it would have been a different thing. But carry on. It would have been huffing and puffing. Yeah, but carry on.
Okay.
I was only joking, by the way, prestige. Don't go to Rudolph and start to.
No, it's an Agbero from Igbo State.
All right, back to you,
If you
Uptown.
notice, obedience are always calm. Obedience, Sake Father, Uptown, there's, we're always calm. We don't talk much. We just
only sacrifice
allow it
and
to
my
flow.
brother
Why did you put
It's
Joel?
okay, dance.
Why did
I'm
you
gonna
put
be the only
Joel?
one. Okay, I can't be like all of you.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's fine.
So I was just for me, it's just fairness for everybody. That's just it. So on that space of defection, one man, yeah, those guys defected, but the story that got me cracking up was when he said 4 million registered voters.
Yeah, no, that was funny to me as well. 4 million registered. It's
So
just how
I
they
never
plot the
one man.
figures.
I want to. Thomas said LP will not get 3 million. Whereas these people are not saying that they are living with 4 million people. Only in
It just
Northeast.
wants it just wants geopolitical. Imagine that. It's just the ludicrous bunch of people.
I
But
was shocked. I didn't even with my optimism. I didn't even know we had 4 million voters
look
in
at that.
Northeast. That just the sheer ridiculousness of that space, one man. But I mean, we are a couple of weeks to the election day, and I think we will be more surprised in this platform if we're not seeing defections or counter defections. As at a couple of days ago, about 700 PDP members defected to Edo State, defected to LP. In Edo State, we have seen the House of Rep member and the deputy speaker in Kaduna State in APC defect to Labour Party. And we have seen people, a drove of defections from APC to PDP in the north. So I think it's just the regular things playing out. That is one. The secondly on that
No.
space,
So
yeah,
sorry, Uptown. You say a
yes, yes,
regular thing playing out, but
yeah,
this is a Labour Party hemorrhaging the very little they have in the north to Atiku. But the wider
mm,
point is that the north, they seem
mm.
to be coalescing around Atiku Abubakar now,
Yes, they are,
because
they are.
a lot of the movement in the north, they are going
Mm.
back home, and that
Yeah, they're
home they
going.
fight.
Yeah,
By
one
the
man are
time.
retreating.
By the time we hear Pakwanso collapse the structure for Atiku, it's game
That will be
over.
the end of it.
Yeah.
So one man, that is why in analysis you have to remove emotions and even partisanship, because I was one of those in this platform that clearly said, I think I also said it, I think I once went to OVS platform too. I made the same thing. I said that the only people that have a true base in this election is actually Atiku and Obi. And the person on the time I said this, Atiku was almost forgotten in the election. They said Atiku is no more in the election again. But I said you cannot, if you go to the north, the way the election is, Atiku is the only northerner, serious one running. And when you are presented with three Muslim candidates, with the type of thing I know about the north, and I've studied about the north, and I've asked questions, and they have three Muslim candidates, they will begin to apply the law of, I think I even said this like a couple of days ago, they will automatically, naturally start applying the law of scale of preference. What is the scale of preference? There is a southern Muslim with a Muslim ticket. There is a northern Muslim with a balanced ticket, and then there's another another Muslim. Automatically, as a northerner, if I start retrieving, as they always do all the time, I'll cancel out the southern Muslim immediately, and then I'm left with two northern Muslims. If I apply the scale of preference as well, out of these two options, who is likely to win? That is where Kwankwaso gets struck out again, and it ends up with Atiku. And I knew Atiku. That's why I said before, as at last year, that Atiku pathway is playing the ethnic card, and you don't play ethnic cards at the beginning of elections. You play ethnic cards towards the ending. And I know that's why he was chilling in Dubai, why everybody was running around. You get what I'm saying? He understands those dynamics. And also, what made it even more viable an option is the fact that for the first time, which I also said this a couple of days, the last time I came to the platform, for the first time, their golden son is not running, which is Buhari. And that has thrown up votes up in the air, or in the north. That's why I also say a couple of days in this platform, if anybody remembers, that the highest numbers of undecided voters are in the north. And immediately those undecided voters start deciding, this election might tilt. And again, I took out time to try to analyze what could be going on in the mind of undecided voters. What could make them undecided? What could make them undecided is that there's three candidates of their faith, and they apply scale of preference, and that whatever it is, and immediately they start retreating to their enclaves. Some people start getting struck out. The Tinibus guys start getting struck. The Kwankwaso. That's why I say Kwankwaso will do way poor than a lot of us in this. I'm not part of it because I've always said you perform poorly. So, but some people think he will do greatly in North. I think he's going to do abysmally poor in the north. It's a simple thing. It's a simple psychology. scale of preference. That's it. So Atiku have started playing his ethnic card in the north. Who is he going to affect? It's affecting Tinubu.
Up to, well, it's affecting. It's affecting all because if he lands in the presidency, it affects everybody. But you say that it started playing the ethnic card. Have a look at this. What is more? This is the perfect ethnic card that a northerner can play. If you are talking about a dog whistle, the perfect ethnic card a northerner can play is the image that you're about to see now. So here is Atiku Abubakar. He's praying at the tombstone of Shehu Uthman Danfodio and, of course, the Islamic prayers.
This was a huge one.
This is the dog whistle that rallies them. Do you see? That's the ethnic card right there. Yeah.
That was one. But then one man.
One man. What do you call it? Rufai. Rufai was making reference to Madam Fodio too. In his fight against Buhari and the Cabal. That is what they know them for. That is not the practice that Madam Fodio played. That is not the practice that Tafawa Balewa played, and that they enter into agreement with other people, and they keep to that agreement. You understand what I'm saying? So going there to pray, politician does that. It doesn't mean that because he went there to pay respect to his terms, does not mean that he played anything. I mean, that was a renowned leader. I mean, a revered leader that passed on, and everybody always, even from different political ideology, the progressive, the conservative, and whatsoever, they always get there. This doesn't mean anything that because he has done that, he has broken the back.
That image that Atiku put out, there's two things that is signaling. It's signaling to religion, and then it's signaling to the historical backdrop of that region. So Uthman Danfodio, one, who brought a lot of the Islam into that space, and it was the conquistador, their deferential Mother Teresa figure in that space. And then, of course, the Islam, which is wrapped around Uthman Danfodio.
I think I got you. Sorry. I was missing it up. I was missing Uthman Danfodio with the Sultan, the one that was killed in the first coup.
Yeah, the Saudana of Sokoto.
I was mixing. I think you are right. You're right.
So the signaling, it doesn't even have to say any words. There's a Fulani man praying at the giving an Islamic fatwa or something or the other at the tomb of Uthman Danfodio. And that's the dog whistle. If the ethnic card, there it is.
One man. You could say that, but the larger question is that a sign? Is that an indicator of Atiku gaining ground, or is an indication of desperation?
It's a rallying call.
But a rallying call. What does a rallying call indicate? Gaining ground. If you're gaining ground, how much dog whistle do you need? But it's subjective. Anybody can take that. I don't see all these narratives. Even that one with Peter Obi 4 million votes, as the Optan was saying, doesn't sound coherent. This one, Atiku is throwing up every picture. To me, I will subjectively. That's to me in politics. It's a sign of desperation. You don't need to do that if you run the place. There's no.
But it's desperate now. It's this last chance now.
Desperation does not equal gaining ground. Desperation does not equal gaining ground.
No. If he's working, it equals. If he's working,
it is working.
Okay, it's anybody's point of view.
Okay.
So one man. On that space here, so it is clear. We have seen the huge defections from APC in the last 2-3 weeks to the PDP in the north, and I know there's still a handful of counter defections, but then if you compare it, if you weigh it side by side, you see that APC is losing ground. You saw the rally in Katsina today. It was not, even though Buhari was there. Was it today or yesterday? Yeah, I didn't think it was. Compared to what happened.
Oh, that was going to be cancelled, though. That rally was going to be cancelled.
Yeah.
But
So
they weren't going to hold it because of the deaths that happened.
yeah. So
So they
one
didn't
man.
mobilize for that rally. That's why
Yeah.
they didn't mobilize.
All right. So one man, I'm scared, and I think everybody in this platform knows why I'm scared, because everybody knows my disposition towards Atiku in this platform. But then I'm not also scared because I'm on ground, and I have my data on ground, and I know what is happening, and this is what is happening. And I'll repeat it. I think I've said most of them before 1 month, and I'm also going to cite. I know you're going to ask me after this about the people that say that will be. The higher the voter turnouts, Obi's victory, and the lesser is Tinubu's victory. So I'll probably add it to what I'm saying. So there will no need to ask again. And so that concurs with what the positions I've always held, and most of them are. I said that Obi was going to get the popular votes in this election. I said that as late as September last year, and I also said that Obi's worst case scenario is that he's going to take second, and I almost entered a bet with Enigmatic on that, which I pulled out of, and that remains my stance. And I didn't make those because most times when we analyze on the platform,
Do you still want to bet with Agrimati that Obi will come second?
no, I'm not
Yes,
betting.
Obi will
I
go
just said
second.
is my stand, but I'm not betting on it. Anybody that can bet on it should bet on it. I know what I'm talking
And
about.
the
But
Gemati
then,
ran now. I wanted to bet he ran. He
okay,
said
somebody
he's
wanted to.
gonna
Okay,
come
it's okay.
third, and he ran.
Okay.
No, that was
Recommend.
Kolata, not
I
enigmatic.
recommend
Oh
anybody
yeah.
that has.
Okay, sorry, that was Kolata. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Who
recommend to
called
anybody that
called
can
my
place the
name?
bet
Who called my
can
name?
bet it. But then, let me.
Nobody, go and sleep.
Obi is
Go and
coming
sleep.
third, though. Don't think any. don't get deceived.
Kulata, are you
Do
betting
you
with this
want
or
to
you're just
bet
saying?
with
Obi is getting
Kulata? He
second.
said Obi
He
is
doesn't
coming
want to
third.
bet now.
Obi is
Kolata,
coming
let's
third
bet.
Kulata,
now.
do you
Who
want to
I'm
bet?
saying,
bets?
I want to bet now. Who wants to
Kolata
bet?
bets
Oh, yes, he
now.
wants to bet.
I dare now. I say so. We done the
Don't
talk and you
not
don't
bet.
know.
Oh, Obi is coming second.
Why?
Kolata.
Which
Who is
second?
calling
For what?
Kulata? Who is calling Kulata off?
Okay,
I
who
tell
should
you
I
truth,
trust
oh,
now?
not bet.
All right,
So who's coming third? Is it Tinubu coming third now? What are we taking?
Tinubu
No,
will carry
Kulata,
first.
Kulata. If you believe
First.
yourself, you don't need anybody's suggestion. Just enter the bet with this.
Me, I want to enter bet that Obi will come third, and I'm going to tell you why.
So, Des, are you going to enter into it?
Don't tell me why. Don't tell
You
me why.
don't tell
Don't tell
him.
me
You
why.
don't tell him anything. You
You
want to
don't need to
bet?
tell him. Just
Don't
enter
tell
the
me
bet.
why.
I'm so
Just enter the
confident in
bet.
what I'm saying that I can tell
Then
you the
bet
reason.
Oh yeah,
now.
enter
That's it.
now. Enter
Hold
The
now.
on
reason
now.
is
Hold
let me talk.
on. Everybody hold on. Too many voices, too many times. Let Kulata expand on his thoughts, and you don't force him into a bet that he doesn't want to make, though. If he wants to make it, let him offer.
The reason being this. The reason being this. There's a lot of hype for Obi, but the realities on ground. There are two main factors that are going to work against Obi. Number one, a lot of people, students that they're relying on, they're in school. They will not go back to vote. Then number two, many of those kids, I'm sorry for the youngins on the call, they've not collected their PVC. Number three, a lot of these so-called strong areas has many strong down ballot candidates for Senate and for this, and it's still freaking confusing to those rural people to know that, okay, for president I pick this, then for Senate I pick that. So the people working in the local government area, the people that they're using to go canvass votes, they are not going to do it for Obi, they're going to do it for their own party. So in that case, it's going to fall short in areas like South that everybody thinks is going to get. It's going to fall short
I'm
in
afraid
the
now.
north
I'm
in the
afraid
north
now.
central,
But
and
I'm
then it's
afraid
going to
now. But let's still bet.
get number three. It's still a straight race between APC and PDP. Take that to the bank.
I'm afraid, Kolata, but let's still bet. I'm afraid now, but let's still bet.
All right. Don't worry. Let's
All
do
right.
that.
Looks like
Obi no
Kulata
go
does
win
not
the
have the
election.
balls. If Wike will say you don't have the balls, So let's watch.
You're not one to talk.
Based
Ẹnu
on
wo
with the
ẹni
Gambo
tó
thing, no
tó ń
problem.
sá sẹ́yìn ó ń pè yàn kan pé kò sí bọ̀.
Yeah, not want to talk.
Eh?
Because we close matter for you because we like you. Don't let us be.
But one man, in all fairness, Des does not have the privilege of data. Colata did data, and if Colata with his data cannot bet that Obi will come third according to his data, then we can't bash Des too much. Des does
Exactly.
not even have privilege of the data.
Yet he's willing to bet.
Yeah, but
Yes,
he's
he's
willing
willing
to
to
throw
bet.
money at
You're
it.
willing to
You-
throw
you-
money now. So how much now they go?
How much now they go?
I get Coco, don't force them to bet now.
No,
No,
let
No,
Let's
Kulata
just
cannot
be
go there and
1
be
million
bamboozling
naira.
Kulata
us.
said he will come
We
third.
don't already
Obi will
talk
He
come
will
am
third.
come
3M
third,
now, 3 million.
categorical, third, number
We
three.
already talk
Okon.
3
Let me say it in
million now.
Yoruba. Let me say it in Yoruba so you understand
Colata.
clearly. Okon, AG, Eta, Omagbe
I
Keta.
Okay.
Kulata, I can't believe that somebody in this life will be afraid to bet that Obi will not come third.
Who told you I'm
It's a
afraid?
strange feeling.
Have I
It
told you
feels
that
so
I'm
This
afraid?
strange.
election where we bet for
I'm
1
telling
million.
you that it's calling number three. You are saying I'm afraid.
Okay, you're not afraid. So I don't understand
Okay,
you.
Des, how much did he put down?
You see, they're already
3M,
querying if
3M,
we're
3
a gambling
million.
platform. Eh?
No, he said he's not. Kulata said he's not interested in naira. Say he want to go in dollar.
I don't
That's
do
what he
any
said
naira
now.
Okay,
nonsense. I
man.
don't have bank account.
Oh yeah. See what will happen.
Oh, no, hold on. Let me just say this. What Kulata said was when he originally said it, because he wants to keep it in the friendly realm, he said $1,000. So it just say yes or no, and then we move on. We don't want
All right,
to.
no
Yeah.
problem. 1,000 is fine.
All right. If that is acceptable,
All right.
we'll come back.
Okay, you have it.
Is
1,000 bucks.
Wow.
that a bet?
1,000 is not a problem.
You know
It's a bet.
all right. Okay. So to
One man,
clarify.
send me details. Send me details, and I'll send it. I'll send it to my.
Yes,
Nice.
hold on. Ajanle Koko, send details in the
You
comment
think
section.
I'm
But
kidding?
before you send details, Ajanle Koko, just to clarify, for the purposes of documentation, the stake is you are of the thought. Your bet is Kulata that Peter Obi will come third. No. So it's going to come third or less in this election. So if it comes fourth, Kulata still wins. But what Kulata is saying is that those two top positions, Peter Obi is not going to come near them. The highest Peter Obi will achieve in the election is number 4. So that's the bet. Des.
Yeah.
Give me a
Yeah,
Jale
that's the
Coco
best.
Zeal or I don't have cash app. Just give me a Zeal or whatever number
Ajali
you
Coco
want.
Cash App.
Okay,
I'll send it.
Zell.
No.
Cash App. I will send you on private chat.
All right. Before you do that, let's see if
send it to one man, so one man can give me on Instagram.
All right. So, before you do that, let's see if Des is. Are you clear on what the stake is, and are you accepting it, Des?
I've already accepted now. The only certain he doesn't want to go higher.
There's no certain. We'll do 1,000.
Kulata, they bully you now. They bully you.
Well, I'm not doing naira. I don't play with nonsense currency.
No. $1,000 is still in the realms of friendly.
The only
But
thing is that
anything higher than that is
They will be irresponsible of it. Just we're playing with money here.
You guys should remember our platform commission.
No, that's already embedded in there now.
I am going to see, because I'm going to win, I'm going to give the platform 20%.
Look at that.
Okay. Nice one.
And by the way, let me just say this, Ajanle Koko. By the way, can you hold on? By the way, a lot of that money, it will be going to our social responsibility thing that we've been doing. Remember when we did 3 people empowerment via Folly? So a lot of our work comes in will go towards that. So thank you, gentlemen. But yes, is that so? I think we have a bet, and our bookkeeper Ajanle Koko, he will. So
if you give me the details now, Ajanle will get the money in less than 30 minutes.
All right, and you know where to submit your own money as well, Des?
No, Ajanle should send me his Cash App here, like on the private message.
Okay,
all right.
Send your Cash App.
All right. The bet has not taken place until our.
Maybe I use the bet now.
You said one bet at
1 million. It'll win this election.
1 million. Hello, look at that. Let's settle down.
Can you guys hear me?
Hear who? Who's that?
Rational Mind.
Oh, Rational Mind. Yes, we can hear you, Rational Mind. All right, I think we lost somebody just then. Let me send the link. All right, so back to where you were. Actually, before you get back,
All right. Okay.
sorry, before you get back, let me just do the. Sorry, who's that? Who is that heavy wolfing? Let me mute Fatai and Gideon. Oh, yeah, it was
Wait,
Fatai.
so one man, if they cancel the election or whatever, if military comes in, we need a clause for
Everybody gets their
force
money back.
majeure. Yeah, we need a clause for force majeure.
Everybody gets their money back.
The sound wasn't me. Oh.
Yeah. So just
Is
to address.
Is it me?
No, it wasn't you. It was between Gideon and Fatai. But just to address what and not just for this one, but for every wager. Let's not use the word bet anymore. Let's use wager. For every wager that has taken place, if there's a force majeure as if in any event the elections don't take place, the money is just reversed to everybody. So that seems to be the reasonable thing to do. So let me just start. I say let me read out the super chat. It's only 3 really. So somewhat we push for it, but this is Alexander Gomez just as a start, agreeing with Gideon in almost everything she had to say. Just delighted to hear. It's quite amazing that we're one of the few platforms. We get a lot of panelists, but very rarely female voices. Gideon is spot on, is what Alexander Gomez says. And this is George Blue Shell. He says, I beg one man, continue with the pidgin. The yarn sweet. So yeah, there it says. If people are multilingual one man. If you want to go, if Wafi self pidgin as I be that one self. That one are conk original. I be not be conk original be that Gideon. No, you sabi Wafi English, pidgin, Gideon. Look at that. Nobody even knows what Wafi pidgin is.
I don't know that one.
Yeah, that one now original. That one now the cocoa now.
That worry English be that one now.
Now Wafi pidgin.
You be worried.
Eh?
You been said Bing before.
Don't worry. You don't worry. I don't day yard before. No, not that yard though. But I don't know what I don't even know. I don't even know what I'm saying. Let me just shut my mouth before. All right. Thomas Adedeji. Obi is not winning. Obi is not winning our next president. Any amount any Obidien wants to bet, I will send the money to Mr. Adale Koko right now. Even though I am never coming. Even though I never come to the panel, but I trust Mr. Aja. So yes, I don't know, man.
Is it not the same Thomas? Or same Thomas, yeah?
No, it's not the same Thomas. It's a different
okay.
Thomas. This is Thomas Adedeji. If Thomas dares his wife will flog him. If Thomas dares his wife will flog him. But a bit of me doesn't really encourage this. It looks as though we're going to new territory, but there he is. We only really acknowledge that it has happened when Adele Koko tells us that he has received 2 alerts from Desmond and from Kulata. But as we await the report from Adele Koko, we go back to Uptown. So Uptown, you were talking us through this rather fanciful yet another, just beyond the realms of reason, that if the larger the voter turnout, even is it the 4 million in Bauchi that it's a total nonsense. It is
the phantom 4 million.
Yes, this tears the poll that is telling us the higher the turnout, that's logic reversed. That's an inverted logic right there, Uptown. Because if there's a 70%, 60-70% voter turnout in that election, then the Kulata will be smiling all the way to the bank. Because imagine if there's a mass turnout in the north, how does that favor Peter Obi? If there's an equal mass turnout in Yoruba land, how does that favor Peter Obi? And however large the mass turnout in the southeast is, how would that counterweight the nearly 3 times or 4 times their numbers outside of that territory? A total nonsense. These are poll by Stairs.
One man, before I continue, before I go into the analysis, I would like to ask you this question. Do you see anything on ground that suggests motivating Northerners to come out in mass.
Well, they have two candidates in the run-ins, and they want to retain power.
I think they've always wanted to. I mean, Buhari has been running, so even their golden son, actually, the one they actually like, anyways. So yeah, so I think that's a rhetorical question. So let me just go on. Oh,
Ajali Coco is
have you
Akim.
guys sent?
Akim is the name, right?
No, don't worry about the name. Just send it to Adele Koko is a private man, but send it to the details he sent
Yeah,
it to.
I want to know the name of the cash app he sent.
Then
just talk to him on the private chat.
Ask him in the private chat. Don't yes, ask him in the private chat.
Yeah.
But yeah, back to you.
Okay, so one man, let me keep that as a rhetorical question. That question I asked you, if the whole noise of to come out to vote, we're not hearing it in the north, and nothing suggests that they will have. In fact, if the north will ever have voter party since 1999, this is the time to do so, because this is the time their golden boy is not running. It's just a guy they don't really like, and then another guy from the south that is really running. So that's by the way. So again, let me repeat these things again. And I mentioned two, and one out of it was taken up as a bet, and I love the fact that we are bringing in more, or rather, a wager, as you said, one man. So I hope I inspire another wager or halfway through the analysis. So I said Obi will get the popular votes. Nobody's yet to put a wager there, but it's fine. Obi will get the popular vote. I've been saying it in September. I stand on it. He will get the popular votes. Obi's worst case scenario is second. Worst case scenario, second. I'll repeat it again. So Atiku will do better than Tinubu in the north. Atiku will do better than Tinubu in the north. Tinubu will do better than Atiku in the southeast. These are very unpopular opinions. Obi can win Lagos if there is large voter turnout. Once voter turnout of Lagos hits 40, Obi will win Lagos. And one man, I don't know, there's a video I wanted to send to you, some El Rufai video I wanted to say. I don't know if I sent it or maybe I ended up not sending it, when El Rufai was actually stating how the godfatherism in Lagos can be ended. He said if any politician can be able to say Lagos has 6 million, at the time he made the interview, the Lagos had 6 million voters and only 1 million voted the last election, that if any politician will have the magic wand to activate the other 5 million, that he will end such a person will end the godfatherism in Lagos. El Rufai said that in a video interview. I don't know if I sent it to you. I had it on my phone. But that's by the way.
I think you sent it, but okay, it's a well circulated video, and that's going back about 18 months ago, 2 years.
Yeah. Shortly after the 2019 election. So again, Obi will win Lagos if voter turnout hits as large as even 35. Or let me just let me be a little bit 40. If he hits 40, Lagos is gone. That's by the way. This again in this election, the South and the North Central are the deciders. Why? Because they are the two regions that is not fielding a candidate of their own, a homeboy. Other 4 regions are fielding homeboys. South is not fielding anybody. North Central is not fielding anybody. So that means that they are the deciders. That means that the person that will be on tops in this election is the person able to secure his home base and then go into those two deciders and own a significant chunk of it, if not win the votes. And the only person placed to that now is Obi. Obi is the only person securing his own base and doing well in the South and in the North Central, which are the two deciders. And like I said, Obi has a homeboy factor. Obi is the star of the North. Atiku is the star of the Obi is the star of the South. Atiku is the star of the North. Obi will have the highest southern votes. Atiku will have the highest northern votes. That is disadvantaging Tinubu. But then there is a pathway. There is a reason why even with the way Atiku is doing well in the North, he might still come third. And the reason is that the pathway for Tinubu is something I call alternative 2. And that is a candidate that will be able to score second in maybe 4 out of the 6 regions. And Tinubu will score second in Southeast ahead of Atiku. It's unpopular, but that's what's going to happen. Tinubu will take Southwest. Tinubu will score second in North Central. Now, Tinubu was scoring second in Northwest the last time my data was showing me, but recently with the with what Atiku is doing now, is taking over the Northwest from him. That means that this alternative 2 is fast losing steam. So the more Atiku edge up Tinubu in Northwest, the more this Tinubu's route, which is alternative 2, is being neutralized. So Tinubu should be careful. Now, and again, another unpopular opinion, Atiku's pathway, Obi's pathway to victory is Atiku. The better Atiku does in the north, the more the chances of Obi. And this is the reason is very simple. Atiku is performing abysmally poor in the south. We can be traced to a lot of things. It is the turn of the south to have presidency and all of that. And Atiku's ticket is betraying southeast. That is why Tinubu will even perform better than him in the southeast. So that means that if Atiku is able to deplete the votes so much in the north, he's giving Obi an advantage, because if he doesn't do that, Tinubu will carry the day. Now, that's why I say that Obi's victory is hence.
Sorry.
Okay.
I'm trying to follow the logic in that. So,
Okay.
Peter Obi gets he gets the overwhelming in the southeast.
In the south, yes.
And then in the south or in the southeast.
Cumulatively in the south, he will get more votes than any other candidate. Cumulative. Cumulative.
All right. Carry on. I'm going to check something.
Okay.
Yes.
So again, the better Atiku does in the north, especially the northwest, which is the lowest place of strength for. We thought this job would have been done by Kwankwaso, but he has proven to be a very ineffective politician, overhyped. Now, luckily for Obi, Atiku has stepped in to do that job that Kwankwaso would have done for him by gaining grounds in the north against Asowaju. Now, the more grounds he gets, the better for Obi, but then it has a limit. If he gets way too much...
Hold on, let me pause you there for a moment. Something you said that cumulatively, Peter Obi will get the majority of the votes in
that's southwest, south, and southeast.
Yeah, in the south, yes. Let me just quickly bring you this. Sorry, some of them should mute themselves. There's a reverb somewhat. It says 2023 Northwest, Southwest have highest registered voters. This is INEC. The Northwest and Southwest geopolitical zones are leading in voter registration with 22,672,000 and 18,332,000 eligible voters, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has disclosed. An update published on INEC's website shows 96.3 billion people registered before voter registration was suspended. In 2019, the commission registered, and then it goes off. The Northwest, hold on, can you hold on? The Northwest, comprising of 7 states, Jigawa, Kaduna, Katsina, Kano, Kebbi, Sokoto, and Zamfara, have 22,600,000, approximately 700,000, really, if we round off to the nearest decimal. So the Northwest has 22,700,000 approximate eligible voters. The Southwest region, comprising Lagos, Oyo, Ondo, Osun, and Ekiti, followed closely with 18,300,000 approximate voters. The North Central came third with 15,700,000 approximate voters. The South came third with 15 million approximate voters. Northeast with 12.9 million approximate voters, and the Southeast with 11.5 million approximate voters. So, how would Peter Obi sweep the South when his base has the least amount of registered voters in an election that will be entirely ethnic?
Okay. Do you know that even following precedents, do you know that South and Southeast vote with the same pattern? Across all past elections, they vote along the same line. Are you aware?
Carry on.
Every single election. Every single election. They vote
It's
the same pattern.
It's not going to be like that this time, because they have broken up into 2 different parties now. Or the Easterners are following Obi, and the South are shared between PDP and APC.
South to share between PDP and okay, I think that is where we lost we were going the same line and then we lost into two
I'm
different.
not saying that
So
Obi will
yeah,
not have this thing, but
yeah.
I'm putting PDP above any other party
Okay, can you hear me?
I'm putting PDP above any other party
Above.
in
Okay.
South. Yeah.
Okay, and that's why I say that because you have that feeling, that is why what I'm saying might not make sense. But because before I said what I said, remember I made a foundation that I told you clearly that PDP is gone in the South. Nobody's taking it from me. PDP is gone in the South. I even told you that APC would do better than PDP in Southeast. It's an unpopular opinion, but that's what's going to play out. In the South, PDP is gone, but they will do better than APC, unlike in the Southeast. But they won't. Labour Party will do far better than PDP. It is not the turn of a Fulani man. It's simple. I see. If you talk to people here, they are in concurrence with the Southeasterners, and it's a popular Southern thing. Just that it is not. It is least strong in the Southwest because Southwest has a candidate. But again, on that principle, that's why I say Obi will have the most popular votes in the South because River State and Delta State has one of the highest this thing after Lagos and Oyo. So if River State and Delta State are in the southeast space, and then on the other space of Southwest, there's Lagos and Oyo, and still, even in the Lagos, Obi is still highly competitive. So this is simple basic maths. If you bring out your sheet and you do the plus and minuses, you'll find out that you still land to my conclusion, which I have done over and over and over again and begin to have headache. But nobody has to take my word for it. All you have to do is write it down in a diary, and then we head to the election. So Obi has the popular vote in the South. So the more Atiku does well in the North, the more chances for Obi because Atiku is gone in the South. So he does not even have the spread. But then that doesn't mean that Atiku should do extremely well. If Atiku do extremely well, he will start becoming a threat to Obi. So all he has to do is do fairly well, better, and edge off Tinubu in the Northwest and parts of the Northeast, and then it's fine. But let him not do exceedingly well, especially doing so well in North Central. That's going to be a problem. That's when it's to start being a problem to Obi. But for now, with the rate it's going, it's advantage to Obi. That is
Can I
another
comment to
one.
you, Doctor? This is your permutation. It sounds
It's
too.
not collateral.
No, it's me. It's me. Can you hear me? I said uptown. I said.
Okay. Yeah.
So
I can
now
hear you,
my these are permutations that you just said.
Yes.
If Atiku did very well in the North, I mean, it's going to be the winner
There's
of that
a limit
election.
to the very well I'm talking about. You
What do you
shouldn't
mean?
do exceedingly well. That would be a problem.
So the doing
win
well in the
elections.
North is to take away APC's votes. Is that what you're saying?
Northwest, yes. Do well in the North. Win with Northwest.
So if he does well in Northwest, then what happens to
Yes.
Northeast?
And Northeast, they're able to probably play a 50-50 there. Like tight race, those dog fight of a tight
Tie with
race,
who?
45-43, and all of those kind of stuff.
Tie with who? I mean, tie with APC or with
tight race with APC. Tight race with APC, yeah.
Then how does OP comes in the picture then?
That is what I'm telling you.
Because obviously, I mean, from the way we're looking at it, the 5 Yoruba states, I'm sure Tinubu will win them. Maybe not by landslide. So. You said what?
Landslide is debatable, but I said he's going to win it.
He may likely win the 5 years, but maybe not by landslide.
I didn't say likely. He's going to win it. But
if he doesn't win it by landslide, hold on. If he doesn't win it by landslide, and what's his name does well in Northwest, Atiku, and then in the South, which I'm sure even Southeast, Atiku is going to put some votes from there.
He wins, my brother. He wins.
He would definitely.
Atiku will not get 10% in any state in Southeast.
There's a PDP structure there. When we say PDP structure,
I know what I'm telling you, my brother.
So if the PDP structures are very more stronger there than the APC.
Come back on the election day. Atiku will not get 10% in any Southeast state.
Well, that's debatable. That's subjective. But then from what I'm looking at, I'm going by what I know of PDP in the South, and Southeast. So if he does, let's say he does like.
Can you permit me to explain to you why you do very bad in the Southeast?
Okay, go on.
Okay. Now, Southeast is not going to vote in protest to Tinubu. They're going to vote in protest to Atiku. So there's a difference when you are voting, you're not voting for somebody. There's a difference than when you're voting in protest to somebody. Now, if you are not voting for somebody, that means their structure is still intact, but that little structure will still work for them. But if you are intentionally voting in protest to somebody, it dismantles their structure completely. So it's simple, it's basic logic. So that means that if Southeast is voting in protest to Atiku, their structure becomes completely dissolved. But because they don't really have any protests like consciously with Tinubu, so they're not just going to vote for him. But then there's a structure in Ebonyi and there's a structure in Imo State. I expect them to deliver not necessarily 25%. I think it will be extremely difficult for any of them to do that. But then I expect them to deliver something significant. So that's why I believe that when I say Tinubu will do better than Atiku, I'm not saying that with any wide margin, but I'm just saying even if it's 10% to 5%, Atiku will be the one to get the 5%. But Tinubu get the 10%. So that's clear on that part. So
I don't see how that works in favor of that.
All right. Gentlemen, let me pause you for a moment. I think Ajanle Koko has an announcement for us. So Ajanle Koko, nice. Over to you. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, woman. I was just trying to send a chat to you on the private chat. So, Kulata and Des have showed that they are real men.
Testicular fortitude. They've shown testicular fortitude.
They showed their manhood. You know?
Is that what we don't want to see that though? It's not that kind of show. What's going on there?
So both of them have set in their money.
They are
serious. They are serious. They are not playing. So Kulata said that Obi will come third. And Des said it will come second. So that is the bet. So whoever wins will take home 1,800 and the platform will retain 200 for social commitment, or what do you call it, woman?
Social outreach.
Social outreach. So, so at the moment,
social outreach.
No. You remember when we sent some? I'm for chef Sicily that to help small businesses. We did that before.
We did it.
I'm just kidding. I'm just putting your leg down.
No. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, the bet is at play at the moment. So we wait until after the election, when the final result is announced. Hopefully, there's going to be election, so we will know the winner. The winner will get the money. So this is the second one. The first one we had was between Des and what is Enigmatic. So, man, Disobedient nationwide or worldwide should be proud of Des. You know, Des is really committed to this thing. His support to Obi is not just by mouth. He's putting his chest into it and he's putting his money into it. So I think to me, I want to say is number one obedient on this platform. He doesn't just say it by mouth. He say it by action and by, you know, when he has to put money on it, he put money on it as well. So Des, you are the best obedient that I know. So Playtown, live up to
Des,
it.
we love you, Des. We love you, Des.
Did somebody start crying after 25th of February, Abby?
No. The problem
did somebody start crying, Abby?
You don't bet what. No, you don't bet what you can afford to lose. That's number one. You know.
But I have a question. In the event that the election does not hold, what happens?
They will get their money back.
Okay.
Yeah, all of them will get their money.
Okay,
No
there's one scenario.
bet nullified. No betting.
What do we do in case of litigation?
In case of what?
Case of what?
Litigation, court case.
No, in case of, I mean, is it not at the first is the announcement of this thing that we want to go by, isn't it?
Okay, let's do that.
Litigation
Let's
is a
make it simple.
huh?
Okay. Yeah, I agree.
Yes.
First
So
announcement. Who's the
yeah,
winner?
first announcement. Litigation, that one no concern us now.
If Obi comes third or Toba Rupo.
I don't think you understand what Ajagogo is saying. Ajagogo, do you understand what Kulata is saying?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
If they
The
declare,
announcement by the declaration of the winner,
okay,
the declaration of the election result by INEC that will tell us who comes first, who comes second, who comes third, and to the last. That is what we are going back. That is what we are going to go by.
okay,
Litigation after that doesn't concern us.
But then if INEC declares and it comes to light, let's say like Atiku won, but then Tinubu took him to court, and at the end of the day, Tinubu now becomes the
no court. We are not going by court. It's the first announcement.
Okay,
first announcement by INEC.
If Atiku comes first, Tinubu comes second, Obi comes third. There's Rupo. If Tinubu comes first, Atiku comes second, Obi comes third. There's Rupo. If Atiku first, Tinubu second, Kwakwaso third, Obi fourth, there's Rupo. So there's Rupo any way you want it, and we shall spend this money accordingly.
I think what we're going to do
Stop this.
You know the problem is there's no point talking too much about it. I've never lost a bet, and that's just the sad truth. You know, I've never lost a bet before, and I'm not gonna start now. So, Kolata.
What's that sound?
I don't know how.
Uptown.
I don't know what the sound is.
And our caucus, we don't bet blindly. So you guys are losing. Sorry, guys.
Uptown.
All right. Let me just say this. That's the last one we're taking from Des, because I think you're going in a bit too deep. So that's the last one we're taking from you, Des.
No, he's betting on behalf of our caucus.
No. Why now? I need to make money. It's me making money.
No. We want to keep it on the friendly level. So you are in 2K now. So I think that's about just okay.
Yes, don't worry. You will bet by proxy. Let's move on.
All right, back to you. Yeah.
Woman.
Yeah, carry on. Solomon.
Yeah. Good morning. I mean, good evening, everybody. Good evening, everybody in the platform. Yeah, please, sorry, I wanted to ask Uptown one question. Please.
Yes, I know you came for me. Ask.
Solomon, they fear you. They fear you very well.
Uptown, see, like River State now, who do you think will win River State?
Obi will win River State, no matter what Wike does.
Guy, you're playing. I'm telling you the truth. You're playing. See,
right,
you are really playing.
Down or there.
No. I'm telling you, you're playing.
Wike is the only reason why.
Wike is not any reason. Let me tell you. See, the major players in River State right now, they are for Tinubu. Forget about Tony Cole. Tony Cole not even get. That guy has shown that he already know he's not winning, so he went to just join Obi in that picture so that the sympathy Obi, my little sympathy we get in River State, they will use it. But he's not going anywhere.
State, what is he trying to get from Obi?
See, let me tell you, he's using the sympathy they want to show to Obi. That's what he's depending on. But he will not even see it. Even the Obi is not getting the River State, and that guy is not winning the election. This River State, don't worry. This River State after Tinubu,
you need to tell me who will win it.
After Tinubu is at
Tinubu will win River State. Tinubu will win River State.
See,
I call upon you.
It don't talk now.
Yes, I call upon you.
I tell you, be say it's not to wine mouth. It's a fact.
Solomon,
you see, the structure will play.
Money, so not the dragon.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. No, I don't get money. Not true.
No. I know now. I use his account.
No. One man, you don't need to. You don't need to.
You know what? They pay me pass for this. Waiting these people you they talk. When I say Okowa no go win Delta State, abi. Now
Okowa Lule for Lagos State.
Guy, you know the Delta person at Uptown.
you know be Delta person. You they come here, you go just they talk because
I did
you
ask
they
about
follow
like
them.
this. I did ask about
Omo
like
Okowa go win Delta State. Atiku go win
Okowa
Delta State.
Lule.
Tinubu go be the second person for Delta State. No worry.
All right, let's
Tinubu
hear
go be
from
the second person.
let's hear from the chairman who rejoins us. Alexander, we are honored twice in a day. Alexander.
Oh, come on. I guess you're not doing your regular evening stream today. This is going to end the stream for today, isn't it?
Yes, I was going to do it 2 hours, but it's taking on a life of itself. So I'll do a long stretch and they'll serve it. Yeah.
Des, you are a pretty impressive Igbo man. Oh, you really put your money where your mouth is. I'm so impressed. A young man who can just stand by his convictions and do what you need to do. You got balls, son. You got balls. I commend you. But you say you've never lost an election, a bet before, but this is looking highly likely that you're going to lose this money. Especially, I don't know about the coming third, but that Delta, those state, I don't think that Obi would win Edo State. But let's see. If the god of death is on your side, you probably would win it, won't you? So I'm impressed. Ajale Koko Okushel, I see you are the facilitator of sorts.
The treasurer.
Yeah, Ajale Koko encourages it. Even he's always pushing Ajale Koko. Look at
Ajale
that.
Koko is an area. Ajale Koko is an area father. You know.
Area father.
Anyway, I've been watching all along. I've been listening to it. It's a fascinating stream today. I do not understand the argument about abuse of power, the defense of abuse of power by Fatai. He used his position as governor of the state to enrich himself. Obviously, it don't take an Einstein to realize that. So that's my position on that. Even a guy who, not to mention any names, even a guy who was a former governor of a state, his mother is a billionaire today. Talk less of him himself. So when these people become governors, they have a lot of money at their disposal, and they can do anything. A rational man was right. What's his name? Tinubu didn't have much money when he became governor. All the money came post 1999. I mean, I knew where he was living in London as an Adeco. What's it called now? As an Adeco area. So, a rational mind is right, but the only problem with rational mind is what contract about rational mind, because they hate for them.
We're losing you, Alexander. We can.
Really?
Yeah, no, you're back now. You're back now. Carry on. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're back now.
So I said,
carry on.
That's okay. I said, rational mind, the hatred that it has for Tinubu is something else. I don't know why. I don't know why he detests that man so much, but you know,
Alexander, we're finding out slowly. Tinubu did not give him a shop in Ojuelegba. It's one of the
I also heard that. I can't believe. You know, I can understand the disdain sometimes that Rational Man has. When was Tinubu able to buy Tejuosho Market? When was he able to buy the park in Apapa? I mean, I don't understand all this. I don't know how this man was able to procure all this.
But Alexander,
yeah.
You know the amusement park in Apapa there? You know it very well?
I do. Yes.
So just imagine this guy acquiring that place. I mean, going by what my right was. So what are we talking about?
Ẹ̀gbọ́n mo fẹ́ kẹ́ land ni o.
My land. Even Farlamore Shopping Center that we used to go when I was a teenager in Lagos. Apparently, he owns it too. He owns every place in Lagos. That's amazing. That's amazing. Anyway, so let's keep on praying, please. Let's pray for our country. The ones that are spiritual, start praying for our country because that's why I sent a super chat. What's her name? Gideon is on ground. She knows what she's talking about. If Obi does not win these elections, Charlie, you guys better. Hey, you just can't imagine what's going to happen in that country. You just cannot imagine what's going to happen. The carnage, I'm fearful. I'm really very, very, very fearful of that, and it keeps me awake at night. Quite frankly, it keeps me awake at night. But let's pray that God. You see, I'm a believer in Nigeria. I love Nigeria. As a kid growing up, I wasn't too fond of Nigeria, but as an adult, as an old man, I see the potential. I see what it offered us when we're living in England in the 70s as a Nigerian. We were Arabs. We were Arabs. I mean, I can't believe where we are today. It's so sad. It's so sad. But anyway, Fatai, what did you want to say? Because I have to leave.
Yeah. I wanted to say that. Okay, I mean, I'm not making the claim that Tinubu is an angel. He certainly is a clever guy. Those Oyufalomo shopping complex, Ojuelegba, he denied being the owner, but everybody, of course, understand proxy buying and everything like that. But they are not in his name, so of course, but that's everybody's take. The one with Ekone, right? It's not Tinubu. Tinubu didn't do anything wrong there. First of all, and number one claim I'm making is that he was under the nose of EFCC, right? This whole transaction, right under the nose of EFCC investigating it. Obasanjo's EFCC that was bent on crushing Lagos for the PDP to win. That's number one. It's up to anybody to know. But think about if somebody looks at the details themselves. So, Lagos State, Delta State, and another one state, I believe, they bought these shares in the Echo to bring the EcoNet in, right? So, but Itori Etanu, because of what is Etanu in English, Obasanjo sent EFCC after Tinubu.
Babele.
According to Obasanjo.
Out of Obasanjo's bad belly, it is Obasanjo's bad belly that made Tinubu to become super billionaire. He sent bad belly after him. Tinubu, so the shares was bought for 4 billion naira. Tinubu and then the share was sold out. So when I say force, I don't mean they forced Tinubu to buy to himself. They forced Lagos State to release the money once they give.
All right, we've lost Fatai somewhat. We've lost Fatai somewhat, but whilst I have a window, Alexander was inviting that people should be prayerful for Nigeria. So, in that spirit, anybody that has a Bible to the readiness, anybody that has a Bible to hand, can you go to Proverbs 21:20 and read the contents there? Proverbs 21:20. I think it comes into this conversation. Proverbs 21:20. Anybody on the panel that can reach to a Bible, but Alexander, back to you.
So anyway, that's why I called in. Let's if the election goes on as anticipated, let's keep our fingers crossed and expect the best to transpire. Thanks for having me, Warman. And I called it essentially because of this. Yes.
Alexander, before you go, I just want you to understand that I don't have any personal beef with Tinubu. The thing is just I hate when people enrich themselves at the expense of other people. That's just my beef with him. I don't believe the guy. I've looked at him very well. It's kind of politics is just about himself and his cronies, his minions, people around him. When you serve, governance is about serving the people. When you say governance, the Greek word that is kind, the minister or whatever, minister, it means a servant. But in the Nigerian context, you lord it over the other people like you're the lord and master. So that kind of politics, I don't like it. And maybe like I revealed too much with my what I said when my woman said that, oh, because I didn't get a shop in well, that could be one of it. Maybe segregation market. That could be one of it. But you only to understand the. Let me not go into detail. So my point is this: even before then, I've looked at the guy. When I speak the way I speak, it's not because I personally hate him.
But let me Rational Man, is Teju Osho market in Ojuelegba or Teju Osho?
Is that what?
Is Teju Osho market in Ojuelegba or Teju Osho?
Well, Ojuelegba, she could want to say I Sabo.
Momo, I know that.
Yeah. So the Teju Osho market proper is Yaba. It's part of Yaba.
Yeah, Yaba would be the right word, right?
Yeah. Ojuelegba is on True Lyric, just on that.
I know.
Bishop Williams Avenue that they transform. Anyway, so my point is that I don't hate him.
Excuse me, please. One man. What chapter in Proverbs are we reading?
Still want to Bible.
21:20.
So I don't hate him. Don't whatever I come here, I speak the way I speak. I don't know where people just
but maybe you need to tone down.
I don't like.
Maybe you need to tone down your voice a little bit.
No, I won't tone it down because this guy is a threat. He's a threat. If this guy becomes the president, we are doomed in that country.
About rational man.
Rational man.
If rational mind, if you want to go by if you want to go by what you stand for, that you don't like people that uses government position to enrich themselves, who among them that are described as front runners that have not done so? Who among them?
I think Obi has not done so much.
What? Hold on. You see, this is who have not done. I mean, use that governmental position while in office to enrich themselves or to run some kind of favor for themselves while in office. Who?
Well, that's a very difficult question you're asking me.
What is difficult in there? What is difficult?
Because for me, I mean, apart from the people I've talked about, Atiku and Tinubu, I can't speak much about Obi. Now, I'll give you a reason. We can say Obi was caught with 250 million naira, as they said, which is still kind of that is still within the realm of speculation. Because even though they established hold on, let me say now. I will let you target me. Let me just establish this point. 250 million invested in that brewery, Sat Miller, which he happens to be also an investor there himself through his next whatever proxy, something he used in investing in. So we can see all of this. But my point is this: I look at the guy, I look at him. After he left office, he doesn't control Anambra State.
Now, no, that one is another. That one is
not for lack of trying. Not for lack of trying.
Okay, go on.
That one is a different thing entirely. Okay. Don't let us go that whether he controls Anambra or he doesn't control this thing. But while in office, the same thing that Tinubu did for...
Not at the scale of Tinubu now.
Look, the same thing that Tinubu did.
Listen. Hold on. Tinubu acquired a share that belongs to Lagos State. It changed into his name. What Obi did? Hold on. Okay. What Obi did was he invested into a company that he has. I understand is there's still abuse of office there, maybe conflict of interest. But
that is what we are talking about: abuse of office, conflict of interest. Both of them are guilty of this.
Converted a wealth to himself. That's what we're saying.
No, they didn't say they converted it. They didn't say he converted it.
What did he do?
They didn't say he didn't convert it. He returned the investment back to Lagos State, and by so doing, that paved way for him to now invest in that company. You understand what I'm saying? The investment of Lagos State was taken out from that company back to Lagos State, and then that gave him room for him to now invest in that.
But you don't need to remove an investment to get an extra one now.
That is what he did, which was...
we know what he did, but just hear what you just said. They asked him, we had to go by what Fatai said. What I saying?
That is what Ravatai said now. That was what Ravatai said.
I think our sister wants to say something because I don't want to
hold on. Oh, yeah, let's hear from Gideon. Gideon, you wanted to come in.
This story where Fatai even they are now narrate for, they no be so the thing view, no be so.
So how it be? How it be?
Even the money where the map. In the video, don't let me post for here. I don't know how to do, and I make
no post. Give them to one man. One man go do them.
I don't get this time you send. I want to send down for you. I don't understand that.
One man tell them if you want.
You can either send it in a private chat or send it to my Instagram. Yeah.
I'll find your Instagram. I send that.
So what is the video?
I'll send my Instagram.
The money, the map, as he invest that money, where ESS may return that money to Lagos State. You not collect the profit, you not collect anything. You know the money is he carry the money take work for Lagos. This thing, if he collect the money, go take out Lagos. Say so amount will come out. He go they talk for office, Lagos office. No go fit talk on. If you don't,
but that's not the issue we're talking about here. My sister, hold on. No, that's not the issue. That's not the issue. Hold on. If you hear what narrative that this guy gave, I don't know why we're going back to this story again. I mean,
make me talk and say no be so it happen. You know, understand how it happen. The video will tell you.
But we go wait for the video, make it come. But we'll go by what we just
rational mind. We'll just move on.
But rational mind.
Because this story we don't already talk about.
Rational mind. What happened was that both of them running contrary to the law.
But one is a big thief.
Look, okay, that is your problem.
Yeah, that's
you want to choose. You want to cherry pick between thieves.
That's what I'm saying. Because
thief.
Hold on.
Thief
my preferred candidate.
All right. We spent quite a lot of time in that.
I know. My preferred candidate. I know he was not going anywhere. And I look at the other candidates. Who are among these candidates? And I had to sift through them and like, okay, which one?
Why do you want to follow thief? Why don't you want to follow somebody that is clean?
Ajande Koko, let rational mind have the final word
so
on that space.
I just look at all of them. I see
just move on.
One is a bigger. I mean, two are bigger thieves. The other one, I see him to have a personality that is kind of an approachable person that you can. I mean, besides the Tinubu men and big politician, who can even go get close to Tinubu? I mean, let's not go. I don't even want to talk about that. But my point is this: what I'm trying to say is this: that I can't stand somebody who has a pattern of turning a state or a state into his own personal fiefdom or fiefdom, they call it. Turn a whole thing whereby he has captured it, whereby it is not even working for the people that he said he wants to serve, but for his own people, his own cronies. Is that kind of person who wants to give a whole country's treasury into his hands? And you're expecting to lead well? The local government in Lagos, are they really functioning is the way they should be functioning? I mean, don't get me started on so many things. I don't want to start saying things that I cannot finish right here. But my point is this, that I will go for the lesser evil. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying Obi is my preferred candidate, but I look at it that he has the chance of getting there among the three major candidates. So why not? Let him get there.
Did Obi allow the local government to function?
I want to shut down that because we spent an hour and a half on it already.
I just want to interject him, and because he's saying a lot of things that Tinubu did not let local government function. Did Obi allow local government to function while he was in office? Did they conduct local government election? It was a year before the expiry of his 2 terms in office. That was when he conducted kangaroo this thing and installed his home men there. So look, all these people, they are the same people. That is what I am saying. So trying to place one as one evil above the other.
Is that what you're saying? I should consider Tinubu. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying you should consider him. We should not consider any one of them.
Hold on. He's asking you to apply the same standards to everybody. You can't not say Peter Obi, who stole 250 million naira in cash, it's okay. But Tinubu, who you have speculations about his honesty, is a crook.
They are both crooks.
Right.
Don't get me wrong. I've said it before that they are both crooks. I've said it that they are both crooks. It's not a saint, don't get me wrong. But like I said, I've held my position, is the lesser of the three evils. The three major evils. That's what I'm saying. And that is the reason why I go for him. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's my favorite candidate.
Can I say something, please? Can I say something, please?
Let's end that space.
But not to that space. Not to that space, Joel. Give us that Bible verse uptown. Good to see you, by the way, Joel. Give us that Bible verse up top, and then we go on to this. Yes.
All right. Please, everybody, be in the mood of prayer. Let's just say this short Bible verse is not a prayer; it's a prayer actually, since it's just Bible verse. With all due respect to everybody, our sister in the platform, please tie your hair. Thank you. Proverb, one man.
Proverb 21:20.
21
Proverb
verse 20.
20. Yes.
Yes. So this prayer is dedicated to our nation because
No, it's not to our nation. No, it's to Des enigmatic and Kulata. But give us the content.
It's dedicated to our logo.
Yeah, well, yes. Give it to us. Give it to us. Let's have
okay.
it.
So 1 month is from is it 20 from 20 to what?
Just
20 beyond.
Proverbs chapter 20, verse 21.
Proverbs chapter 20, verse 21. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, chapter 21, verse
21, verse 20. Yeah, that's
yes.
what you said earlier.
Yeah.
All right. So Proverbs 21, verse 20 says, "There is treasure to be desired and oil in the dwelling of the wise, but a foolish man." Oh man. Okay, please, sorry. Let me take it again. There is a treasure to be desired and oil in the dwelling of the wise, but a foolish man spendeth it wise.
Okay, carry on. It should land on.
Let me carry on. Okay, 21 says, "He that followeth after righteousness and mercy findeth life, righteousness and honor."
Does it say anywhere that a fool and his money are soon to be parted? That's what it says about a fool. So there it is right there. So there it is. A fool and his money are soon to be parted. You didn't land it in the manner that I wanted to land it, but thank you.
One man, I thought this was prayer for our nation, really.
No, that's a fool and his money are soon to be parted. To the people throwing money around on the platform, a
fool like Dex.
Are soon to be parted.
Solomon, you dey look for trouble. I don't want you. Your mouth too sharp.
Stinking Jew, stinking Jew.
No, settle down.
Solomon, if when I dey Naija, if you dey there, the way how go they treat you. They call me
but you be Jew. I didn't tell you say you be Jew, man.
All right, settle down.
You go wither your eyes, Solomon.
I don't know, man.
One man.
Yeah, to you, Des, and to the conversation. So take it from the stairs.
One man, I've not completed what I was saying.
All right, back to you.
So Alexander, Baba Alexander interjected.
Yeah, carry on.
So one man, I was going to answer the question you asked about that the voter turnout, if when it's high, is going to lead to a big victory, and when it's low, and it's going to lead to Tinubu victory. It's not strange because even from my own data, I've been able to extract what that could mean, and it's really very simple. So, two things leads to Obi's victory path here, and like I said before, first one is Atiku performing well in the north, and second one is high voter turnout. And that is why I have been shouting high voter turnout in my tweets for people like Saki that have been following me on Twitter, because I know how important it is for Obi's win. In that high voter turnout, one man, let me tell you the thing behind it. So, high voter turnout, you can look at it from two angles. High voter turnout in the south and high voter turnout in the north. Even though from my own analysis, I feel in this election, the voter turnout in the north is going to increase, like percentage of increase, not necessarily when you add, like percentage of increase in the south is going to be more than the percentage of increase in the north. That is if there's going to be an increase in the north at all. But then that notwithstanding, let's assume there is both increase in the south and in the north, regardless of the percentage of increase difference. In the south, why is going to favor will be in the south is very simple. So if there is high voter turnout in the south, there is two things you can point it to. One, it means that there is entrance of new voters and a new voting demography. That is what it means. And second, it means that Okay, so that is actually what it means. So the high voter turnout in the south, and which means a new voter demography, which is likely new voters. When we analyze that space, who are the new voter demography that's entering in this election? And if we have all been part of this election from when it started, from day one, you can tell that it is the youth demography. These guys have always been non-active in all our past elections. So if these guys really come out, it's going to lead to a massive shoot up in the voter turnout of the South aggregately. And then the majority of them, I'm not saying 100%, but majority still remains majority. Majority of them are tilting towards Obi. Majority of the new voter demography, the youth votes, the new ones, not the ones that have been voting before, the new ones, majority of them are tilting towards Obi. So that means that if there's high
Which
voter
part
turnout
of
in
the
the south,
country? In which part of the country?
aggregately in the south, this is an aggregate analysis now. It might the huge chunk of it is in Southeast and in Lagos, and even across the south. Really, it's not. I think it's aggregate across the south because Warri people carry it will be for head. South Benin people, same thing. We are seeing the same thing in Lagos. We are there. I mean, I think Southeast is at the bottom of the ladder. They are catching up. I've always said this from day one. Southeasterners are playing catch up with Obi. They're really playing catch up because last time I checked, I mean, as about right now, 2 days ago, I was in Anambra. This guy, the temperature of Obi in Delta, in Warri, in Lagos, if the voltage is 80%, Anambra is like 50%. Really. So these guys are playing catch up. So we are giving them too much credit. They are not leading. If even all the voices that is leading Obi's campaign, if for every one Igbo person you count, you can find 7 Southerners. For every 2 Igbo people you count in the main voices leading Obi's campaign, you can count almost 8 Middle Belters. Just Plateau, all these Middle Belters, a lot of them are pilots in Obi's listing. Southeasterners are playing catch up. That's just the thing. So it's across the south. The new voters, aka the Sorosoke generation, that's what they call themselves, right? They came out from the NSAS or the MSAS, and then they're moving here. It's the Sorosoke generation.
Let me say one thing. You know that Sorosoke that you just said. Do you know that there was a German lady that wanted to claim copyright to that term, but I carry on.
Okay, Sorosoke, I think it means speak up, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it does. Yes, carry on.
Okay, so I mean, this is the name they gave themselves before they rebaptized again to obedience and all that, and then absorbed other components as well, including the Southeasterners and every other component that added the Middle Belt and another. But the heart of that movement that would be remains Sorosoke. That's the heart, and it's still evident in all of the leading voices in the movement now. Whether you're going from Dele Faro to me to Aisha Yusufu to this to that, they are all Sorosoke people. They are the leading voices. Southerners are playing catch up. They're just tagging along, as far as I'm concerned. But so if there's a high voter turnout, it's going to be a reflection of the entrance of the new voters, which is usually the youth population. So it depends on how much they enter. If they enter too much, then there's a problem because Obi is a winning landslide in terms of popular votes. Now, popular votes, mark what I said. Now, that's why the high turnout in the south will lead to an Obi victory. Now, second thing we consider is what about high turnout in the north? Now, high turnout in the north, for why it will affect Obi positively as well, is not necessarily on the part of popular votes. It's more on the part of 25%, 24 state principle, and the headquarters of that in the north is North Central, like you imagine. So, what will cause high voter turnout in the north? Normally, I've analyzed that I don't see a reason why Northerners should be so excited about this election. Their star boy, their golden boy of the last 5 decades is not here for the first time. The options they have is an article that is not necessarily, yes, he's our boy, but article. But and then Atinibu from the southwest, yeah, he's a Muslim, but and all that. They can't so that we are not dummies. We know you're not gonna win. So you can't expect it to be the same vibe with when their star boy Buhari was running. But apart from that, even if there's any increase in voter turnout in the north, then I suspect it will come from these spaces, namely, one, the indigenous ungoverned spaces of the north. So these are the people that originally do not take part in elections.
The spaces that Obi is campaigning to, Abi, is that what you're
That's
saying?
why I told you that his campaign is strategic.
Oh, right.
Now,
Okay.
one, it's the indigenous ungoverned spaces in the north. Now, because these people campaign in places they feel has the big voter population, and where they have just small clusters of votes, nobody ever goes there to campaign. You get what I'm saying? Because they fear, come on, let's just focus on the KKK states and what have you. Now, this is one, people that somebody have activated them. Second, people that will add to the increase in the turnout is the young population of the north, especially students. Now, the INEC database is telling us that in the last election, northern students only came out, about 11% of northern students voted. Northern students in the northern part of Nigeria. Now, that is an abysmally low turnout for a demography as large as student demography, especially in the north. Now, if these students decide to come out this time, why are they coming out? Why didn't they come out for their star boy and their golden boys?
They are coming out because of Victor Obi, because they have
No.
seen the light.
We're trying to analyze now, one man. So I'm asking a question. It's a rhetorical question for us to try to analyze what could be the possible. That I say, if they decide to come out this time, because I'm listing them as one of the contributors. If there will be a voter a turnout increase in the north. Now, why would they choose to come out? This young population, why would they choose to come out? And this young population, we know these guys do not, especially the students. I'm not also the students are internet savvy. You get what I'm saying? They are in tune with what's going on online. They are not like the Talakawas, who is the major voting base of the North in the last 2 decades. Because these students have never taken part, which they are more informed. You get what I'm saying? Now, if they come into the field, now they are not coming. They are different from the Talakawas and other people that have been forming the voter base. This demography is a little bit more enlightened. So where would they tune into? Would they push towards the mentality of the average Abuja person and the average Kaduna voter, which are enlightened voters?
Uptown. What is the population of those in universities in the north compared to Talakawas that you are talking about?
Talakawas are far more than them, obviously.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. And who would Talakawas vote for?
Yeah, that's why
even the educated one. Have you been to Twitter that you have this Awusaf's groups? Do you know who they are supporting? Who do you know they're supporting?
See, these guys are divided. I
follow hold on. Who do you know? Who do you know that they are supporting? A majority of them.
Majority of them, clearly.
Absolute majority of them. Who are they supporting?
Majority of them is for Atiku.
Okay, so what are you talking about now? Why are you saying that?
I'm clearly giving Atiku his credit that he's going to sweep the North before I started this analysis. So what I'm trying to establish here is not that Obi is going to the North to sweep the Northern students. No, that's not what I'm establishing. We're establishing that if at all there will be an increase, which before I said it, I said it's less likely to happen. But if at all it happens, I'm trying to analyze what could have led to it. And I listed one thing: the indigenous ungoverned species being activated. Secondly, I listed students because of the young population. And thirdly, I listed the entrance of minority groups. Now, minority groups are, you can list them in the ungoverned spaces, but really, minority group is both ethnically and religiously. Minority group ethnically, maybe the thieves and the every other ethnic nationalities, the tiny bits and pieces and clusters or enclaves, as my good short friend in Kaduna said. These guys are the minority ethnic groups, which really nobody cares about over the years, because they feel they have small votes here and there. Nobody has time to go and start gathering them bits and pieces. Let's just focus on the real thing. So now, if these guys are activated to come out, in one voice, it's going to add to a little bit marginal increase in the voter turnout. And so these two things that make up this minority group, the ethnic side, which is the minor ethnic groups, the thieves, and so many of them. Actually, I got to find out that it's up to 250 minority groups in the north, and I think it's 650. Sorry, 650 minority groups in the north. Somebody can check that up on the Google. And then on the religious side, which basically we know what the northern Christians. So both the northern Christians and the minority groups all make up
Roman, can I interject?
minority group voter base I'm talking about.
Real quick, Uptown. I don't know.
Yeah, sure.
I don't know if I heard you very well.
Yeah.
In southern Kaduna, Christians are not the minority in Kaduna. But what is playing out, right?
No, they are referred to. Even their governor referred them as minority. So
yeah,
I'm
but
only
they're not the minority,
using his
I'll tell you what's going on. What's going to play out in Kaduna this time around is that with the whole violence and everything going on, a lot of them have been displaced. They've moved out.
Yes.
And so what's going to happen now is that the so-called northern Muslim, I don't know, predominantly they would dominate the whole space. Because they cannot vote. The one that were displaced from southern Kaduna that have moved out to either Niger State or to Plateau State or other parts of Nigeria, they cannot vote with their PVC in another place because they've not reassigned their PVC. So what's going to happen? What's going to play out in southern Kaduna now is that the Muslim will have the majority vote there. It's going to be a vote suppression. Yeah, that's when it's going to play out.
Definitely. I don't think anybody should doubt that the Muslims should have the majority, even though Kaduna is almost like 50-50 split. But I don't think anybody that knows what's going on in Kaduna will come and suggest that northern Kaduna Christians will dominate. That would be reaching way above your reach. But I cannot also exclude them from my list because they are also a quantity. You get what I'm saying? Following the Muslim ticket and even little things like even Rufai coming on national TV to refer to all of them as enclaves. How many are they? You know, I've listened to like 3 northern Muslims cite that on national TV with a lot of disgust and telling Rufai that they are going to shock him and all that. But then that's a reflection of how these guys are going to feel about these comments, sidelinings, and all that. So if you add these things aggregately now, you find out that these are most likely to be the things that is going to increase the voter turnout in the north. If, again, I keep saying, if there is at all going to be an increase in the north in terms of voter turnout, it is very certain that there will be an increase in the south. Very certain. The south is literally driving this whole election. The whole noise is coming from the south. Absolutely never seen before. So, but then if it happens in the north, these are likely the demographics that is going to shoot up that space, and we know the person that is appealing to this demography. So, in both cases, as I've analyzed now, you could start making sense of why a voter turnout aggregately in the whole election across the country is most likely to favor Obi more than an Atiku and Tinubu. You get what I'm saying? So but then the ratio I will give to it is 7-3 ratio in terms of south versus north. The southern what I mean by 7-3 ratio is the ratio of which high voter turnout will affect will be in the south is 7, while the ratio of which that same high voter turnout will affect will be in the north is just barely 3. So 3, it's the northern one is a little bit more insignificant because high voter turnout is also going to affect an article in the north as well. Obi will take a chunk. That's why I gave it like a 3% ratio there. But that's gonna help him in his race for 25% in 24 states. That's all that can do for him. But then the high voter turnout in the south is really going to contribute to the popular votes of Obi because that's his natural base. One more.
All right, brilliant, well put. Brilliant, well put. Even though the content somewhat people of the north, they are throwing their burukutu at the computer as we are speaking. Here is a burukutu thrower. It says this uptown has absolutely no understanding of the northern space. Quit dreaming.
It's allowed.
Obi will not have 15% of the votes. in any of the 19 northern states. And that is a senior, that's a serious northern voice saying that. So so that's Jafar pushing back at you. Let me wrap up some of the super chats that have come in. It's not as though the super chats are streaming in. So light up the space with super chats, the comment section. Certainly, the Progressives has done that. A supposed private contractor boarding the governor's convoy, Paddy government. It's not even anything contractor. He was Peter Obi looting the Anambra coffers. We all know that. This is George Blueshell. I beg, waiting they give this Liba or Liba 2K at stake. So this is Des showing his manhood according to Ajale Koko, which is quite disconcerting. That's not what we want to see on the screens. We don't want anybody doing that. Please don't do that again. According to Ajale Koko. They buy the coffee space. Let's go there, and you already know the name that is going to pop up. As ever, he does, as he always does. This is Ayo doing the buy the coffee thing, but in this instance, it was joined by James S. James S, who usually joins him often instances. So that's Ayo and James. So that space is still open for people who want to participate in that. So let's move the conversation on and take it in the direction. Who be that? Now you be that again, Gideon. Huh? Now who will they follow for? Who will they follow fight for there now? Huh?
No, I want to talk as you have to describe the thing sweet, eh?
Now so they.
You know, even the factor say maybe the North, as they know, say Christian one vote will be, they'll go keep the done before then. You never know, they'll distract them so that they'll go pack them for this thing. Not even the factor that one.
I factored that. That's why I'm not
they'll
claiming
go carry the people for camp.
Southern Kaduna will outvote in Kaduna. So I factored that those.
Not be only Kaduna. That what is that they call this Christian side for
Nasarawa, Plateau, Adamawa.
All those areas. You know, who they take that one. Even your side east, whether our vote will be for there, you never take her.
No. We cannot. We cannot project a Armageddon for the nation now. We can only just take cognizance of the fact that there could be suppression here and there and all that. That's why we are not even beating our chest so much, you know. But then I guess all. Across board, whether you support my views or whether you are pro-OB or anti-OB, I think we all have a meeting point that the election should hold averagely violence-free, you know, and that's on the ground of which we are doing our analysis, not on an apocalyptic situation.
All right, you and this will be grammars. But thank you, Uptown. So thank you, Uptown. Let's move the conversation. Let's actually go to Thomas, who joins us. So Thomas, you are up next. Why are you looking so pensive? Long day. What if you are in Bishabi? About alarm for you are in
it's total. I don't know. People have their opinion. I just kept quiet, keep on listening to big grammars that don't even, there's nothing show for it. So let's anything for me.
All right. Yes. This to you. He came to my house. Ayu reveals PDP governor leaving Wike's group. So the governor of Abia State, he has been in secret meetings with Iyorchia Ayu, as the G5 has now come to a crescendo without a final hurrah. So no hurrah. And it looks as though then, bit by bit, they are starting to drip off. So what Iyorchia Ayu is telling us, and it's named him, and he has not come out to debunk it. So he's telling us that the Abia State governor has been to his house, Iyorchia Ayu, to try and negotiate his way back to the PDP, and they are receiving him with open arms. And it's now using this to woo Samuel Otom to make his way back as well. So without a final landing point or landing port for this G5 narrative, do you envisage that by ballot day, it will be one man standing, Yemsen Wike, Thomas?
Thank you, everyone. Good morning and good evening to you guys. I think Atiku has bought some people to just go out there and sell all this false narrative. I don't see the guy going back to the PDP, because if Atiku can really settle their scores and differences before this time, election is just today is election is just 10, maybe 20 days to election or thereabout. So if they can't do that before this time, I don't know there is any reconciliation that is coming on that side. Maybe Atiku just send people there just to douse, maybe just to pull his to think maybe he still have a chances in this election. I'm not sure that would be true, but we can't say it could not be true, because the person accused has not come out to debunk it that maybe it happens or it doesn't happen. But to me, some people, we are still we just glance over Atiku winning this election. There's nothing that cannot happen. If Atiku, because I sometimes I would just think, what is giving Atiku the assurance that he's going to win this election? It's not campaigning as Tinubu, even as Obi himself. I think that somebody behind him giving him the like a big assurance that don't worry, we're going to give you this election. Because even to me, Atiku should not be the candidate in PDP. The ticket should be going to one of the Southeasterner, because the Southeasterner has voted for them for PDP MRs from the inception of this fourth dispensation. So, but I don't know why Atiku, I don't know why they give him the ticket from the onset. If Atiku didn't have this ticket, they would not be all this brouhaha they are fighting. It would not happen, because if they give a Southerner, everybody, every Southerner, the Wike group, the Sheyi Makinde of Oyo State, everybody will line behind the Southerner candidates. So it's just maybe they just put something out there for people to talk about. I don't see facts in what you rightly you just state now, but we couldn't deny it. It could really happen. But let's just wait for the other party to come out, maybe to debunk it or just to silence. So, but silence sometimes make is proof for assumption that is yes. Because I expected him to come out maybe in 12 hours or 24 hours to debunk all this claim. So that is just my take. One man, but what rankles me sometimes when we are talking of this wager, is unfortunate for me that I can't really put in my money where my mouth is because of my religious perspective in betting. But I've never seen any obedience come out to say Peter Obi will win. But they are jumping up and down that is going to win this election. Can any obedience bet that Obi is winning this election? Where is he? He's coming third. He's coming fourth. He's winning Edo. He's winning Rivers. He's winning Oyo. If you're sure that this guy is going to win the election, put a good bet down that is going to win the election. I don't see all these. He will win Edo. He's going to lose Ibadan. He's going to lose Oyo. He's going to win Anambra.
Thomas,
I mean, you said.
Thomas, can you bet with me that Tinubu can win the election?
Sorry?
Can you bet with me that Thomas will win?
I wanted to ask that actually.
I can't bet. That's my problem. My brother, I can't bet.
Wait, Thomas is not a Tinubu supporter.
Can't make me bet. I can't bet.
Thomas, let me even talk. Thomas has never said he's a Tinubu supporter. So why do you guys always?
Oh my goodness! Come on, come on.
Thomas is an Adewale supporter. Please respect him. Respect his opinion.
What is all this? Don't give me that. Don't give me that. Bobo. Are you telling me that Thomas is not partified? Goodness.
No, hold on. Rational mind. Thomas himself has said he's.
I know he has said it. But I know where his leaning is. He doesn't have to tell me.
You know better than him, Abi.
Wow.
I wonder.
All this permutation here, everything he says. The other day I saw
I've always said.
I saw your
I've
Dr.
always
Gomez.
said some people.
You were just saying that
some people
you
hide
don't,
under the shadow
Imagine
that is
I
it.
come
You
out
just
with
hide under the
opinion.
shadow of
I've
something. Just
always
come and
said
say
it
it.
here.
I'm batified.
No, hide under the shadow of my opinion.
Okay, I'm not batified
It's
though,
so
but I like
hard.
Thomas Joe, Talon support.
Forgetting that we have common sense.
Thomas, please, who are you supporting?
All right, let's hear from the man himself. Answer Kulata's question, Thomas. Who do you support?
My support is with Adewale of SDP.
Have you one day promoted him here on this platform? Or on that platform?
He does every day. He mentions
I
him every day.
just every day.
Which every day?
But rational mind.
Have you ever talked about what you said you want to do?
Let me finish now. You can't know me more than myself.
Okay,
rational mind. There is a caveat in Adewale's presidency. If I tell you Adewale is going to win president this election, I am a deluded person. If I'm in Nigeria, I can't vote Tinubu. Never. Never in my life will I support Tinubu. For what?
What's the name of Adewale's DG?
That is, you go and ask Adewale. All these people, you just sometimes I don't understand you guys.
Can I interject?
Yeah, let's hear from Solomon. Let Solomon come in. Come in, Solomon.
This a question that's asked Thomas is very funny. There is this this obedience now. One of them that used to promote one of all these that was in this NSAS movement and all that. So this girl is for Adewale. She's an SDP gay fan. She has a close relationship with Adewale. Do you know that last week here she just decamped from SDP to PDP in Lagos State there? They asked her, why are you not supporting Adewale now? She said because he doesn't have they can't win the election. So that is why she had to leave her the support for Adewale and follow up PDP. So we don't need to really blame Mr. Thomas for not championing Adewale.
Solomon, I'm in my 40s. I'm not a fool. They said a fool at 40 is a fool forever. I know what is good for me. I was in Rudolph television channels too. Man of Pesich came. Hey, why don't you eat your chest? You are supporting Tinubu. It's just total nonsense. How will I support Tinubu? If I'm supporting Tinubu, are you going to kill me? If I'm supporting Tinubu today, are you going to kill me?
Thomas, nobody's going to kill you. But the point
nobody's going to kill me. So why will I be denying if I'm supporting him?
Hold on.
You are not paying my bills. Tinubu is not paying my bills.
Let me say what I'm saying is this, that your permutations, every time anybody seems to like attack Tinubu here, you get mad. Like, it makes me wonder.
I don't get mad. I speak to objectivity.
Hold on. Let me say something.
Maybe not mad.
Hold on, rational mind. Let me say something. You see, what you may be hearing from Thomas is exactly what pushed Gideon to Tinubu as well. People don't like the sort of narrative that it's like one-sided. You've even done it today, rational mind. When you apply a totally different standard to the rest of the field than you do Tinubu, you are saying Tinubu should be arrested for bullion vans content unknown, but Peter Obi should be excused for 200 million naira that he stole. It's just those sort of things that make people want to leap to his defense.
Okay. So can I?
One man. I'm not supporting Obi. I'm not Obi supporter.
Yes, you are.
Only my opinion. Only my opinion.
Yeah, it's your man secretly. Yes, of course.
No, Professor Emolen.
So what I was saying about Thomas is this. I understand what you're saying about one man. I get you. I totally get you. But you see, my point is that when somebody seems to every time when people talk about, because earlier you said when my woman was asking you what happened, was it that you were overworked? You said you were just so stressed out by what you hear, especially from what Uptown was just giving. It's like it's just making no sense to you, and it's just stressing you out the way we was just promoting Obi and not promoting Tinubu. And
He didn't say
I've
that
heard
though.
you.
Where did he say that?
Did I say that? Did I
Hold on.
mention
Hold
uptown?
on. You said you
Why
were
are you
stressed out.
just
No, listen. This is
listening
what
with
rational
prejudice
mind,
all the time?
rational mind ti fi iyọ̀ àti ata sí.
Come on.
Àti dùnkún.
Now, am I?
Oh my God.
Rational mind kò sọ bẹ́ẹ̀.
Kí ló sọ?
Rational mind ò sọ bẹ́ẹ̀.
He said,
Oh my.
he said, farabalẹ̀ now. He said that all the things people are just saying, you're just saying like, I mean, they've been saying gibberish, and I understand that was what was really getting him mad or upset, kind of. What did you say, Thomas? What did you say?
I said I've been listening to many narratives.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, I don't. This double standard. I'm not fighting either.
Okay.
Sometimes it gets me annoyed. Peter Obi was caught with 200 million naira cash, and somebody is telling me one Mr. Emeka contractor.
Who caught him? Where did they cut him?
No, wait.
Oh
let him express himself.
Let me explain. You guys have been talking. You talk playtime for almost 20 minutes. Nobody said it. Please let me finish.
Yeah, carry on, Thomas. Carry on.
Polata asked a question. In a good and sane democracy, do you have to carry out transaction in cash? Have you ever heard that before? Where is accountability in paying cash? You say somebody wants to buy a car. Is it the contractor that will be dictating for a government? Are you listening to yourself? Every government transaction, even a kobo, a cent, has to be in voucher. In what the name? I don't forgot this English. It has to be. It does. You can't carry out in cash. How in a check? How will you audit a payment? No, you can't do that. It's criminal. And you are painting Mr. Emeka contractor, Mr. Emeka. Who cares about Mr. Emeka?
Am I allowed to ask you a question, Thomas?
No, please, no. I don't want to speak. Please,
sorry,
let me just finish my assertion.
Yeah, carry on, Thomas.
Some days later, I don't know if it's true or not, Peter Obi jet out of Nigeria. Are you not seeing any handwriting on the wall?
Ogbowo lọ sí Island.
He goes to Ireland. One man, we dealt with this topic quite. I don't even remember how many times one man has read this article to us.
You know, sorry, Thomas. When we say Peter Obi is a crook, we're not just randomly saying it. It's based on all of these things that we've researched and we've double-checked. And there was a time we went through the details of his impeachment in Anambra State. It was gangsterism 101. I mean, we all know, but carry on, Thomas.
Tinubu is a crook, he's a criminal. If you have not been heard from him before, he's a crook. He has bought all Lagos finish. Will I support that kind of person? Am I crazy? No, but apply the same measure to all of them in the race. And you are telling me Mr. Emeka wants to buy motor. Mr. Emeka is the one that will be determining how he wants to collect money from a government parastatals in cash.
But that is money.
That?
That is money.
Why am I not allowed to clarify, please? I don't understand.
Hold on, because Thomas has been silent all the way through. So now he has his moment. Let him have his expression. Carry on, Thomas.
And it was reported, one man read this story to us almost 3 times, even 4 times. It was reported Peter Obi jet out of the country some days later. The money was what was the English? Well, confiscated.
Confiscated. Yeah, carry on.
Confiscated. The money was paid to Anambra coffers by the Inspector General of Police then. Can you debunk all this? This was a news back in the days in 2009. Even Peter Obi has not even said he wants to be president of Nigeria.
He was still governor of Anambra then, even.
He was still governor of Anambra. The Pandora Papers are there. Peter Obi put Anambra money in a stake of his own, a bank that he has share in. You doesn't see that as any criminal.
And he used the rest of the money to buy shares in
One
his own
man.
private
Why all this
company.
Maggie and
man,
Pepe?
please, now.
Let me finish. Can I please finish? Please.
Carry on,
Please,
Thomas.
let me just finish.
Carry on.
Damien, his junior brother, was bought two bulletproof car.
Limo.
You don't see anything bad in that. We heard about his wife spent almost 2 billion gallivanting all the Caribbeans.
Let me
There is
stop
no
you.
crime in that.
Let me pause you for a moment. Well done, Thomas. Because what you are referencing was when we did the session on his impeachment, the details of his impeachment then. And that impeachment, by the way, it is still pending. There's been no adjudication on it because it got away on a technicality. So that matter was never fully addressed. So it still stands accused very much of all of the things that he was impeached of. But carry on, Thomas.
He's still the same guy that read the WhatsApp message talking about the Yorubas, calling division. Tinubu is a criminal, but Peter Obi is not a saint. With all this are just stated down. And somebody will be telling me, Mr. Emeka contractor wants to collect money in cash. Government parastatals.
Can we target?
Waiting to Mr. Emeka, Thomas. Waiting to Mr. Emeka.
Thomas, but I come in now.
Question.
Let Rashomai come first.
Yeah. So, Thomas, we've had you, and I've had your points, and I see your point. But my take here is this: that we understand that none of them is saint, and I've said it before. But like myself and Mr. Agadekoko, we usually have this back and forth when he usually tackles me. My point is that Obi is, when you weigh, criminality is criminality. Whatever any offense anybody is, they say sin is sin, but in justice sometimes it's not the same. They don't hand you the same sentencing. Let me not go into all of that, sir. But my point is this: that if some people champion their own candidate here, that should not be a reason for us to be upset. If somebody tells me about Tinubu, Tinubu is this, like, what's his name? This guy this our German-speaking Kwara guy.
Fatai.
If he says something that I know not to be exactly true from what I've heard, I will challenge him. I won't be as like, oh yeah, I'll just be like, I want to burst here where I am. Like, no, I will challenge you. So if I say Obi is the candidate I'm going for, if you ask me the reason for that, I will give you. I'm not saying Obi is a saint. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying Obi is a saint. So that's not a reason for anybody to be annoyed. If somebody doesn't tell you Tinubu is their man, why do you want Tinubu? And if somebody asks me, why don't you want Tinubu? I will tell him my own reason why I don't want Tinubu. That's just it. But it's not a reason for us to be like, okay, I'm upset or whatever. Sometimes I'll be upsetting. I agree with you. But my point, like I said, is let's just let it go sometimes. Let it go in the sense that don't just, let's not take this too personal for ourselves. That's all I have to say.
No. I'm not taking it. I'm not taking it personal. If Nigerian has brain, Nigerians, if una has brain, Adewale, Sowore, Dumebi, those are the people you should be championing. Not all
no Dumebi. Thomas, you don't know Dumebi. Don't mention that guy.
I'm not saying new person. I don't know Dumebi.
I think you mean Umadi or something like that. Not Dumebi, Umadi.
Yes, new people, new set of people.
Wasn't Umadi the accountant? Wasn't Umadi the head of this under this 250? He was one of those that sanctioned this 250 million naira contract.
Well, there you are.
So they stole it collectively, according to the platform. They all stole it. Everybody, even the commission of the platform.
It's stolen money now. It's stolen money now. If the police
collective stealing.
Uptown.
Solomon.
Yes, go on.
So you've accepted now that Peter be too native.
That's why I accepted now. For peace to reign now. Everybody. Everybody. Starting from Attorney General to Commission of Local Government that signed paper to 21 local government, whatever, that signed everything to. In fact, maybe I was even part of it.
So I think that will rest the case.
Uptime, I like your enthusiasm. I like Obi is your person. I think day before yesterday, I super chatted. I said even if Peter Obi killed in broad daylight today, obedience will still. They will say that person mistakenly go to the bullet. It doesn't happen. It's a mistake. It's fine. It's your candidate. You can do anything you want to do. But sometimes it gets me angry and crazy. Oh, you are supporting Tinubu. Anybody that does not support Obi is supporting Tinubu. No, I will never support Tinubu. One man, it's unfortunate. I've spoke to my own elder sister. I'm saying this is a family matter, but I have to say it here. He wants to be. That is their choice. He wants to be my own elder sister, my firstborn. No, I don't care. That is their choice.
Thomas, will you like it when they call her Omaje? Because that's what they're calling Yorubas online that's supporting Obi. Will you like that?
What are you saying? You don't even know what you are saying.
That's what they're Omale. I'm sorry. That's what they're calling obedient supporters that are from Yoruba.
I don't care.
What do you call Tinubu supporter that are Igbo?
If you are supporting Fulani, they'll say this one is a Wausa. Very nonsense mentality.
If anybody has seen me call out any Igbo that's supporting Tinubu, then maybe we'll start the conversation.
What are you talking? You are the one that bringing up this thing now. You are saying where any Yoruba supporting Obi, they call them
because I'm
but
surrounded by
you
Yorubas.
people what do you call
into
Yoruba people? I mean, Igbo people supporting Tinubu. What do you call them?
No, see, the reason why I know is because 70% of my friends in Lagos, everybody surrounding me in my studio, in my label, everybody is Yoruba. Most of them is Yoruba. They are all obedient, and I know they're calling themselves the community of Omales, you know. But that's how come I knew they whatever. But then that's what they get accused of every day online.
When are you going to release your music? By the way, Uptown.
It's the election. One man, I told you I'm working on that book now. You know, and I have to be following the election keenly.
Are you releasing a single as well? What genre? What's your genre?
Afrobeat. Yeah, Afrobeat. Yeah.
So
it's kind of an EP.
You've not released anything yet.
Extended play.
Have you released anything yet?
No. That's the first EP. Yeah. That I'm putting out here. So it got delayed because I said so. Actually, the reason why it got delayed one month is because I was gonna go for my masters here. So I was like, when I'm back from masters, then I'm gonna put out the EP because I'm officially back. But then I had to cancel. I had to postpone the masters when this election came because of Obi, and I returned to face the election squarely, so that when I'm done, I can go back and probably reply. And guess what? I'm exposing this on this platform. My parents not know that I'm in Nigeria. And they don't know that I postponed my masters, and they don't know that I'm using my masters money to support any Nigeria that I believe in.
Uptown, are you serious?
I'm saying
you use your what? Your money support to be?
Ha!
Actually, yes, I'm using it. I'm using it.
Why?
Uptown is a politician and he will get his back once Obi wins. Don't worry.
You could have Google wagered the money on.
What did he say?
School Obi Jono Obi support Obi.
That's not what he said. That's not what he said. You guys, I don't know.
What's he saying? What's he saying?
What did Kulata say?
You use your money. You use your master money. Go support Obi. Don't be so.
No. See, let me clear what I said here.
Okay.
So I stopped my masters. I came back when Obi entered Labour Party, and when I had my ears on the ground, and I thought, like I've said in this platform, I've been obedient since 2011, so I've been following him very closely.
2011.
When it happened, and I started tracing the trying to piece things together, I was like, okay, this is gonna work, and I'm gonna come and give my 2 cents to it. So when I returned, So that's why when I talk passionately in this platform, sometimes
Sorry. Let me ask you something. If Obi
Okay.
does win or not, how are you going
Yeah.
to get the money back for your school?
No. One man. I believe I'll get it back one man. But see the thing here. So this stuff, the book I told you I'm writing. So it's a big deal for me because it's something I've conceived in my head for years. You know what I'm saying? And everything I've seen with this man is happening and playing out. I've always seen this man in the presidency. So for me, it's a big project, life project for me. So for me to be able to write this book, for it to make sense, I have to be part and parcel of every bit of the movement from beginning to end. And for me, it's a live document. So that's why I'm putting in everything one man.
So you won't cash out. You won't cash out. It will be.
You said?
He won't write Obi. He won't write book
won't
for
cash
Obi.
out.
The guy won't write book for
Over
Obi.
What did you say?
One man, let me surprise you with some things. I was saying earlier on that my own elder sister she wants to be. Then when and she made a comment that the Obedience have been selling lies to Nigerians. This is my face. About the 75 million naira that he left. That is the first thing my sister said. I said, hey, so you two are falling for this 75 billion naira he left in office. I now analyze everything to her and all this Peter Obi shenanigan. He sighed. I said, well, that is your choice. If you want to vote for him rather, that's fine. That's your choice. I will never stop you.
But your analysis was based off lies. Why would you just want to discourage somebody based off lies? Something that you have no
Did
control.
I say that I discourage
you have
her?
no knowledge. You have no knowledge about it.
Oh,
but you just feel
come on,
like
Joel.
going
I
out
know you more
there.
than that.
So
You
no,
can't sway
you don't know
me.
me. You don't
can't
know me.
use
I'm
that
not swinging me.
big
I'm
English
not
for me.
swinging
No.
you. No, but how can you just come out and say you said somebody stole
But
200
Joel,
million
did Peter
naira
Obi left
and the court did not
75 billion in
he left
Anambra coffers?
He left 75 billion. He left
Oh,
75
come
billion.
on.
He left
Come
75
on.
billion.
Come off it. Come off it.
And the
Come off it, my brother.
governors have not really disputed it. And
Come
nobody
off
has out
it.
there that is disputed
Obiano
it.
has
He has told
debunked that.
you.
That is a lie.
Obiano is who?
Peter
Who is
Obi is a
Obiano?
pathological
So,
liar. That is a lie.
So Ludo said what he left amount to nothing.
Yes.
But he left.
Peter Obi is a pathological liar.
Somebody, hold on, now let me say something. Somebody said, right, that Soludo should give him that he wants to buy those, since he said that those shares are worth nothing, that he wants to buy all those shares for 10 million naira. Why did Soludo sell it if it's worth nothing? Look, let us be real here. There are investment. We have discussed this thing on this platform before. I invested in stocks as well. My stocks have not been the same since the recession. So it affected everybody. It's an investment that he did for the states. So it's an investment
he invested wrongly then. He didn't capture the future. He wasn't a good manager of resources then.
You cannot say based off one investment that somebody is not you can't say that based off one investment that went wrong, that somebody is not a good investor. Because every business person knows that there is risk and there is gain. So if you believe in risk and there is gain, also know that your business can give you profit or can give you losses. Now, how you manage that is now what really matters. Now he had left that in the coffers of an Obiano who was corrupt, who is still under the EFCC investigation and all that. So you cannot put that on Obi. If Obi built a road and you do not maintain it, you cannot put that on Obi. The place I am living right now,
if I invested on infrastructure, that would have stimulate the economy.
He invested in infrastructure. He invested in infrastructure. As a matter of fact, he built the highest amount of road in Nigeria, over 900 kilometers of road.
That's not true, Joel. It's 800 kilometers, and that's not the highest. Almost every governor has
lie.
that kind of number. Joel, stop lying. That's a lie.
Hold on.
That's not the highest.
What's the lie? What's the lie? Hold on. What's the lie?
It's a lie.
In his time,
800 kilometers
among
of road
these
is what he
years,
built.
Can I finish, Kulata, please? Under his time, within his peers, Peter Obi was the number one in road construction. It is there by not even by you. Hold on. But hold on now. These are facts from the government agencies, not naysayers like you, Kulata. Not people like you that have nothing. So that is my point.
No, that's not the point. It's inviting you to prove it.
Well, I cannot prove it right here, but I know that the news is out there. One man, no. See, I'm about to drive, right? And he brought up this one. So it is not everything that I approve of right here that I'm about to drive. But we know this thing has been going on. People have been saying it. The government agencies have been saying it. The Melinda thing about
this is Lamba.
Right. No. Leave all this Lamba thing, and Kulata. We are talking serious business here. You understand what I'm saying? We're talking serious business. If I come out right now and accuse you,
no, leave the personal bit. But you know the Melinda thing. We've debunked that on this channel.
One man. See, let me tell you something. The Melinda thing is not a lie. When it comes to what they call it,
tell us
the vaccinations. It was in the area of vaccination. Anambra was number one. There is no doubt about it. Let's not argue this.
Number one where?
In the southeast.
Whether in the southeast or whatever, but it was number one in the southeast. Okay, let's leave it at southeast, right?
Sorry,
okay, hold on.
He was number one in Nigeria.
One man, wait now. What man? I am saying, even if it's in the southeast, is that not a feat? Even if it's in the southeast, is that not a feat?
Number one for what though?
In vaccination, because the Melinda Gates were more responsible in polio eradication, right? He was number one. So what are all these things
in the southeast?
One man, whether in his local government, one man, it's a feat. That is my point. In education, it's the same thing. You understand what I'm saying? In corruption, it's the same thing.
He bought laptop.
Hold on, Thomas. Can I just say something? It doesn't work like that, Joel. Just saying it and repeating it. You know when that number one thing started, we on this platform we went to check. The story they brought us was that the Gates Foundation, they voted Peter Obi as the number one governor in Nigeria for whatever period of time. And that story went round the whole of the social media space until we on this platform started to dig into it. And then we discovered that not only was he not voted number one governor, he wasn't even voted number one anything outside of the Southeast, and he wasn't voted even number one governor in the Southeast. He was voted the number one governor for polio eradication, which is quite still a notable achievement, but very narrow. But look at where we were coming from. The story that was being spread around the whole of social media was that
it was not Obi.
Can you hold on?
Let him finish.
You know I can mute you, so you might as well just let me speak. It wasn't the story that was going around social media was that he was number one governor. So that's why people like Kulata will push at you. So it's not, you can't just come and repeat it and then it takes on a truth of its own. No, people want to see. That's just it.
Are you done, one man? Can I say something now? Can I say something?
Please,
yeah.
Let me make it.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so Peter Obi, the Sun's Man of the Year 2007. Go to Sun and find out. Peter Obi, these days, most prudent governor in Nigeria 2009. Go and verify. Peter Obi, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation best performing governor in immunization in Southeast Nigeria 2012. Go and verify. Silver Bedman of the Year 2013. Go and verify. Peter Obi Distinguished Alumni Award, Lagos Business School alumni in 2014. Go and verify.
One man, please give me 2 awards so I can refer. What are you going to give me, one man?
No, look at that.
These days, I'm still counting. These days, governor
Silver press, go. Orange koala bear.
Listen,
Look at that.
Let's move on. Let's
this
move on.
day,
Let's move
governor
on.
of the decade 2020, they gave it to him.
Hold on,
So
hold on,
there's
hold
so
on.
many,
There's one that you missed.
so many.
Hold on. Peter Obi was voted Man of the Year. I recall this in 2008 by the Palm Wine Tappers Association of Nigeria. That's the one that impresses me. The Palm Wine Tappers. They voted. Look at this guy. Back to you, Thomas. Back to you, Thomas.
One man.
Can I round up, please? Let me round up. You asked me a question and I allowed Des to just come in. Let me just round up. I won't take much of your time, right? So let me round up. So what I'm trying to say is this, one man. I always go by what my principle says. And that's the reason why we are asking everyone out there contesting for the position of the presidency to speak out so that we can quote them. The news you were hearing about money that was the stuff about Peter Obi wasn't said by Peter Obi. I am telling you what Peter Obi said with his mouth. So if you go and pick up something on the internet, like you guys always do, and you now allocate it to Obi, I mean, it is your own business. It is not Obi's business. What Obi says is what he said. You can go and verify what he said, not what some people on the internet are saying. So when you come out here every time and you say the governor, the president of Ghana debunked this one, these are people like you and I going out putting up stuff like that. Who cares about that? Did Obi come out to say it? Did Labour Party come out to say it? I only take news that comes out from the Labour Party and Peter B himself, not some people on the internet. So until we start doing that, that will be better for us.
On. Bring your voice down first. But there is one thing that Peter Obi said himself, that he built the largest road network at that period in time, and a lot of people have debunked that.
No, he said urban to rural road network.
Road network. So that's what I'm saying. Pay attention to what he's saying. You know, let's act like people like, that we educated, right? We act like people that are educated, right? So whatever he says, we take him by what he said, not about what other people are saying. That's my point. And so when Thomas is going now to talk to the sister, based on what we have discussed on the one-man show, which most times is like 30% truth, then it becomes on everybody to know how and why we are where we are as a country. Continue, Thomas, with your lies.
All right, continue, Thomas, with your
Thank
lies.
you. I don't think I go to school. Let me continue with my life. I told my sister that is a lie. That is a blatant lie they have been selling to Nigerians. That Peter Obi left 75 billion. He said, they told us he left 75 billion in Anambra coffers. I said, that is a lie. Anybody that tell you that, they are pathological liars. So that is our choice. If you want to vote for Peter Obi, that's good. If I'm in Nigeria, I can't vote for Peter Obi. This is my face. I can't vote for Peter Obi. I can't vote for Tinubu. I can't vote for Atiku. I can't vote for Kwakwanzo. I'd rather go with Adewale or Sowore. Nigerians, what do you want? What do you guys want that you don't see in Adewale, you don't see in Sowore? Because they are not ready to share money. They are not ready to lie like the pathological liars, all these politicians. No, lie. I will never vote for them. I will never speak good of them. But when you come outside, come with a proof. Don't dilly-dally about lying about somebody. Don't lie about Tinubu. Don't lie about Peter Obi. Obiano has debunked that countless of time. One man has played that video on this platform. He didn't left 75 billion naira. That is a lie. So come off it. So I'm not going with anybody that is lying to Nigerians. If you want to come clean, come clean. If Nigeria wants to vote for you, they're going to vote for you. I don't care. I mean, I'm not even in Nigeria. I can't even vote. So Nigerians have their life, but I have my family members. You can't sell lie to them. No, you can't sell lie to them. No, I will never take that. I spoke with my sister. I said, go and rethink. At the end of the day, if you want to vote for him, so be it. I don't care. Yes, please.
If
Yes.
I'm giving you
And
this,
Thomas,
can I say,
Thomas,
Hold on, Ajale Koko. Yeah,
if your
go,
sister had
Rasamama.
said that I'm going to vote Tinubu, would you have speak to her the way you're speaking about? She said she wanted to vote for obedient.
Good question. Good question.
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
I told her my own candidate is Adewale. Yes,
You know
I
that's a
will tell
lie.
him. I will
You know
tell
that's a
him.
lie.
But that is your opinion. You can hold it. My opinion. I'm not a fool. I'm over 40 years. I will tell him Tinubu is a thief. Don't vote for him. I'm saying it live. This is video. I'm not hiding my face. So I don't care. Do I care about Tinubu?
Yeah, but you don't. But brother, you don't even have proof of that.
but
Thomas, don't tell me, show me. Don't
But
tell me.
everybody are
Don't tell
telling
us.
us
So
the
what
thief.
is the proof?
in addition to what you said, Thomas, about that 75 million, Obiano told us that he already used some check that were yet to be cleared, and that he didn't take cognizance of that
Ajadi Koko, let one
check
man play the
in his
video. One man
leftover
has the
note.
video.
In his
Let
leftover
one man
note.
play the video.
In his leftover note, he didn't capture those check in his leftover note as amount that he left behind. He said he already usually had some check that worth like how many, maybe 20 billion, or how much was it? And he didn't, his handover note did not recorded that. So he's a pathological liar. And
Ajali
he's
Coco, have you
a
asked? Have
liar.
you asked
Yes.
Ajali Coco? Have you
Yeah.
asked Obiano which money he used to build Anambra Airport? That's number
What
one
about?
question.
What about, Abi?
Look, Obiano was generating more money than internal
Obiano even said
generated
it
revenue.
himself. Listen,
He was
Obiano even said
generating
it
more money.
himself.
If you want to
Ajali
compare,
Coco, Obiano said it himself that is the money that his predecessor left for him that he used in building that
it's
airport.
government
So
money, man. It's government money.
no,
So you have to
No,
use it. It
understand what
doesn't
he
matter.
Oh,
said.
come on now. Come
It's
on,
government
Angelico.
money.
Come on now.
Now it's
I
It's
don't think it's
government money.
Obiano
It's
that
the
said
money
it.
for the state.
why we
Must he
just being
pocket that
biased
money?
now?
Must he not use that money to do something for the
Babajale
state?
Koko.
Oh, God.
Babajale Koko. I don't think it was Obiano that said it himself. It's another governor, one governor in the north, who said that Obiano told him that he used the money the previous governor left. It's not Obiano that said that by himself.
Has
Another
Obiano
governor.
come to be? Has Obiano come
Obiano
out to
come to
debunk it?
debunk it? No.
No, I'm just
Let's
telling
keep
you.
Okay,
No,
so
no, no.
just
I'm not arguing.
let's keep it
I'm
going,
just setting it straight.
Fatai.
No,
Let's
I'm
keep it
just
going,
setting it
please.
straight. I'm not contradicting or supporting. I'm just saying that Obiano didn't say it by himself. Now you can take it that as you want. I'm just to set that side straight. That's all.
Thank you, one man. If you have any question for me,
Thomas,
let me
me too.
know.
I have a story of one family member that was following Obi. I mean, I don't interfere when you say you're supporting someone. I don't talk. It's not my business. I'm not a voter, and I won't tell you who to vote for. I mean, you're an adult. The person came back and said, this man is a liar. And guess what? He said, look, he watched the man quote the amount of money that invested $20 million, that is now 100 million. He said he watched another interview. He quoted another number. Then Soluto now came out to debunk it. Then he also read in the newspapers that the investment is now worth something. He said this man is not trustworthy. Like, then he now came across like older newspaper that he read. I said, well, and now telling me now, no, that he's not even going to vote. So right now, that person is not going to vote for anybody. He's going to sit at home. He's a family member.
Let him stay at home. It's good for him.
Yeah, he's staying at home now.
Let him stay at home. There's no problem. Not everybody will vote at in essence.
So
But
everybody, many people are jaded about all the candidates.
Kulata, let me tell you.
You don't have to tell me. I'm not the person. I'm not the person, and I'm not voting. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. You can't tell me. Don't sell me on anything.
Can I say something? I'm not telling
Tell
you
your
now.
friend to go and vote for Showore. Tell your friend to go and vote for Showore.
Ajale Koko, please now. One voice, Joel. Let's just have
Can I?
one voice at a time.
Okay.
Come in.
Okay. Kulata, what I'm trying to say is this, right? Whoever that does not want to vote in this election, what is my problem? Am I the one suffering? All I'm doing all
The
these
person is not
days, coming
suffering.
out here.
Sorry.
Hold
You
on,
can't
it's
use
okay.
suffering.
If he's not suffering,
It's not
it's no
suffering.
problem.
It's
Now,
rich.
then probably he's not part of the people we are talking about, right? So we are talking about the downtrodden. Those are the people that need it more. So if he say he's not voting, yeah, probably he has his own reason for not voting. But to say that Peter Obi is trying, probably he needs to get his brain checked. Because everything that Peter
Wait,
Obi has said,
we can show you
$50
multiple
million,
videos that Obi was quoting different numbers. I think we talked
please,
about it on this platform.
He has
I
said
invested
that
20 million, is now 100 million. I've invested this, is now that. Then they check, it's 5 million that the thing is what, and it's 12
$50
million that they
million.
invested.
He invested $50
Lamba.
million. He invested $50 million. These are in banks. And I don't know the last time any of you on this platform went to call any of those banks. $50 million in Diamond,
Hold on.
Fidelity, and Access Bank. Those
Just
three
hold
banks.
on. Just hold on, Joel. When Obi started, and we can go and start digging up the videos if we want us to, but we've played them enough times on this platform. When Obi started off his investment narrative, it was 100 million. And then it quickly turned, and then it was a bit like Lamido Sanusi when he told us $12 billion was missing, and then it started to fall and fall and fall. So even by his own admission, he revises all these figures as they start to catch him out.
One man, do you know?
I have told you that this is about I've told you that this is about investment, right? This is about investment.
No. Hold
on.
Can you not do that? We are not saying about the value of the investment falling. We're talking about the initial investment. How much he initially invested. He came up with a figure, and then as they start to push back, he started to revise that figure that he invested. So that's what happened.
One man, if you remember one debate that they did, all the candidates, they didn't know that there is a fact checker. Ajale Koko, you remember this one? Immediately they want to debunk Peter Obi's lie. He quickly fly up. No. I didn't. Ajale Koko, you remember now? We have the videos of this platform.
You are right. He was trying to fight back. He was trying to fight back fact checker.
Thomas, why
he was yelling. He was yelling on fact checker.
Is this same guy you want me to go and vote for? A pathological liar that concord number, concord everything together.
At least he came out to be debated on. Some people even ran away from the debate. So some people you cannot even fact check them. So let's leave it at that.
I don't care about people that doesn't debate. Nigerians go and vote against them. Do I care about Tinubu that doesn't debate? But don't give us lies. The guy can lie.
Thomas, I want to ask you one question. Yeah, what happened to nobody knows Obi in my local government area? What happened to that?
My brother, let's speak intelligent. Ask me intelligent question.
Thomas, tell him not to build a straw man. Tell him not to build a straw man.
Question you are asking me is
now.
Ask intelligent
you
question.
Basically said nobody knows Obi in your local
My brother,
government.
ask intelligent question. All this straw man you are doing.
Someone knows Obi.
I don't have time for that.
All right. Let me take you to another space, Thomas. It's a space you may not want to go to. This new. Do you want to speak on the polls or not?
It gets me angry every time. It's just. Let me just speak maybe 2 comments and let's just go. Somebody's asking me nonsense. Yeah. Continue, one man.
So the latest polls that has come out are no surprises, of course, telling us that Peter Obi is going to win the election. So this is what all the polls are telling us. But the real twist in this is Obi will win on a large voter turnout, but they are entertaining the possibility of a Tinubu win if the voter turnouts are low. This is an organization called Steers. So what they are saying is if let's say, for instance, they had a 70% voter turnout in Katsina and Kano and Oyo-Alaafin and Abakaliki and Umuahia, then Peter Obi would win. Do you think is that consistent with how you see it?
No. One man, my stand on this platform now. Even in a free and fair election, they don't buy votes, they don't rig election. Peter Obi cannot win election. I'm not saying that is my opinion. That is a fact. It's fact to me. You may take it differently. I don't care about what you're thinking. That is my own fact. In a free, fair, credible, all the grammar, name it, Peter Obi can win election in Nigeria. The party can win election in Nigeria. Go and write it down. This is my face. I'm not hiding my face. APC or PDP will be your president in Nigeria. So all this nonsense poll going around, playing with the minds of Nigerians, I am not falling for that. Even if there is a large turnout, there is a low turnout, can Labour Party win? No. That's what I asked earlier on. Why Labour Party, the people betting now, why can't they beat their chest, bet maybe $10,000 that Peter Obi is going to win the election? If you tell them he's not going to win, they will dodge that bet. But Kogi, one man, go and write it down. Peter Obi will win 5 states in the southeast and 3 states thereabout in the south-south. I give him 8 states. He will get 20, he will win that state. Go and write it down. This is my face. We will come here. God will spare our life. He's not winning any northern votes. 25% in the north, 0. In the southwest, 0.
Jafar was telling us in the comment section that there is no chance that Peter Obi will record up to 15% in the north, and Jafar would know what he's talking about. Well,
Lagos is not going to get 25% in Lagos. Go and write it down.
Although we have to say that maybe Jafar doesn't know what he's talking about because he feels Kwakwaso will be your president. But
yes, me too. I don't know what I'm talking about now. Yeah. But on the day election, Lagos is not getting 25%. Go and write it down. He will win less than 10 states, 25%. He may get in the southeast, he may get 50%, 60%. I give it to him. In the south, maybe 3 states. That is done and dusted. APC or PDP will still take this presidency. Go and write it down. This is my face. My name is Thomas. I'm not hiding my face. So all this kumbayanism is going to win north. Tinubu cannot win the southeast, but Peter Obi can win in the southwest. Is that reason with logic? The Igbos, they are 80%. 80% of population in Lagos is Igbo. That is fine. In the day election, God will spare one man. Go and refresh yourself. Maybe 3 days or 2 days to the election. Don't come on at all because it's going to be a marathon. In the day of election, I've taken leave from work. We are going to say, yeah, we will know people that will cry home. We will know people that will be rejoicing. On the day election, we go see now. So all these polls, I don't care about. One man, if you carry out 100,000 polls online today, Peter Obi will be leading. He will be leading because their shouts, their noises on social media, they are not on ground. They are not on ground to me. They are not on ground. They are not winning anything. In the southwest, in the north, he will win some states in the south, and in the southeast. That is done and dusted. That is my submission, one man. You know, if I hold a position, I will hold this firmly. I don't care about what you think. I don't care about what you talk about me. I don't care. That is my position. God bless you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Thomas. So, Thomas, let me use the window to acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in. It's not as though they have been streaming in somewhat at a snail's pace, the super chats. But nevertheless, Ayo keeps that space honest, even though he does the coffee thing as well. He says, what is Peter Obi's relationship with Mr. GK, the cash contractor? That's his bagman now. Go check another name, Paul Ododiem. Ayo, go check that, Paul Ododiem. That was the guy that got the largest contracts throughout Peter Obi's tenure in Anambra State, the full 8 years. And that was also his principal business partner in Next International. When I say Peter Obi was running a gangster's paradise, I'm not using loose terms. Peter Obi is a crook. So Alexander Gomez comes in. He thought Thomas was ready for a fight, and he alarms via super chat. He says, Oroka Aburo Lara Obo Jacket, Chineke. So there it is right there. We all thought that We thought Fist will be flailing as Thomas took off his jacket, but too much of a gentleman. So thank you for the super chats. So let's take let's take the conversation back to Fatai, who was painting us a picture before his system failed in. So as you were, Fatai.
Thank you, one man. Thank you, one man. Please, I posted the in fact, it's this day the number one enemy of Tinubu. It's in the private sector. I pray that Alexander Gomez. I hope they are listening in the background. I want to finish my explanation I was making before. One man, please, can you please put up this day report?
I hope you are not going to make me read it though, but
just one paragraph, two paragraph, because what the question everybody is jumping on is the same mindset that the EFCC went with Tinubu over, and they got beat down by Tinubu in understanding finance. One man, can you please go down? The paragraph is down. It is not a crime for somebody to understanding finance. It's not a crime. Woman, can you go down? It's down. It's down. You will say about EFCC.
Hold on, EFCC.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. When the EFCC fought with Tinubu when he was Lagos State Governor, it was because Malam Rubadu had not done his investigation. He referred to the Econet investment in which some governors were under investigation. Malam Rubadu had threatened to clobber the governor of Lagos, but it was only rash. It was rash. They are jumping the gun. They think they got him. You don't got nothing. At the end of the day, he himself discovered that while other governors had put their hands in the cookie jar, the Lagos State governor had ballooned the coffers of the coastal state, that is Lagos State, by cashing out for the state government a whopping 20 billion naira. The initial investment was less than 4 billion naira. What a day! Rather than think of how to make this man a leader to help boost our fortune, some are only out to play mischief. And was it not that acumen that helped turn Lagos to the beacon of financial management across the country? Anyway, anybody can read down. So having said that, I want to explain this. I think maybe I am jumping 2 steps in my explanation. That's what is inviting all the questions. Now, this is it. So one man, let's assume that you are the company entity called Econet. I am the entity called Lagos State. So I have shares in you. Now EFCC come to open up my books to do their investigation, and they say no, this blah 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 is Lagos State cannot do investment in the private company. Woman, you are a private company. When you need money, when you want to capitalize, you go to the bank or your private shareholders, they put up money. Now, when EFCC stood on Lagos State with this, what it means is that Econet need to give back Lagos State the money of Lagos State. Had nothing to do with Tinubu as a person. So Econet need to cover off, according to the story now, it's even more than 15 billion, almost 20 billion naira. Econet cannot have the money. Where is he going to? His business is going to crash. So now, where Tinubu's angle is involved is like I called my friends who has a bank or whatever, First City Monument Bank. Tinubu's people have ownership there or whatever, or maybe he's managing director, or Tinubu's brother or cousin or whatever, something like that. So there was a finance arrangement that was made to supply Econet this month 20 billion naira or almost 20 billion naira to pay Lagos State. That is how Lagos State relinquished that shares. Now, through this fund, and afterward, this 20 billion became multiple billions. And this is where Tinubu's geometrical richness started. It's not from everybody say, what do they call it? Alpha, beta. What is alpha, beta? This is where Tinubu's billion came. Now, if you do this finance arrangement, right, how it traces back to Tinubu, that is finance brain. You cannot criminalize cleverness. This is how they are going after Tinubu for. Tinubu understands finance. There is so all these financial that is an open something, right, that need to be invested in. Tinubu called, that's why I tell you it's unbreakable team, right? He called somebody within his team and said this team must not go to waste. They put up some money, right? Okay, maybe in the future, the money circle back to Tinubu, but it has nothing to do with corruption, has nothing to do with anything, right? You can either leave that thing there, wasting, or you can call, hey, my friend, are you interested? You take your friend raise capital to take care of that something. And that is why all these things you read out, Falomo shopping complex, this and this, these were things that were financed in some complex finance arrangements. It's not Tinubu's personal involvement, but of course, he make the phone calls or whatever. That is what is there. Tinubu did not use his power to acquire the shares of Econet. It is EFCC out of bad belly, they go after him. And they got X on their faces. The bad belly that they had for Tinubu is what turned Tinubu to billionaire. And that is why God never leaves good people. No matter what anybody says, right? It is never a crime to be clever, to understand finance.
Woman, can we come in now?
Yeah, come in, yeah.
I mean, this is a revisionist. You're just being a revisionist here. I mean,
what revisionist? I am explaining to you.
You don't need to explain to me. I mean, you don't need to explain to me. It's very clear that
and let me address this question here. It is not insider trading. Insider trading is for publicly traded company.
I never used the word insider trading.
Not you. Alexander Apache. No, I will leave it to you. I will leave it to you. Just let me.
I've never used the word insider trading. I don't know what you mean.
Hold on. It's a comment on the screen that is.
Okay. Insider trading. There is a publicly traded company. Maybe let's say the legislature, the National Assembly, they want to pass a law that will, when that law is passed, it will improve the shares of this company. Now, I call my cousin to go and buy that shares quickly, so that by the time the law is passed, the shares goes up, I make profit. That's the insider trading. It has nothing to do with a private company going to the bank to raise money to be able to pay back Lagos State.
All right, Fatai, let Rational Mind push back at your narrative a bit.
All right. You see, sometimes I just don't know how we look at things differently. You're just being a revisionist. That's how I see it. Yeah. Of course, the EFCC. I don't know what right the EFCC will have to tell Lagos State as to how to get their money. But the point is this: that he bought that shares. Either it was a private. It was not listed on the stock exchange, as far as I remember. Econet was never listed back then. But he bought that shares.
Yeah, you are right. You are right, brother. There.
Yeah, but he bought that shares. The shares that was meant for Lagos State, whom you said, according to the article we read, says that they asked Lagos State to sell their portion or their part of the shares.
Yeah.
In that Econet, that it's not right for a state to be doing that. Yeah. And they sold it, and Tinubu bought it. Yeah. That is just where the point. That's where the corruption is there. That is corruption.
How is it corruption?
It is corruption. Listen. You are benefiting while in office.
Oh my God! It's not. It's personally benefiting. It's not personally benefiting. Econet needs
money. You know what?
Econet needs money. A bank.
You can't tell me. Listen. Don't tell me that Econet sold it. He's the governor. They've told him, look, you can't have that. Will you allow me speak? You can. Okay. They've told him you can't have Lagos State money in Econet. Okay. So he, as the Lagos State, as the owner of that shares, have to sell that shares out to recuperate that money back, right? He sold the shares to himself.
No. Econet had to give back Lagos State the money. Lagos State money.
You can't prove that for certain that EFCC is asking Econet to sell the shares. No, you can't tell me that. The owner of the shares, listen, the owner of the shares will sell the shares. You don't do that. You can't force me. Like when Elon Musk wants to buy Twitter and in any other high trade stock. Hold on,
Fatai. You have to let somebody push. Let him push.
You cannot be forced to sell your shares. It's if you want to sell your shares. So maybe there's a court ruling, a court injunction, or a court ruling that says you must sell that shares. But the point is this: that Lagos State owns that shares. They've been told to sell that portion of their shares because it is not right according to EFCC. That is, if we're going to go by what that article says. Now it is now incumbent on Lagos State now to sell that part of their shares. And now who has to buy it? They gave it to the governor, which is a conflict of interest and an abuse of office.
That is conflict of interest and gross abuse of power.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is it. So I don't know why you're trying to spin this whole thing like as if we're all dumb here. We don't know what we're talking about. You live in a
No. You've made the point. Let Fatai counter it.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. Okay. Now I think we are conflicting the word sell. So when the FCC said Lagos State is not allowed to do it, what it means is that EcoNet need to pay Lagos State, right? It's not selling shares. It's not publicly traded company. Now EcoNet cannot raise the money. EcoNet could just give Lagos State back the money. Like if EcoNet has in his account free money, like excess money, it can just give the money. You don't need to sell shares. Nobody need to. It's called raising capital. When you're a private company, you raise capital. It's not selling shares. It's not public. It's not with Twitter. Elon Musk buying Twitter. That's a publicly traded company. Now, EcoNet.
Hold on. Let him land. Go on, Fatai.
Yeah, thank you. So EcoNet needs to pay Lagos State money, right? Lagos State is a government, and a federal government, whatever. A government says government is not allowed to do this. So I want my money back. Like I said, if you are EcoNet, I say, brother, I want my money back. Yeah, because they told me I'm not allowed to do it. It's up to you how you raise your money. If you have the money in your pocket, you give it to me. Tinubu would not need to buy it. Tinubu didn't buy it, by the way. Let's put it in code. So you
can I say something?
No, hold on.
Let him land. Yeah,
so one man, you can take the money out of your pocket. Now you don't have the money, right? You don't have the money, and you approach the bank. Now, if you take Tinubu out of this old picture, you see, is Tinubu even doing EcoNet a favor? Because EcoNet will be indebted, or the government will come down on EcoNet. Now, EcoNet now approach the bank, right? Okay, maybe Tinubu make a phone call, say, okay, you people are my people. I arrange some finance for the guy, borrow him or whatever. Whatever they did, so is EcoNet going out to borrow money? Now he borrows the money, right? This capital that is raised, right? Maybe the bank now holds that shares, right? The bank holds that shares.
Maybe you're allowing this guy to repeat himself. He's repeating himself.
Maybe 5 years later, maybe Tinubu then say, okay, let's make the book and transfer that to me. Or that's another story. But this deal we are talking about has nothing to do with conflict of interest.
Can I ask Fatai a question after his?
Okay, Fatai. I think you get the summary. But before you come in, Kulata, let Des come in. Who wanted to?
Oh, Des, sorry.
Des, come in. Des.
Yeah. Fatai, I don't understand. You're actually saying this is in form of like it's a business transaction from.
Yes, it is.
They're buying. You're actually saying like they're buying Gary. That's what you're narrating.
No, I'm saying it's finance.
Hold on, Fatai. Hold on. Yeah, go on, Des.
This you're saying that Lagos State bought a share from EcoNet, right? And
tell me again, I didn't get it.
You're saying Lagos State bought its shares from EcoNet, right?
Yeah,
how many percent, whatever, invested? Is it invested or bought its shares?
No, invested in EcoNet. As they are coming into the country, they are bringing to the country. Lagos State put money so that they can buy the license to start operation in Nigeria.
And that's still buying shares anyway because they'll get equity. Yeah.
It's still shares. They have to have the shares. That's why EFCC came on. So, and you're saying that when EFCC started doing all that, EcoNet doesn't have the money to compensate the amount of shares Lagos have to give back to Lagos State. That's what you're saying.
Well, I assume I understand the language. EcoNet had to raise the capital to give it back to make Lagos relinquish that shares. Yes, so EcoNet had to raise capital so that it can give it to Lagos. Yes.
Yeah. So they don't have the money to give back to Lagos, and now Tinubu, as the power he has to.
Take Tinubu out. No. They approach the bank, right?
Why would I
go and get the money out? No, because it has nothing to do with Tinubu. Tinubu that you are talking about is underground connection. How is it in the middle? How is it in the middle?
Come in. I don't understand.
All right, Kolata. Yeah, Kolata.
All right, Fatah, I'm going to ask you some short questions. Just keep it pithy. So I want to clarify. So EFCC told Lagos State to divest their investment from Econet. True or false?
Yeah.
So after they told, did EFCC give a directive for Lagos State to sell those shares to Tinubu? True or false?
No, true. No.
Okay, fine. I got it. Now, so when Lagos State divested the shares is private placement because it's not public. Private placement. Shares were available to be bought, right? Now,
no. It doesn't have to be available to be bought.
Shares are available in the private. I know shares are available for investment.
Shares are available. It doesn't have to be available.
Yeah, shares are available for. Let's not get too pedantic. Shares are available to be bought.
Pedantic is necessary.
No, it's not necessary. Wait.
Lagos. Hold on. Don't argue every point. Let him take you to the bigger.
Lagos divested. Lagos divested. Yes or no?
Hold on, Fatai. Just with it. Yeah.
Lagos divested. We've agreed that they divested. Yeah. So that means there's opportunity for another party to buy in. Fine. Now, the party that bought in, did Tinubu buy in directly in person or through SPV?
No, Tinubu did not buy in.
I'm asking you a question. Did he buy in person or through a vehicle?
Tinubu did not buy in at all.
Yeah, but so what was his relationship in the deal?
There was no buying in. Econet got helped by a bank to raise the money, capitalization.
Yeah, capitalization, but the capitalization, what was Tinubu's involvement in the bank that helped to capitalize Econet?
No, just that Tinubu's cousin, either managing director or whatever, or owner of the bank, First City Monument Bank, and they made some complicated finance arrangements.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. Is it a special purpose vehicle? I said SPV.
No, there's no SPV. There is
now
capital raising to Econet.
Okay, is it bank financing?
Bank financing, yes.
Okay, now if it's bank financing, what was Tinubu's relationship in that deal?
He knows the bank manager.
And so was he part of did he have shareholding?
Not a part. No. It's not a
so
part.
If it's not a part, if he just introduced the bank, how did he now profit from that deal?
How did he profit from that deal?
Yes.
Tinubu said to you that it's teamship. He works with team. Now, I'm not saying Tinubu does not know the people, like even his cousin, I don't remember the name, was in the bank, right? So they raise finance for Econet, right? And so the bank is holding the security or whatever it is. I didn't sign the paper with them, but this is the story. What we have is bank financing, right?
Yeah, bank financing, we got that. But what's Tinubu's part in that deal? Because if that is how he made his. The bank stepped in, raised money. So how did Tinubu make money from that deal?
Tinubu did not personally make money.
So I'm asking. So is it through a special purpose vehicle?
Okay, I think I get the word. No. Let me.
Can you just hold on, please? Okay. No, hold on. Correct me. It's just so that it doesn't go on. What I think Kulata is asking you is, because you told us that was Tinubu's financial breakthrough. So how? So go address that space. How did that Econet deal become his financial breakthrough?
Kulata, I'm sure are you familiar with securitization? Like as the debate is going on now in the National Assembly, they want to securitize the.
I'm familiar with it. That's why I'm trying to establish the relationship.
So this capital financing, you can securitize capital financing, right?
Yes.
This security can later be bought by somebody. Now, what they are saying Tinubu is this. So this security, Tinubu then later with his team, converted the security. No, okay, let me know because everybody is going to start about convert. Security, there is a security, right? And in the future, anybody can buy the security. It's not Tinubu's influence, right? There's a securitization of the financing that was given to Econet. And this securitization, some investor came to buy it. And that investor which happened to be Tinubu.
All right. So that's where
I think what we're talking about is a sweetheart deal. Is that what we're talking about?
That's what I'm trying to lead to. Because see, wait, Fatai calm down. I know you love Tinubu. I'm not taking it away from you. What we're trying to talk, this is what we're trying to say. You said a bank came in to finance Econet, securitization, an investor came in and swept that investment. And that investor that came in, is it Tinubu?
The investor that came in, right, happened to, like, this is my own opinion, happened to be Tinubu, right? But it doesn't happen to be Tinubu.
Not in person, through some vehicle.
Yeah, through some deals.
That's what I was asking you all along.
Yeah, the reason I don't want to be saying this.
That's why I don't want to get too technical in the weeds. We will lose people. So through through intelligent financing, Tinubu bought into Econet and cashed out.
He cashed. Thank you. Cash out is the word. He cashed out. He cashed out of the bad belly of the federal government.
Yeah, through intelligent financing. So we've established some things. First thing, Lagos invested. Opportunity came in. I mean, of course, when Lagos pulls that kind of money out, the company will be distressed. The money needs financing.
Thank you.
Tinubu used the opportunity to engineer some complex finance deal and then cashed out.
And then later cashed out.
Now, that requires having information that other people don't have. It also requires having privilege, a bit of privilege in that relationship, because wait, let me land, you talk.
Sorry.
Lagos State was the investor. He is the governor of Lagos State. Him taking over, the optics doesn't look right. Whether he engineered the financing is opaque, you can't attribute it directly to him and all that stuff. But as long as he's involved, the ethics of that transaction is in question. Because
what about the legality? What about the legality?
I mean, you may not be able to call out the legality like that, because you won't be able to directly attribute it to Tinubu.
100% legal.
You can't attribute it directly to Tinubu. It's how they do all this. Is an Oyinbo corruption deal. Let me put it that way. So you can't say you can't call him. It's not a crime. But at the end of the day, is privileged information and abuse of privilege.
No, it's a crime. It's a crime.
No, the reason I won't call it a crime is, if you look at this, the reason I won't call it a crime.
Let me tell you something.
Let me just land now. Hey Joe. The reason I won't call it a crime is because for it to be a crime, you need to be able to take it to a court, and the court needs to be able to rule that this is legal. But you cannot attribute it directly to Tinubu. You'll probably find someone else involved in the deal that's not Tinubu. And so you can't catch Tinubu red-handed.
Oh, okay. Except, that's right.
So that's why it's not crime. So it's like the way Americans do corruption, shell companies and all those things. You won't know.
It's fair.
But if he is directly involved,
yes, he's involved. But you will not know.
No.
If he's directly involved and not by proxy, then it's gonna be
criminal.
A criminal, yes.
So that's why I'm saying the difference between Peter Obi and Tinubu is one person has more higher financial IQ than the other, and Tinubu has the higher financial IQ because Obi's own was blatant.
Obi's own was blatant. Hold on. Let this come in.
In United States, this congresswoman, she's been investigated, busy, because before this stock, whatever, I've forgotten the name of the stock she sold. She had a kind of a preview information that something was going to happen because she's in the system, and she sold almost, I mean, $5.7 million, and she made a lot of gains from that, selling of her stock. And after she sold it, like a day or whatever, the market fell, and they're now investigating her because of the information that as the Congress that she's privy to, that is not like a fair fight for other people in the United States. Do you get? So anyway you see it is illegal. If that thing is traced back to Tinubu, it's still gonna get him in trouble. I mean, it's
No,
not
you will
gonna matter
never
if he
trace it back
covers,
to him.
unless he
Can I
covers his
answer?
as well.
I know. Okay, that's I get it. So let me start with the one my brother Des said now. The U.S. Congresswoman, whatever, bought stock shares, right? The U.S. is going to pass some law or whatever they're going to do, and there's a publicly traded company, right? Without public information, the legislature, the parliament, whatever they're going to pass is not public information. All she is privy to this information that is going to affect a public traded company in which this information is not available to the general public. That is what is called insider knowledge. It is not an insider knowledge when a private company wants to raise finance. There's no public the insider knowledge there. Now, everybody is saying corruption, corruption. No, Tinubu was not interested to buy Econet. The federal government came to put Econet in distress. First of all of these things will not even happen if not for the bad belly of federal government. I'm sitting on my own. You came to create a problem, and I helped to resolve the problem. And you people are accusing me of illegal corruption, go to prison, everything, whatever. What is it going to do? Leave Econet to go into distress? How is Econet going to raise 20 billion? Oh, it's not. It was
Are you
public
trying to
money.
excuse
Wait
us?
now, wait. Of course, I'm not only trying
Fatai,
to excuse.
But
that's not
Hold
Tinubu's
Fatai,
on,
that's
hold on.
business.
wrong.
That's
Hold
not
That's
on.
not.
Can I
Tinubu's
finish?
business.
It's not
Can I
even
finish?
Fatai. Listen, it's not even
Can I let you
Econet's
finish?
problem.
I
It's
let
not
you
even
finish.
Econet's problem. It's
How is
Lagos
not a correct
problem.
problem?
Understand?
No,
No,
no, no, no,
because
no.
Lagos already
You
invested.
and the
Oh
government
God.
say I want the money. Divest. I
Then
want the money from
that.
Econet. Who is going to give the money? Is it not
What do you
Econet that will
mean?
give the money? Is it not Econet
If you
that
want
will
to
give the
sell
money?
your share, you sell your share. It doesn't matter.
Private
Whoever wants is
company.
interested in. Come on, nothing like.
Private company, not
Private
shares.
company, you can sell shares. Yeah, you
Oh
can
my
sell it.
goodness.
You can do
Private
You
company
can
private
sell your
private.
capitalized.
shares.
Private company capitalized. That
It
they
doesn't
don't.
mean that Econet
Oh
is
my
gonna buy
goodness.
the shares. You can sell your shares
Hold on. Let me
anywhere.
hear this guy. Are
Let
you
me
saying
finish
private
now.
company? Hold on, hold on. I bought. Listen, I bought shares into private companies before in Nigeria.
When private company
Yeah,
It's
need
not
money.
listed. They're not listed.
I think that's called private placement, is it
Yeah,
not?
private. Thank you very much. Private placement. Yeah, I did that. So I don't know what you're talking about.
My brother, when a private company needs money, right? When a private company needs money, like if I have a private company, I can approach my friend. I need money. Can you give me? I will give you some shares in my company. That is how it happens, right? It's a publicly traded company that you can just walk in and go and buy shares. That is where insider information comes in, right? In a private company might say, okay, no, I don't, my friend, instead to go to my friend to come and give me some money, I go to the bank and say, bank, borrow me some money. Bank, give me, or I issue bonds, say, can you buy into my company, somebody? These are private decisions. They're not public, everybody bringing
Either public
insider
or no
information.
private. Hold on. Either
No, it
public or no
cannot be
private.
either public or no
Oh,
private. It
hold
is
on. The point
different.
is this: you're using your office. He's a governor, mind you. He's
He's
a
not
governor.
using his office.
Oh God, what is he
How
doing?
is it?
All right,
One man. Let me just wrap it up.
yeah, wrap it up. Wrap it up.
Tinubu did not use his office for anything. Tinubu is out of the picture. The problem, because of their bad belly, they rush. They didn't do their own work well. What they ended up creating is a problem for Econet. Tinubu could leave it and do nothing, and Econet crash. So the bank, the capital that Econet raised has nothing to do with Tinubu. So if you are talking to a bank, and I know somebody in the bank, and I say, my brother, a born rational mind, there is a good boy, you help him if you can help him. How are you going to shoot me for that?
I think that is the first time in known that National Mind has ever been called a good boy. We view him with suspicion here, with suspicion.
How are you going to shoot
Daniel.
me for that? The only option is to allow Econet to fail. To go and find money wherever you want to find and allow it to fail. Okay, so if these things now lead to Tinubu's success in the future, I sleep on my own. People can't create problem. I help to solve the problem. God come butter my bread. That problem
Fatai,
I will not talk
let me say
again.
something. Let me say
I will
something.
not talk again. I will not talk again. I have given enough explanation
You know
as I
why I
can give.
said you're not making sense. Let me tell you why I
Thank
said
you.
you're not
Thank
making
you.
sense. You know why?
Thank you.
Fatai,
No,
if I
I
have
am
a
making
company,
sense. You don't
listen.
understand it. Okay.
If I
all
have a
right. Hold
company,
on. Yeah.
Fatai, if I have a company and you come in and invested in my company, let's say you bought 20% shares, and you're having problem with whoever you're having problem, I'm still the major shareholder of my company. I have 80%, and you have 20 as a state, and you're having problem with whoever you're. I'm a private company, right? So I don't care what you are doing. If they say you can't invest in me, all you have to do is forfeit that shares. Give it back to me. Give it back. I mean, forfeit it. So when you are saying that Econet is gonna have trouble, I don't. It doesn't add up. That's why I'm saying your story is
No,
not
okay,
adding
okay.
up
I
at
will
all.
clear that. The trouble of
It's not
Econet is
adding
where
up.
is wait now. The trouble of Econet is where is Econet going to raise 20 billion naira? With that is business crashing. A private company, you
I
can't
don't
just work
understand
in
This is
what
the
you're
not
saying.
Econet's problem. Hold on,
This is
Fatah. You are
not
painting a
Econet's
very wrong
problem.
picture.
how is it not
It
Econet
is
problem? Who's
not
going to pay the
hold on.
money? Who is going to
It
pay
is
the money?
Lagos State who invested. Let me say something. It
And
is
Lagos
Lagos
State
State
want his
who
money back. Lagos State want his money
now.
back. Okay.
It is Lagos State who invested money that the EFCC is having beef with.
Yeah.
So that I can understand the distressing part that could be if they pull out because there's no way they can pull out that money without selling those shares, right? So
Without
Lagos State
selling
has to sell that shares to whoever. But in this case, you were telling us that
No, they
you
don't have to
hold
sell it.
on now.
No.
Please
Don't do the sell now. You are taking me to every. I will address it over and over again. It's not selling.
I've heard you over and over because you keep sounding the same way.
They didn't sell any shares.
Okay.
Maybe
They didn't sell. So who bought those shares? Hold on. Who bought that part that Lagos State, the stake that Lagos State has in Econet? You said the bank. Hold on.
Sorry, Fatai. Everybody, hold on. I think and then correct me if I'm misquoting you, Fatai. I think what Fatai is saying is that the EFCC were triggered to go after that space, and in the course of their investigation, they could not actually find anything, but they still found reasons to ask Lagos State to remove state monies from that space. So Lagos State, so Lagos State were looking to divest from that company. Which would then essentially mean that money leaves that company and comes back to Lagos State. But then if they wanted to force it through, it will lead to the renation of that country. So they arranged a complex financial vehicle for that country to source in the financial market to pay back Lagos State what it used to buy the shares. So that complex financial vehicle then, which the value of that shares about 2 billion thereabout, at the tail end, at the business end of that, either Tinubu was directly involved in that complex financial vehicle, or
he was not involved in that.
Hold on, or he used financial instruments of Lagos, Broad Street, wherever, to
no Lagos instrument was involved though.
No, I'm talking about Broad Street, which is somewhat like the square mile.
Okay, like Wall Street,
like the square mile we have here in London. But he used the financial space to help insulate that company. But then at the back end, he was then able to acquire the equity that the financial institutions were holding in security against that company. And that was the birthing of his fortunes. So is that roughly what it is for time?
Yeah, it is.
Let's move on. Let's move
Can
on.
I just no. One man. Let me close it.
You always want to blow. You just keep clearing up lots of questions. And you allow the question.
Can I respond to one man? One man, thank you. It's a first summary. The only thing I will add is that everybody should take out of their mind that sell. There is no selling of shares. Econet needs money to pay back Lagos State. where can I find money? Hey, bank, can you please give me money? You don't have to
That's
sell
a
the
wrong
share to
narrative.
anyone. You don't have. Oh, sorry. You don't have
No,
to sell the share.
don't. You see, for mental sanity, don't be saying
Thank
this.
you, thank you. Believe
Mentally, you are
whatever
just.
you believe.
Hold on,
Believe whatever you
Rastafari.
believe. Let him believe whatever. Look, I don't look. There's no way you talk about this thing. If people don't want to listen, you will be sounding denigrating. I don't want to be sounding denigrating to anybody. But if you don't understand it, you can go and read about that investment.
All right. Thank you, Fatai. So thank you, Fatai. Let me name check to see if Gideon is still there. Gideon, are you still with us? Gideon, you don't fall asleep, Abby. All right. I don't think we have Gideon anymore. Gideon, are you there? All right, brilliant. Good. Stay there, Gideon. So gentlemen, we're coming up to the 8-hour mark now. So we start to round off. So now we take final comments, and I suspect that a lot of that final comments will be about Fatai's delivery. So Fatai, when people are making their final comments, please don't let them have that say. Before you'll be the second to last to give final comments, so you can wrap up anything that everybody has had to say. It's just so we're getting to ungodly hours. You know, when we get to this hour.
Sure.
You know, sometimes when I don't come on for a day, it's because of the grueling long hours. So I want to remove from those grueling long hours, but we've happened there again. So we kick it off, and in this instance, we're going to land on Gideon because she's chosen to spend the day with us. So Ajan Lekoko will give you the permission to have the final word, Gideon. So feel privileged. So we start to take the summing up, and we kick it off from Thomas in Australia. So Thomas, closing remarks.
Thank you, one man. Everybody come and eat.
Agbado again, Abi.
No, agbado lónìí. I'm eating wheat at €40.
Look at that.
So at the end of the day, Nigerians, vote for your candidates. Don't let people sell lie to you. Don't buy that lie. No. Don't buy it, please. And I'm still one man. Boyala election in my way. Maybe election is going to hold. Because what is going on in Nigeria today is quite disheartening. My sister told me there was a riot in Abeokuta. There was shooting. 2 guys was killed. People rioting. They broke all the banks. Break everything. It's just chaos in Abeokuta yesterday. So
do you have a screen in front of you, Thomas?
Yes, please. Yeah.
This is from the British Daily Mail. So this thing has an international dimension. So you can see this is one of the more credible, let's say, middle-ranking newspapers for the conservative space. It says riots erupt in Nigerian city over cash shortage. So that narrative that they want to cause, they want to ferment chaos to declare a state of emergency, and so this is what is being reported internationally. So this is from the Daily Mail, British newspaper, but there it is. There it is anyway.
One man, I send money to my mom for monthly upkeep. They can't even catch the money. That is why I saw Ajale Koko asked boss, I think is it yesterday or early today. They can't cash the money. The money is there. My sister told me she went to the bank to collect money. They gave her 2,000 naira. 2,000 naira for a married woman with 3 kids and husband. How will they survive? So I understand Ajale Koko had boss earlier on. You can't kill people because of election. So Nigerians, I hope there will be peace. If there is no peace, I don't think the election is going to hold. That is just my opinion. I wish Nigerian yesterday government parastatals was shut down totally in Abeokuta. Even the government gave the statement that everybody should go home. Banging, hospital, everywhere was just chaos. So I hope everything will be all right. But because I want the election to hold, if election doesn't hold, this problem will still persist. Immediately election hold and the winner was declared, everything will come to normalcy. The people that has been holding fuel, they will release the fuel. The money that has been holding, they will release the money. But if the election don't hold, the problem will persist. It will linger on for so long. Thank you, one man. May God bless you all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Thomas. So that's thank you, Thomas, who took off his jacket to really take on the conversation. So thank you, Thomas. Let's go on to Joel of Nashville, who was getting in his car, so may not have time for us anymore. So Joel, are you still there? Joel of Nashville.
Yeah. One man. Good evening. I'm coming. Good evening, guys.
Do you want me to come back to you or
no?
Oh, all right. I think because I think it's in the middle of something.
Yeah. So one man, and it is important. It is important that we tell the truth. It has nothing to do with our interests. It should be about the truth. Okay. We as human beings are not perfect. However, when someone does something, do not just try to castigate the person just for political expediencies. You castigate the person based on on facts. At the end of the day, it's about Nigeria, not about our personal interest. It's about Nigeria. So this idea of always trying to pull, what I was keep saying, we keep putting the Southerners down, just to make a cheap point, and wouldn't cut it for anybody in the South. Like I said, if Obi does not win, I wish the whole South we don't win, so that we'll learn. Because sometimes some of the things that we say on here, it is happening. That someone like Thomas will say that it's not that I do care about the person he's trying to discourage. But I believe that when you are trying to sell something with facts. Don't just come out there and just say stuff because you want to say them because you just had. If you can, bring down someone or dirty someone's name from hearsay, you should imagine what it will be to you if someone is trying to do that to you. So it becomes a big issue. Well, one man, today's show wasn't really something that I really love the flow. I wanted to say something. Someone once called someone a Jew man on this platform, and
no.
I want to say something about.
Hold on.
No, it's not going to be a cause. It's not going to be a cause.
No. Let me pause you there. That's already been addressed. I don't want that term used because it's one of those words that can trigger something. So just about that's been addressed in the comment section about carry on here.
Okay. Because the reason why I wanted to say what I want to say wasn't like I was.
I've already said that it's been addressed. So just give me that grace, not to because I don't want
not to go into it. Yeah. So and one man, we have about less than 2 weeks to this election, and is like I said, an important one. I said this earlier on. I said that this election is going to be about those who wants it more. And I believe that obedience wants it more than any part of Nigeria. In fact, if you're going through anything wrong in Nigeria today, you're not obedient. If you're going through the Naira redesign, which is a laudable feat, but the implementation is wrong. But at the same time, sometimes it is so easy to point hands at the president and the CBN governor. One man, there are videos coming out of late showing us where the CBN investigators have visited these banks. It happened to be that these banks have this money. Look, one man, you see, Nigeria has a problem. We have a leadership problem. But more importantly, we have a followership problem. The situation, you see, when fuel goes up by 2 naira or 3 naira, go to the bus station. The price increment will not be like in 1 or 2 naira. It will be like in 5 or 10 naira. It is something that we have to start looking as citizens of Nigeria. We are wicked to each other. You see, so that is why we need someone. We have to correct that from the top. we need to have someone that we say, like Peter B said yesterday, said today, that in his time, you can never see a snake swallow money, that they must produce that snake. That is what we are trying to look at in Nigeria. That Buhari is supporting a Ganduje who was still on camera, ducking money inside his abada. It's a problem that from the top. So if a citizen says that, or if a president can give this guy a pass, then what does that tell you? As citizens, I can do that and get away. Nigeria needs a new direction, and Peter Obi offers that direction. Thank you, one man, and I hope that in less than 2 weeks, we are going to have. I don't want to see it as a loser winner kind of a thing, because it's like we are going to where we have been talking about this. It's like we're going for a match or something. No, the goal, and out of in all of this, is to have a better Nigeria. And Peter Obi offers that. There is no winner, there's no loser. Peter Obi is going to be president of those who voted for him and those that did not vote for him. The idea is that the cumulative strength and ideas that we put together is what is going to spur on. Peter Obi is only a driver. Thank you very much, and God bless you, woman.
All right, thank you, Joel. So that's Joel of Nashville, of course. Unmistakably, Joel of Nashville. There's only one of him, and there he is. He's with us. So thank you, Joel of Nashville. From Joel of Nashville, let's go to Solomon. Solomon, you're up.
Yeah, woman. Good morning, everybody.
Yeah, now nobody else you do. Are they here background? Now where you work? I go.
No. I dey house.
All right. Okay. Carry on.
Yeah. It's today's conversation was very, very educating, and it was very good. Like Joel said, this our country, Nigeria, was us that we do what was oppressing ourselves and what being wicked towards each other. Yeah. Any slight opportunity we have, we want to use it to extort the situation, extort ourselves with any situation, any slight opportunity we get, and it's not good. We have to change our mentality. We have to be good to each other and careful. You see, most videos are coming out from day before yesterday. Like yesterday, now they saw 250 million in one bank, and can you imagine? And they're saying that there is no money. That this one blaming on the federal government, blaming on the people in government, and it's not good. So at times when you see somebody like Buhari say you should praise his administration, you will not blame him, because to him he feels that he has done something. But the people that are meant to carry out those tasks will go and do another thing, and is not good, and we end up giving the administration bad name, even though himself in his own way he have his own faults and his own lapses. But he has tried in his own way to, at least there are some good, but to some people there is no good about this guy, which is very bad. So we don't need to blame the government for everything, first of all, and it's not about that, like what Sheon Kuti was saying yesterday, that we talk about we want change, and look at the kind of people that they are crying to. Somebody like the way Obedience are painting P2B, that is this, is that. He ran with Atiku in 2019. He said good, sweet words about Atiku 2019. He said many good things about this guy in 2019. So what has changed all of a sudden in 2023 now, or from 2022? Atiku became this to Obedience, that Atiku is a thief, is a criminal. But your principal was his vice in 2019. Assuming they won that election, all these things will not be hearing them. See the hypocrisy in these people. But I know for sure this election is between Atiku and Tinubu. Obi is trying. He's really, really trying. But it's between Atiku and Tinubu. And there is nothing anybody can say or do. People can, and nothing will happen in Nigeria if one of them becomes the president. Or this one they are saying, some people, I wonder how elderly people will say that if Obi doesn't win, that Nigeria is gone. Nigeria is not going anything. Nigeria will keep on being together, and these people, when they come in, they will come in with policies that would rehabilitate the economy, that will make the economy a good one, that will make their economy improve. If you look at what this guy Fatai said here, and I was in the comment section seeing what people were saying, if you see the people that talk bad about it, it's people that are just being biased. With my own understanding, what he just said, you see the level of how do I put it now? You see that, like how Kolata said, that this guy is more economically intelligent than Obi. I'm not a Tinubu supporter. I don't even want Tinubu to win. But I'm just trying to point this out for the obedience, because some people would come, they don't want to learn. You have to open your ears, open your head, and open your heart to learn. Learn what you don't know, you learn, and not come to interject and ask questions and want to ask questions that are not even reasonable. Let's try and be objective in anything we're doing. And so because we are all human beings, we are learning. Yeah. So for Mr. Joel, if I said any word here, I did not just say it out of I don't know if you picked offense in it, but it's not. I did not refer to you or anything like that. I don't have issues with you. It's the Dex don't know me. I don't know him. I don't even want to know him. So him coming here to say something is his own opinion about me, and that is his business. But me, I don't have issues with him. Like I always say, I always come here. He's not Buhari. The only person I would have had issues with is Buhari, because he's the president. But instead of me to have issues with him, I will tell him, we'll link up and we'll do things, meaningful things that would help each other. That is what. So I cannot have beef with him. He has. I don't have any problem with him. So thank you everybody on the platform. Thank you, Woman. Thank you, Baba Jali Koko, Mr. Joel of Nashville, Kolata, Uptown, everybody, Dex. All your contributions were meaningful, Mr. Fatai. Thank you, Woman.
All right, brilliant. So that's the excellent Solomon. So that's the excellent Solomon, one of the star gems of the platform. So that was the excellent Solomon, but a man of equal excellence, a rational mind. Rational mind, that time of the day again.
Yeah, sorry, I'm in the shower. Anyway, yeah, I don't think I have much to say. Only that this back and forth that I had with our man here, Fatai. You see, one of the reasons sometimes I just stay up coming online sometimes on your platform and maybe OBS and other people is because sometimes I hear certain things that are just good for my mental health. When we just try to excuse certain things, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that I don't do that sometimes. Like somebody was trying to make me believe, was it Thomas? That why do I excuse what's his name? OBS on instances, and I try to like beat down on Tinubu. Well, like I've said, I've made myself known. I've made myself understandable to people that look. I'm not saying Obi is insane. Don't get me wrong. Obi himself has his own shortcomings, but I just weigh, like I've always used the word or use the phrase, lesser evil. He is the lesser evil among the three major contenders. So my point is, when we see something like people can, some people can prove me right on this, that I've often beat down on Obi here too. In some instances, when I have to do that, I would criticize him. But then when we see what we're supposed to call a spade, let's call it a spade. If it's a shovel, we'll call it a shovel. Not that we have to beat around it, make it look as if trivialize it, look at it, make it like it's nothing. Trying to hear what Fatai was saying about the sharp practice or kind of corruption of Tinubu That is just one of so many corruption on Tinubu's neck. Well, having said that, let me just leave that. But my point is that I just see that this election, I just hope it really holds. I don't think it's going to hold because the images we're seeing coming out from Nigeria right now, like many people have said here, they've said it that, a lot of people can't get their money. And you can imagine that how the hardship that has brought up many people. We've seen people going naked in the banking hall. We've seen bankers themselves flying up the fence to other fence. We've seen all sorts of things. And it tells you that the self-fulfilling prophecy of some people that might come to be that they might not let this election hold. Because if there's this mass chaos and mayhem everywhere, I doubt it. One moment, let me go back to my shower. I just thank you all. Thank you all, man. Thank you for to our listeners across the world. Hopefully, I'll be able to join guys in the next session.
All right, thank you, Rational Mind. So, thank you, Rational Mind. Make it a matter of duty to join us in the next session. Your audience demand it. So, thank you. But gentlemen and ladies, whoever is listening, can you please help us push up the like button? I've been monitoring it all the way through. It's not looked anything at all like the viewership that we're having. So, if you have no objection to clicking on the like button, then do us that favor of clicking on it. So click on the like button as you hear the pattern words of Des. So Des, have you made it back home?
Yeah, oh man, I'm not home yet, but I don't even know where to start. Let's start from the top. Let's start from addressing Solomon. I don't know what his problem is, to be honest with you. I think the only comment I've made about Solomon is that he's not from Igbo extraction, you know. But ever since then, it's like I'm the first person that said that, and I feel like I hit it where it's in the banner. So it became so, I don't know, so violent or whatever. I don't know. Every time it's like he's trying to fight. But I'm not gonna go down to that contact with him. You know, he has his opinion on about me, but it's just what it is. But anyway, yeah, the topic today. One man, I've always said it how this election is gonna go, and even when Kolata brought his spreadsheets, I told you what he needed to do. It's as if I'm seeing vision, but people don't really listen to me when I talk. I think I'm just talking out of sentiment, but I never really talk out of sentiment. I already told Kolata, if you want your spreadsheet to be perfect, you know, increase your voter turnout by 25% and have a ratio of 7:3:1, and tell me what the result is gonna be. Then we talk. I've said it here, but you know, we'll see what's gonna happen. It's been a really nice section about the whole Tinubu fiasco. I'm not sure what Fatah is trying to sell us because most of us are educated. What you're trying to sell is hard to sell it because I don't know. I don't want to open up that space again. But just trust me, what you're saying, it's really hard to understand it. And I just want to say that I always used to think that, you know, I think churches or whatever, pastor followers used to have this, you know, following, that blind following. But I come to realize that one man has a lot of blind following. One man, you need to be a pastor, to be honest, because some people follow you, everything you say, they don't even care, they don't even want to care, they just follow what you say. So I don't know, you need to be a pastor or something because you're very good at convincing people. and I really advise my friends, Thomas and every other person, if you need to have a mind of your own and try to do your research properly. Don't listen to whatever you hear, because most of the things you hear might be out of biases. Have a mind of your own, make your own decision. When you tell your sister some stuff, and maybe your sister goes on and do her research, she probably start looking at you somehow. So you need to do your research and make proper judgments towards stuff. Yeah, Thomas, you're my friend, but they say for Bible, Thomas no one here. Say God no, say God never resurrect. Say him go see him before him go believe. But don't worry, come 2025th, sorry, 25th of this month, that doubting Thomas will be stopped doubting. Thank you, one man. It's been a great section and another section of me making money. So that's always good. I encourage this every section to be like this. Yeah, I don't think I have any other thing to say. Yeah, one man. Nice one. Good night, man.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Thank you, Desmond. Be safe, drive safely, use hands free. I'm sure you are. So that's Desmond. So thank you, Desmond. So from Desmond, let's go to the man with the data. Cool. Lata. Kulata don't go sleep. Oh. No, you are there.
I did chop for talk.
Hey, look at that. Everybody have their mail on this app. Ajale Coco was munching when he came in, and anyway, carry on.
I don't know. Oh, I know I came back to talk about something I can't even remember because I had to leave for a meeting. But anyway, Fatai, calm down with the Tinubu defense. So
yeah, I think you were wanting to speak on the Yochua something, but carry on. Yeah,
that one don't pass. Let's forget it.
Yes, carry on.
There's a reason. If you say Tinubu made money from Econet back in early 1990s, there's a reason they confiscated close to $500,000 from him. So he did not make money in any Econet. He's been making money, and whatever way he's been using to make money, nobody knows. So the defense of him is limited. It's just, and I mean, whatever he pulled off, while he's intelligent and all, is what is being done in the West. Is still unethical. It's not, you can't call it criminal, but it's still unethical. And but that exists in the world. Is part of the capitalist system. Anyway, I don't even understand what's going on in Nigeria right now. Like, I'm expecting this currency stuff to go down, but I'm not seeing any trends that it's going down. In spite of people meeting with Buhari. So I mean, this is not a good time to be able to try and read the political terrain in Nigeria. Everything is just like, everything is going crazy. I don't understand a government that will create policies that will make people suffer just before an election. So I really don't understand what's going on. But for whoever supporting whoever, wish you guys best of luck. I mean, I'm just here to collect the desk money. I'll probably share the money, and I just did that bet just for fun. So thanks everyone. Talk to you guys later.
All right, brilliant. So that's the man with the data. Cool. Lata. So thank you, Kulata. So from Kulata, let's go on to Fatai. Fatai, you're up next. Our Kwaran German.
Kwaran German. Yeah. One man. Like I always every time. I mean, the thing that I found interesting is that every time we're talking about Nigeria, I'm getting too much deep into it, right? Because me, as a person, I just one Nigerian. I am sad to see my country being run like anywhere benefits, right? And that is anything I am saying. This is the fundamental place I am coming from, right? Like what Kulasa said now, like, oh, Tinubu has been making money. I didn't say Tinubu has not been making money. He's been making money. He's been making money. I'm talking about big break from when the Tinubu started to become billionaire in whatever terms you talk about it. I'm talking about big break. I'm not talking he's not been making 500,000 here, 10,000 here, 50,000 here, 1 million day for 50 days. Of course, he's been making money. He's an intelligent guy. Intelligent guys need a big break to become I want to buy a private jet. It's not That's not money you make by just because I've been making money. This is what I'm talking, the big break. And I'm saying in the sense that it is not alpha beta, everybody say alpha beta, alpha beta, alpha beta. It has nothing to do with alpha beta, right? Of course, maybe in some complicated way also it benefits. I don't know. I'm not Tinubu's accountant. I'm not a alpha beta accountant, right? But even the alpha beta at best is like an SPV. It's not directly involved. All of these investment people realize at best they are SPV. But this particular Econet, right? I don't want to speak too much about it, but I don't want to insult and I want as we are all brothers and I don't want to insult anybody's intelligence. That's why I'm saying that Tinubu did. If I want to speak plainly, there is no Tinubu in the picture. But like I know that we are all brothers. I don't want to wink wink now, wink wink. We know like after some complicated 10 levels of finance arrangement, and at the end we know what's going on. But if I want to speak strictly, I'm just gonna come here and say Tinubu is not even in the picture. There is Lagos State, there is Econet, there is bank. So bank give company money to pay Lagos State. Okay, what is Tinubu? Where is Tinubu in that picture? There's no Tinubu in the picture. There's no Tinubu using influence. Whatever, if, like, as I said, respecting everybody's intelligence, whatever influence Tinubu is making, I call my friend who is the bank owner. I say, do that. It's not like Econet you gave collateral for the 20 billion. And I say, no, on my trust, we just do it for them. And they arrange some complicated security stuff. No, it is not fair for our society because some people are passionate to criminalize being clever. There is difference between being clever and being unethical. If Tinubu did not, okay, I don't want to even say Tinubu. There's no Tinubu in the picture. Econet, EFCC came. They said, Lagos State, Econet, you must give back Lagos State his money. Lagos State is not supposed to be involved in this investment. Okay, give the money. Go and find the money anyhow you find it. So what is Tinubu doing there, right? But because we don't want to insult, I don't want anybody's intelligence. Well, like we know, like as street boy, we know what is going on, right? That's all I'm saying. I don't know where the other Obasanjo's EFCC. So everybody is telling me now, trying to convince me that under the noses of Obasanjo's EFCC, who is after Tinubu, like even was not even don't care to crash Lagos State, and under their noses, so Tinubu is still doing unethical stuff. While they are still under their noses, while they are investigating, he's still doing unethical and illegal stuff. To me, it doesn't make sense to me, right? Your enemy is right there, want to catch you for think he will catch a digger, and then the mean is right there under their notice, you will still be doing another illegal, and they go back home and say, oh, it's a cleaner, right? It doesn't work like that. Look, federal government went into this situation like now our government has always been anywhere benefits. They have no idea about anything. They thought they got Tinubu that, oh, you use Lagos State business. No, Tinubu don't have any personal shares in the company. He just thought it was good for the Nigerian society that this company, this mobile called GSM, that now everybody is benefiting, but they never give Tinubu part of the credit, right? For this company to exist, the company could not buy the license. The people, the company coming in, the federal government, the money they put up for the license is so ridiculous. It's incredible. Nobody could buy it. That is the only Nigerian company that bought the license. MTN is not a Nigerian company. So without Tinubu stepping in to talk to other governors, other friends, Econet will not even exist. There will not be a Nigerian owner of one of the major change in our society, the GSM whatever. So Tinubu came. I mean, I don't even know people. Look, I don't care. You think I'm defending Tinubu? No, I'm not defending Tinubu. I am defending a genius. If Tinubu was a white guy, it would be called a genius. I'm defending a. I'm not even defending why Tinubu doesn't even need defending. It's a no what defending them. All these enemies. Let them go and find the government, all his enemy created a mess. They created a mess. And Tinubu turned a mess into opportunity, into gold. That is what everybody, even naturally, even everybody, I don't even know what everybody saw. We all pray, even like even a normal situation, that God should turn our challenge into an opportunity. And that's what happened there. The government came to create a challenge because they don't know nothing. And Tinubu, he could leave it. It is not that Tinubu was trying to do this or was trying to acquire Econet or was trying, no, he's just doing his job as the Lagos state government. Federal government came to create a problem. Rather than to let this problem fester, right? Under the table, maybe he call his friend or whatever, and you don't even have to say he did anything, right? Only wink we know where did the First City Monument Bank find money to give to this without tremendous security, 20 billion. If you think what Tinubu did is bad, you take 20 billion out of your pocket in don't know whatever early 2000. Who has more extra 20 billion from out of their pocket to go and give to Econet to do it? Even the bank also cannot even do it. Just 20 billion. You think it's small money. It's not something you can just go and say, I give the money, Econet, go and so. Even the Econet, multi-million dollar company, don't have the money to do it. Somebody should be praised for something, and everybody is going. I don't even understand it. But anyway, when Tinubu say, when they will go to rally, say they don't know the way, they don't know how to think, they don't know how to do. Follow me. That is what it means. It's a brain. When God gives it to you, it's a talent. When God gives it to you, you will always have it. That is a talent. And I love him for being a talent. I am very proud to see a Nigerian that when you take what he did, he can run. You can compare it, take it to anywhere else in the world, take it anywhere else to compare the standard. When Tinubu turned the challenge of the garbage into an asset, even American government they came to build their largest embassy there. Why didn't federal government turn that challenge into asset for many years? They don't have a clue. They don't know how to think. It's the same thing he told them about Aaron. It's the same thing he told them about the LCDA. Many things. They don't know the way. They don't have a clue, and that is what it means. Follow the man wey sabi road. Anybody, if anybody like, make dem go dey follow people wey no sabi road. Na una like, heaven dey fall, ọ̀run yabọ̀, orí gbogbo wa ló máa jọ ya sí. Heaven dey fall, na on top all our head e go fall put. One man, thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Fatai. You come here not wanting your nerves jarred, but again we've jarred your nerves again. So there is Fatai who comes here to have his nerves jarred. Oh yeah, bó ṣe kalára tó nìyẹn, bó ṣe kalára tó. All right, thank you,
Bàbá
Fatai.
Daniel Koko, ó dà ẹ kújọ́ mẹ́ta o. Ẹ mọ̀ tẹ́ gbàgbé láti ṣe ọ̀rẹ́ kò lánàá. Mo tẹ́ gbàgbé láti sọ ẹ̀ ló lánàá ni ìgbà tí mo rí lánàá, bọ́ ọkọ̀ mi kò ní.
Ṣé earthquake yẹn ò dọ́dọ̀ yín?
Àwọn débí o.
Ó ga o.
Bọ̀ tọ́kì ló ṣe kìíní, ó kàn ṣe kìíní díẹ̀ ní kò wá síbi pé bóyá ó do anything lulẹ̀.
Ok, ó kàn dàbí bíi tremor lọ́dọ̀
yìí. Bíi tremor ló kọ̀ sí i.
Ó ga o.
All right, brilliant. So that's the excellent Fatai. Thank you, Fatai. So from Fatai, let's go on to Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, to you.
One man, thank you. And let me thank everybody that came on the platform today for coming and for giving the best of the best contribution
And let me give kudos particularly to Kulata and Des for saying something, for standing by what they believe in, who is going to win, who is not going to win, who is going to be third in position, and putting their bet to support their position as well. So I think they show that, yes, they can stand strongly on what they believe in. Des believe strongly in Obi, that Obi will win that election. But Kulata said Obi will come third. And that was what was responsible for the betting. So I think both of them are stronger in what they believe in than most of us here, that we just talk, no action, like Obi. So, other than that, I think Nigeria today is not going good for that country, whether we like it or not. What we are seeing happening in that country with regard to this poor implementation of this redesigning of Naira note and the exchange of Naira and scarcity of fuel, really putting our people in serious hardship. I've never seen in any part of the world where people will have money in the bank and won't have access to their money. That is the worst thing that can happen to anybody. That is the worst that can happen to anybody. So, and that is what is happening to our people. I was so hungry earlier, and the reason why I was so hungry and in my expression was because I watched several videos, and you know, I don't like to see anybody going through suffering and pains like that. And I myself, I can tell you that I'm really feeling the pain because I sent money home. The money is in the bank. They couldn't get the money to buy food and essential things, you know, for my old mother, and for somebody and some people to continue to support the government or support what is going on just because they think that it's going to favor their candidate, because people will go with hunger to vote and that will favor their candidate. I think that is the worst thing that we can do to ourselves. It is not good. People shouldn't be going through. We don't have video of people in our villages and rural area. Those people that those people in the rural area will be go through more serious hardship than those in the city. So I don't know. So other than that, let me just urge every one of us to continue to pray for that country, and then get in touch with our country, our people, as much as we can, to tell them to vote against this corrupt politician and vote for the right candidate, vote for new direction, and not any one of these people parading themselves as the top notcher. What do they call them? They call them frontliner. They should vote for Showore. They really want that paradigm shift. They really want the end to their suffering and better country that will work for us today and work for the future generation. They should go Omoyele Showore. Take that bold action, and that can set you free. Thank you, one man, and see you again tomorrow. And let's leave it there And we'll continue the struggle from there next time when we meet. Thank you.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Ajahn Lekoko. So thank you, Alain Lekoko. So for one day and one day only, Gideon gets to have the final word. So Gideon, are you still there? You try, or how you take survivor now? All these hours, eh?
I don't see me as up with the follow. What I want to do now, I don't get work now. Okay.
All right. Round the session of Gideon.
But what a parable where I want make for our people where they follow will be any house where they use light build, that house they collapse. Any house where they meeting where they use light take gather, that meeting they scatter. May they forget about lie, may they start to talk truth from today. May they not they think say maybe like so Christian say the Christian go still vote for what is they call Atiku, Tinubu, and this narrative where they print so it go affect the well for that Christian vote. People maybe they don't know Atiku is desperate now. They don't know say that man need that seat now. What did they go do? If they know, they don't for not the evil they talk about Christian. All those Christians they for just go quiet, do what they want to do. I pray because now those state today now see wahala wey did do protest everywhere because of money. The money now that they happy say the money they affect Tinubu, and Tinubu in a ma where they see tomorrow. He don't already see this thing. I make can talk. They don't know understand. They say because say because of greediness. Now they see what that man see. It they happen now. And some people now that they feel, some people they think they go vote for the man. They don't know. Some people wait they really they think they go vote for say this man get feeling for us. But una always say una they feel for una they carry what they call youth. Now una get feeling of human being, but una they happy say this law is good. Time shall tell. On the 25 with the wait. If okay, una do well. Thank you. Good night.
All right, thank you, Gideon. So thank you, Gideon. Gideon has had a look at the water on the white plate, and they've told her rather who the next president will be. So thank you, Gideon, and thank you everybody. So God, I've left my camera on so long. Look at that. You're just beaten up by the long session. So thank you, everyone. So let's just do a bit of administrative stuff. The super chats were not especially streaming in today, but nevertheless they did come in, and led ably by Alexander Gomez and George Blueshell, who has now decided to participate in that space. Thomas Adedeji, he only super chat to say that he was to be part of the wagers going on. Akim, otherwise known as the Progressives, he comments are not coming on the screen today via super chat. George comes back in. So both man and boy are your sponsor of this platform. Both the coffee and the super chats, he marks a present. So that's Ayo there. Alexander Gomez, he has another little commentary on the super chat space. And Rotimi Olu David, he just super stickers to the space. So thank you to that space. And then of course the coffee space, you already know the voice, not the voice, but the name you're going to hear. So to the coffee space, as ever, are your registers presence in this instance, and with some regularity now joined by James S. So that's James S there. That's James S there, and that is if I can get that off the screen, and that is Ayo there. So to James S and Ayo, well done. So thank you everyone. So to the super chatters, the coffee buyers, the happy clappers, and the in-betweeners. We love you one and all. Dial yourself in for the next session, which of course you know is coming thick and fast. We're rolling all the way to the finishing line. No retreat, no surrender. Ojo iku, lojo iseme. So I leave it here. Carry conversation up within the comment section, but here I say peace.